fair use, fair use. Fair use, fair use.
Way more popular than anything on tariffs. The problem that I always come back to is we are sitting on 50 some years of a policy and of an agenda that has been sold to people. Now think about the amount of deprogramming that it takes to say, no, TVs being cheap is not the most important thing. Buying a new car every 5 years is not only financially responsible, but is also something that, you know, the new bills and whistles and all that from China, that's not the be all end all of what your entire life is supposed to be about. Same with new consumer goods. The American dream is not built on cheap, you know, MacBooks like this from China that you buy every 2 years, or an iPhone, which is basically the same over the last 10 years that you just renew all the time. It's about being able to have children if you want to, staying in place if you want to, moving if you want to, being able to buy a house and to pursue whatever it is that you want to do and not all the accoutrement that's in your house. But that's been the standard of living now for 50 years. That's 2 generations that have been brought up on this. So you would need not a massive cultural project, like something from the White House, which is disciplined, which is different. You would need like an entire apparatus that is united in this discussion. And you can't just sell it within all the bounds of chaos, because if you do, what you risk is actually getting it totally affirmed of people saying like, no, this is not only what I know, but this is what I want. And then we're never going to get back. This would be looked as an aberration, not as something else.
Yeah, no, that's right. I mean, you have to sell people on a new and different bargain that is better than the one they have. And instead, what is being promised is just like, we're going to hike the prices of the things that have remained to be, you know, relatively inexpensive. And we're not going to help you on healthcare. We're not going to help you afford a house. In fact, the tariffs are going to make housing even more expensive because many of the construction materials are, you know, coming in from abroad and are going to be more expensive. So you're not offering people like, okay, we're ending this bargain of cheap consumer goods where China basically like exported deflation on these cheap consumer goods. We're ending that bargain. But here's the new bargain. Here's what you get. You're going to be able to afford a home. You're going to be able to send your kids to college. It's going to be more affordable. You're going to be able to get help. None of that is being offered. So it's just, we're going to hike prices and you're going to suffer. For what? Nobody can really say. I mean, there's just no narrative that is being offered here that makes sense to people whatsoever. And so, yes, I actually am for a new economic, grand bargain, so to speak here. I'm in favor of that. That's not what's on the table. What's just being offered to most people at a time when they already are really stretched thin because of the inflationary effects, because of decades of wage stagnation, because of decades of union busting, destroying worker power, because of decades of, yes, while those cheap consumer goods were cheap, all of the building blocks of a middle class life, housing, education, healthcare, have skyrocketed in price so that it is so difficult to afford on 1 or 2 incomes. It's almost impossible for many people to be able to afford those things on 2 income households working full time. So, you know, that's the landscape into which they're saying, and by the way, suck it up and pay more for your car. Suck it up and pay more for these consumer goods, clothing, food, et cetera. And yeah, it's not a good deal that's being offered that's on the table right now.
No, it's not. And you actually need to offer something very, very different, as I said. Otherwise, you're basically, think about it, with Trump's chaotic strategy, which is constantly pulling back and saying something and then pulling back, then you will not only inflict damage in the interim, you won't get the end result that you were trying to do, and you will turn the public that is against you. And I think that's really what they're flirting with right now. And America really, I mean, let's think about it. When's the last time they had a full-blown, COVID is a little bit different because COVID was like, you know, it was pandemic, et cetera, and the economy, the stock market drop and all that was like relatively short-lived. We have not had prolonged stagnation for a long time. Even 2022, I think, was the last year that there was a drop in the overall S&P, but then you had 2 rip-roaring years after that. I mean, we have not had, you know, a couple of years of like actual decline in a long time in this country. And if you remember what things were like in 08, 09, it's not a surprise that is where so many, not only the populist movements come from, but that is where the millennial generation and all of that really became disconnected from the overall American dream. And then the split that has happened since then has been devastating. So anyway, look, there are long-standing social consequences. You don't need to be a historian or any of that to see multiple times in the past when things like this have happened. And so if they want to save not only their political future, but really I think that the contract that they're trying to sell to the country, they're going to have to do something different. But there is no indication of that whatsoever. Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button or leave a comment.
Fair use, fair use. Fair use, fair use.
For example, we also have a new MAGA version of the World Economic Forum. Let's put this up there on the screen. I genuinely love this one. You do not need the new iPad. You do not need the new cell phone. You do not need the new video game console. You want them. There's a big difference. If you look at the people whining about tariffs, I challenge you to ask how their lives have been affected in any way. In other words, you will live in a pod and you will eat bugs.
You will eat the bugs and you will love it.
I feel complicated, right? Because I kind of agree with him. I mean, is your life all that materially better because of the new iPad, the new cell phone, the new video game console, all of the new products, electronic products that we've been able to purchase since the Great Recession? I don't think so. I think we're a much poorer country, actually. But, you know, as we always say, if that's the only social contract that's on the table and you're going to screw with that, that's a big problem, unless you're offering something very, very different. I mean, really, I think a good middle ground or whatever for America would say, yeah, You can still have your iPad. We're going to try and build it here. Here are all the steps that we're going to be able to do. It's a win-win. You can still have your consumerism. We can still have it made here. On the cell phone point, I mean, what do we really want? Me, I want competition. I want to see something interesting and something new. That's part of the thing that's exciting about BYD is finally you're like, at least it's different. I haven't seen a different, new, novel thing prop up technology-wise other than AI since the invention of the iPhone. That's it. And even with the AI thing, it's now all commoditized basically across the spectrum, and it all seems to be going the same way of monopolization and of being rolled up. That's a great thing about America, about entrepreneurship. But we don't see a lot of that. And I don't know, just looking at this, I just know in my bones, I did my whole rant about degenerate capitalism, but like that's who we are right now. And it takes a literal cultural revolution to be able to move away from it. It took us 75 years to get here. It'll probably take us, I would say 50 to get out. You got to start small and you got to give people buy-in. Otherwise, this will be an aberration. My current prediction is that America will be the most neoliberal country on earth in 2029. Like in 2029, after Donald Trump is gone, we will be like the Gen Z is going to be the most neo-libbed, Milton Friedman out
that is
generation.
So possible.
I'm telling you, I can see it coming from a mile away.
I mean, I think I can't remember who it was that made.
Fair use, fair use, fair use, fair use.
To be very concerned about at this point.
Let's play Secretary Treasury Scott Bessent. He was asked about the market crash. Let's take a listen.
Let's talk about what happened in the stock market this week. Worst week for the market in 2 years. Does that worry you, Mr. Secretary?
Not at all. I've been in the investment business for 35 years, and I can tell you that corrections are healthy. They're normal. What's not healthy is straight up that you get these euphoric markets. That's how you get a financial crisis. It would have been much healthier if someone had put the brakes on in 06, 07. We wouldn't have had the problems in 08. So I'm not worried.
Well, okay. It's one of those where, look, it's bad optics. I'm not even saying, it's funny, I like Bessent. I like a lot of the stuff that he says. And if it was just somebody like him, and it was a total, a government approach, which was tariff, and it was studied, and he was also out there saying, the American dream, he keeps saying this, the American dream is not flat screen TV. I totally agree on all of this. But when it's coupled with literal just madness and chaos that is back and forth, obviously no real plan at all, then you're getting into territory where people are like, no, well, if all I've got going for me is a flat screen TV, then yeah, and you're going to try and make that more expensive and not sell me on some big, broader plan, you're going to find yourself in real trouble having not billionaire, I don't know what he is, several hundred millionaire Secretary of the Treasury, basically trying to lecture consumers and downplaying a stock market return. That's how it's just simply going to come off. Even though I agree with the guy on a lot of things that he says, but just generally.
He's a mere 500 million.
Yeah, 500 million.
He's poor in the context of this administration.
He is poor. That's right. He's a poor man. Yeah, it's just bad optics over and over again. And I don't think that it's being received in the way that they want. I mean, stuff like that. Imagine, if you probably agree, maybe. I think a lot of people agree, the whole flat screen thing and all that. But you got to feel as if your country's getting a whole lot better. And you yourself, in the immediate and in the long term, are buying in to a real plan that's going to change overall in the future. The chaos, when you're also making stuff more expensive and nuking consumer sentiment and the stock market in the immediate term, you're just making it so that people are more stressed out in their day-to-day life, and people hate that, and they should.
I think it was Arnaud who made this point on Twitter about he's not, to your point, he's not wrong.
Yeah, he's right.
That if you have, our economy is way over financialized. It is almost certainly, these tech stocks are almost certainly overvalued in anticipation of AI. I mean, Tesla stock has been wildly overvalued, just come back to earth a little bit, but it's still, we likely are in a giant sort of everything bubble. And if you look at an analogous situation, we actually covered here on the show how China intentionally let the air out of its real estate development bubble, and did that because they wanted to focus financial resources in other parts of their economy. So they had a priority to, maintain their manufacturing industrial base. Also, we're going to talk probably on Thursday about the way they have just technologically developed at an astronomical pace. Now they have, BYD has an EV that can charge almost 300 miles in 5 minutes. Like, that is astonishing. And so they wanted the tech investment. They wanted to maintain the industrial base. So they intentionally let the air out of this giant real estate bubble. But it was done in a planned and concerted fashion. If you're just causing a stock market crash and a recession, but there's no here's how we're going to build back better on the other side, then you're just causing pain. That's it. You're taking from people what has been created as the American dream. We've had decades that have been directed towards making this a consumer-driven economy, where basically what you get, instead of having a vibrant factory in your town and middle-class union jobs, et cetera, is the flat-screen TV. If you're going to take that away from people and you're not going to offer anything else, and on the contrary, you're cutting their Social Security and you're cutting their Medicaid, et cetera, then yeah, that's not going to be a plan or a program that anyone signs up for, especially when it's being sold by a bunch of billionaires and a mere 500 millionaire in this particular case.
Bingo. Yep.
Fair use, fair use. Fair use, fair use.
Here's Secretary himself, Scott Bessent. This was pretty entertaining to listen to. He went on with Tucker Carlson. Take a listen.
What we are doing, on one side, the president is reordering trade. On the other side, We are shedding excess labor in the federal government and bringing down federal borrowings. And then on the other side, that will give us the labor that we need for the new manufacturing. And we're going to re-lever the private sector. So the private sector, in essence, has been in recession during the Biden years. And this is an opportunity to right-size the federal government and unleash the private sector again.
So what he's talked about is how these federal government workers who were laid off, you know, the people who were like researching cancer or whatever, they can now go to work in the new factories that are being brought online, which again, very reminiscent of the efforts to, you know,
Cultural Revolution.
Cultural Revolution, put the intellectuals and the scientists to the re-education camps, sent them into the factory. Of course, to your point, there's no actual investment in creating those factories, so the factories aren't actually going to come. It's just going to mean we're going to have less cancer research and people will be poor. So.
Yeah, it is funny. Although if you read the three-body problem, you do know there are, of course, benefits. As somebody who wants aliens revealed to be to the United States, that was the only benefit of the Cultural Revolution from that book. Sorry, I guess I just spoiled it, but whatever.
Yeah, it's still worth reading.
It's been out since 2006. They made a Netflix document or a Netflix thing about it. Get over it at this point. You know, I can't get it anymore. But you should read the book. Yeah, it's amazing. And again, you know, even almost to defend Mao and all these people, they even had a program at least to facilitate that. They had the Red Army, you know, whatever it was called, the Red Guards and others to facilitate, you know, the movement of these mass intellectuals and state capacity, etc. And they had quotas and they had a system. It didn't always work, obviously. You had to come up with the fake things. I do recommend, if anybody ever wants to, you should read Ezra Vogel has a biography of Deng Xiaoping. And Deng specifically was purged and was one of these people who was purged and actually sent to go work in a factory. And his period during the Cultural Revolution and the Great Leap Forward is absolutely fascinating to actually go and to study. It eventually informed the modern Chinese model of where we are today. So yes, if we would like to repeat the mistakes of China, I guess we can. You know, maybe our Deng is somewhere out there. He's a fired NIH worker who will be stitching, screwing the tiny little screws.
Yeah, the little screws into
and
the iPhones.
15 years from now, he will come and save us, or she. So.
Well, he's going to be replaced by robots. So anyway,
that's right.
Also
maybe,
according to Letnick.
Maybe we need an AI Deng Xiaoping. Honestly, we could do worse than AI Deng Xiaoping.
Listen, I'm coming around to the view that maybe we do need to just accept our fate with the AI overlords because the current human model is not going also all that great in my personal estimation. But I mean, look, people, I believe in humanity. It's a joke.
I believe in humanity. I believe in democracy, but you can't help but look at the Chinese model and be like, this is obviously better. Like, it's obviously working better than what we have right here. I'm not saying it would work here. Obviously, wouldn't. We don't have 1 billion Han Chinese, 75 or what more, 80 years of PSYOP population to believe in all this. We're not ethnically the same. Yes, we don't have a 10,000 year history or whatever, or 2,000 year history of civilization and all that said, you can.
It gets crazier, guy incognito.
To this like well executed authoritarian model, and that when we're going up against them,
there you
with
go.
A lot of the weaknesses that we have as a result of like degenerate capitalism, that we really are like the caricature in some ways of what they think of us and how they justify their authoritarianism over their population.
Mm-hmm.
If you look at many of the results, our own consumer results, our entertainment results, what Americans spend to choose to do their time, obesity, you know, like the constant chase of dopamine hits, like that is what this country is ultimately all about. I was really thinking about that with cars. Like, what distinguishes the American car? Jeeps, which are pieces of shit with coolers and heated seats that are gigantic, that break down every 2 to 3 years.
They're big and comfy.
So, yeah, they're big, they're comfy, they have all these dumbass features, tailgating seats, right, that they charge you $75,000, and somebody who makes 60 grand a year is like, yeah, let me get a 25% APR on that, and I'll pay the monthly at a bare minimum rate for the next 420 months. I'm not even making this shit up. This is reality. This is literally what it looks like. Or, you know, you could have something different, but.
Well, I will steal Ryan's point. He's like, listen, one of the reasons I love this country is like our rights, like the freedom of speech. And increasingly, like, you can't feel comfortable to speak out on some key issues, like, for example, Israel-Palestine, and think that that right is still intact. So if we're going to not even have that, like, what are we doing here? What are we getting out of this arrangement at this point?
Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button or leave a comment below.
And there you guys go. Is there potentially a new contract being constructed for Americans, for the masses of Americans, for the essentially bottom 95%, 99%, 99.9%? Is there a new social contract being constructed definitely for the bottom 80%? Where you don't get cheap goods to make up for the fact that you don't have a stable 9 to 5 that pays all the bills. Huh? What is the new normal going to look like when you make up for not having a nuclear family with a Hellcat or Scat Pack? Huh? With a track hawk? Huh? or the E63 AMG. Oh man. Degenerate capitalism. Yes, because they put profit above everything, and they say we making money off of you coming and going. And Mr. Z does mean coming and going, pun intended. Huh? And Guy Incognito, that's what they're saying. No new iPhone every 4 years. Find your humanity in something other than consumerism. So the reason why Mr. Z covered this, and the Funky Academic has spoken to this also, but it was going to be hard to remember because he's mentioned it a few times, but it was going to be hard to find, him kind of riffing on that randomly in some of his live streams. So I got this from Breaking Points. We already know we don't really rock with Saga like that, or at least Mr. Z doesn't. Um, but here, him freestyling and Crystal Ball freestyling, they've mentioned this multiple times. Um, and these were pulled from different days. Um, and you don't really see other talking heads, pundits, journalists kind of speaking about this, right? But what happens when you can no longer afford to be a super consumer? Conspicuous consumption out the window. Huh? No more Ford excursions just because you can. Shout out to all the people who bought Ford excursions and it's just you and your lady, if even. It's you and your lady and you have one kid, but you have a Ford excursion lifted on mud tires, right? That's a real question. Ladies, uh-oh. I see y'all trying to sneak out the back door. Nope, 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 nope. Lock the doors, guys. Ladies, what happens when you have to find your humanity and femininity outside of the luxury bags? Uh-oh. Outside of the expensive makeup. Huh? Outside of the expensive high heels. Huh? Outside of the Uber baller man, and that's the way you judge your femininity because you just happen to be getting piped by the Uber baller. Huh? Ah, huh? This is a real question for everyone. Mr. Z's got to include himself in there too. We are going to have to reevaluate because we really don't have a choice. Huh? Which was it? Strauss, whatever his name, Cloud Strauss. Mr. Z forgot his name. That's it. You will own nothing and you will be happy. Apparently, we have a number of folks that are like, you know what? Yeah, you know what? It seems like there's a few folks in the Trump administration that are like, you know what? Actually, it's not a bad idea. Hey, Revelant, say that. Revelant says, going to have to get personality. Wait, so you mean Mr. Z won't be able to flash the Rolex watch and get the ladies? Huh? Mr. Z don't have a Rolex for real. Huh? I can't just pull up in the Benz E-Class and get the attention anymore. Mr. Z doesn't actually own a Benz E-Class. On a BMW 5 Series, God forbid the M5. Huh? Right? No more Ferragamo or Yves Saint Laurent or to get the ladies' attention. Huh? Oh man. I definitely wanted to play these for you guys because there's a lot of people that are going to have some hard lessons. Oh, there's going to be some hard lessons for a lot of folks. Mr. Z said this a few months ago. Um, y'all be prepared because your folks are going to be falling apart. Family, relatives, friends, ex-lovers, some of y'all parents, if you're old enough, some of your kids, huh? Especially for some of us Xers, millennials, the oldest of Gen Z, this is all you know. Retail therapy, conspicuous consumption. Especially for the ladies, that's all they know. That's all they know. Huh? Kind of beyond class, to be fair. Working poor, working class, lower middle class, upper middle class. Retail therapy, especially for the ladies. Huh? What are you going to do when you can't buy your way into feeling better? Huh? Ladies, what are you going to do when you sacrificed your family for consumerism? Oh, wait a minute, and there's no more consumerism. Ooh, huh? You sacrificed your man and a nuclear family so you could drive around in a baby Benz. Goddamn. That was a horrible trade. But now you can't even get the baby Benz anymore. Now what? Huh? So, real question. That's a real question. This is something that I want the Black Manosphere to be aware of. I want us to be on the cutting edge in front of everyone else and readjusting the way we think about these things. Mr. Z is including himself. Huh? Man, what happens when that label doesn't mean anything anymore because you can't afford it? Huh? People are going to have to readjust their aspirationalism, what you aspire for. That's going to be a hard lesson. Readjust your dreams? Oh, readjust your dreams? The bubbles, the status signifiers? Oh, number one, you may not reach that status. Number two, even if you do, that no longer will be a signifier. Ah, huh? You can't get therapy through your 75-inch flat screen TV anymore because it doesn't cost only $500 anymore. Or it still does cost $500 that you don't have. Huh? It's something to really think about. And I'm going to look more into this degenerate capitalism that Saga was speaking to. I think it's kind of self-explanatory, but I want to get more into the weeds and the details of it all, right? Because there is something to be said about corn sites at one point, and I think for a couple of them that's still the case, having the most internet traffic on the internet. was corn sites. That was definitely the case a couple years ago. I'm not so sure if that's still the case, but that was the case a couple years ago, right? Exactly, Detro. And Detro says Black Friday / Cyber Monday might be a little different. It might be a thing of the past, or as you said, a little different. Huh? These are real things to think about and move accordingly. And be prepared for the crash out from family and friends, namely the women, but even some men. Huh? Because we're grown. And that's all these people know. It's conspicuous consumption, it's retail therapy, it's materialism, it's consumerism, right? And even if you can't afford it, you aspire for it. Oh man, what happens when there's a hard line? Yeah, not anymore. You should want more than a flat screen TV. They're already telling you that. And be clear why Mr. Z is covering this also. Sauger is friends with JD Vance. Crystal has her ears to the streets. She's talking to other journalists. She's talking to politicians. Ryan Grimm, they have a number of people in their organization that know folks, both in and out of the administration, the Trump administration, right? Now, there is a potential snapback, and Sauger spoke to that when he said he thinks Gen Z are going to be next level neoliberals. He said by 2029, so 2030. Huh? So that's a potential. We'll put that out there. But if this is to continue, oh, it's a new day. It is a new day. Huh? And people are going to have to adjust, and you're going to watch people crash. You're going to watch women crash out, especially some of those Xers that never got married, don't have no kids, lost a job that they were in for a little while, and they're not going to get back to that point. Ah, you imagine you done aged out of being able to have children, and you're insufferable, and you don't know how to work on yourself, and you can't even hide behind consumerism and retail therapy. And that 9 to 5 job that gives you a bit of status, that middle management job, ooh, ooh, that baby bins, huh? And so when you guys hear them say flat screen TV, that's just a catch-all for consumerism and materialism, cheap goods, cheap Chinese-made goods, huh? It might be a new day in America, a potential new future. Right.
For example, we also have a new MAGA version of the World Economic Forum. Let's put this up there on the screen. I genuinely love this one. You do not need the new iPad. You do not need the new cell phone. You do not need the new video game console. You want them. There's a big difference. If you look at the people whining about tariffs, I challenge you to ask how their lives have been affected in any way. In other words, you will live in a pod and you will eat bugs.
You will eat the bugs and you will love it.
I feel complicated, right? Because I kind of agree with him. I mean, is your life all that materially better because of the new iPad, the new cell phone, the new video game console, all of the new products, electronic products that we've been able to purchase since the Great Recession? I don't think so. I think we're a much poorer country, actually. But, you know, as we always say, if that's the only social contract that's on the table and you're going to screw with that, that's a big problem, unless you're offering something very, very different. I mean, really, I think a good middle ground or whatever for America would say, yeah, you can still have your iPad. We're going to try and build it here. Here are all the steps that we're going to be able to do. It's a win-win. You can still have your consumerism. We can still have it made here. On the cell phone point, I mean, what do we really want? I want competition. I want to see something interesting and something new. That's part of the thing that's exciting about BYD is finally you're like, at least it's different. I haven't seen a different, new, novel thing prop up technology-wise other than AI since the invention of the iPhone. That's it. And even with the AI thing, it's now all commoditized basically across the spectrum, and it all seems to be going the same way of monopolization and of being rolled up. That's a great thing about America, about entrepreneurship. But we don't see a lot of that. And I don't know, just looking at this, I just know in my bones, I did my whole rant about degenerate capitalism, but like that's who we are right now. And you know, it takes a literal cultural revolution to be able to move away from it. It took us 75 years to get here. It'll probably take us, I would say 50 to get out. You got to start small and you got to give people buy-in. Otherwise, this will be an aberration. My current prediction is that America will be the most neoliberal country on earth in 2029. Like in 2029, after Donald Trump is gone, we will be like the Gen Z is going to be the most neo-libbed, Milton Friedman out
that is
generation.
So possible.
I'm telling you, I can see it coming from a mile away.
I mean,
yeah.
I think I can't remember who it was that made
Gen Z. Are y'all going to be super neoliberal, worshiping at the altar of Milton Friedman? Huh? Oh, man. Or are y'all going to continue with this new social contract, which we still don't know what it is exactly? Huh? Oh, man. Is the response to, and you kind of see it from what the Democrats are floating around with this weird abundance mindset crap that they're pushing. Yawn! Y'all about a decade late with that type of talk. Huh? Trail says both. Well, I mean, so we saw this coming out of COVID, right? The K-shaped recovery, where the people that were doing well were doing exponentially well coming out of COVID, while your average American and below were doing it like it was literally, and it is, the rich got richer and the poor got poorer. It literally was that. So if we're a few years out and there might be a new social contract, and the response to the new social contract from the people that are rightly situated is going in a different direction, yeah, they could ramp up a neoliberal mindset in the top 20% while the bottom 80% just languish. So you will have to think about the world differently as an average American in the bottom 80% who can't participate in consumerism. We already know that the top 10% of Americans are responsible for 50% of the consumerism going on in America. So yeah, if you keep scaling that, Trail, you might have a point. It might be both. It might be both. Dirk just says both of them. Exactly. It might be. Right? It might be. Right? If the bottom 80 gets forced to think about these things differently because they just can't participate in the consumerism at all. We transition from being able to buy these things outright to financing them to financing. Now we're in the era of where you can finance your fast food, for those of you that don't know, 4 easy installments for your Burger King meal that was $16. And so the next level after that is just you can't afford it at all. You can't even finance it. You can't even finance the $10 things, the 15, 20, 30, 40, $50 things anymore. All right? Oh man. And what America will that be? Huh? Let's see what Crystal had to say again.
Way more popular than anything on tariffs. The problem that I always come back to is
Crystal and Sagar, my apologies, y'all. Here we go.
more popular than anything on tariffs. The problem that I always come back to is we are sitting on 50 some years of a policy and of an agenda that has been sold to people. Now think about the amount of deprogramming that it takes to say, no, TVs being cheap is not the most important thing. Buying a new car every 5 years is not only financially responsible, but is also something that, you know, the new bills and whistles and all that from China, that's not the be all end all of what your entire life is supposed to be about. Same with new consumer goods. The American dream is not built on cheap, you know, MacBooks like this from China that you buy every 2 years, or an iPhone, which is basically the same over the last 10 years that you just renew all the time. It's about being able to have children if you want to, staying in place if you want to, moving if you want to, being able to buy a house and to pursue whatever.
The American dream is not being able to buy a cheap MacBook. I agree, actually. Frighteningly, Mr. Z actually agrees with Sagar. Oh my God. Is it cold in Miami right now? Is it cold in Dade and Broward and West Palm Beach County? It gotta be. It gotta be freezing. Hell done froze over. Mr. Z agrees with Sagar. It shouldn't be a cheap MacBook, but it is. Huh? You don't get union jobs. You don't get dignity in work. You don't get to work just a base 40 hours and be able to afford a decent life. You got to engage in gig work. Huh? You don't get any of that. But on the other side of that, here's this 70-inch TV for $500-$600. Huh? Here's this iPhone that in a different world would cost $6,000-$7,000 for $1,400-$1,500. Maybe 16, 17. Huh? Here is all the fast food you could ever eat for 10, 15, 20 bucks. So yeah, you don't get to have a marriage that lasts until death do you part, but you do get to finance that F-250 for 84 months, right? You do get to finance that Chevy Silverado or Dodge Ram for 72 and 84 months. So yeah, your wife divorced you in year 8, but you get to buy your F-150 and put it on a lift kit. You get to buy the 4Runner and put it on a lift kit. On mud tires, you get to buy the new Ford Bronco and put it on a lift kit. Huh? And as Joe says here, which is hysterical, 3 easy payments for that 24 taco box. Hysterical. Trail like a rock. Shout out to the old Chevy commercials. Right? Huh? Yeah, you actually proposed to your baby mama and she told you no, but you can afford this scat pack. Huh? Yeah, we socialized her to be a little materialistic troll, and you can only afford a scat pack. She ain't marrying you. Where's the Hellcat money? See, if you was a Hellcat driver, maybe she would have said yes. But we socialized her to aim for the top. There's a pun in there. To aim for the top and to give the top. For all of you that understand what Mr. Z said. Huh? And you're a simple scat pack driver. You're not a Hellcat driver. Huh? Ah. So Mr. Z actually agrees with Sagar on that one. The American dream should not be a cheap MacBook or the latest, newest iPhone. But that was the trade for not having unionized jobs. That was the trade for an increasing amount of people not just working their base 40 hours a week and be able to afford their life. So if you're going to take the consumerism away, what are you going to put back on the table? JD Vance, we know Sagar's speaking for you. If you're going to take the consumerism away, Mr. Vance, what are you going to put on the table? If we can't have cheap goods anymore, fine. Find your humanity in something else. What is the something else? What family? She gonna divorce you anyway? You gonna be all right, Mr. J.D. Vance. You got your Indian woman. I see you marry a white woman. You knew how that was gonna turn out, huh? Uh-oh. Guy Incognito says, building a better community, that should be the replacement, but people are too selfish. I agree that it should be investing in community, investing in family, having time for friends, going out, chilling with the boys, even as a married man. But because you have the time to actually split your time, right? Mr. Z agrees with you, actually, Guy Incognito, but that's not the way we were raised and socialized, number one. Number two, as Crystal said in one of the segments, if you're going to take away the consumerism or price people out of engaging in consumerism, okay, fine. And then still not present the unionized jobs, right? Hopefully you guys can still hear me well. The unionized jobs, the 40-hour work weeks, the socialized women that actually are wife material, huh? The dignified work, if that's no longer on the table also, because it hasn't been on the table for at least 40 some odd years, then what do people actually get, huh? And let's check that. Actually, Detro, that's true. And let's check that. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. And Detro says 6932 likes, 6932 likes, views. Let's see what that look like. Let's see what that look like. Y'all gives you a second. Y'all, wow, look, we got like 67 listening. We got like 40 likes, right? Maybe because Mr. Z ain't talking about black female effery today, right? Oh man, we can't talk about black female effery all day, y'all. And plus, in a weird way, we are speaking about what has informed some of that effery, right? The fact that you can't, as y'all know, Mr. Z says, you can't make her an upper middle class white woman. No one really can make her an upper middle class white woman. So she can engage in conspicuous consumption at the highest level, right? Oh man. So let's continue with that segment that we were just watching. Once again, fair use, fair use, Fair use, fair use. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat, and here we go.
Way more popular than anything on tariffs. The problem that I always come back to is we are sitting on 50 some years of a policy and of an agenda that has been sold to people. Now think about the amount of deprogramming that it takes to say, no, TVs being cheap is not the most important thing. Buying a new car every 5 years is not only financially responsible, but is also something that, the new bills and whistles and all that from China, that's not the be all end all of what your entire life is supposed to be about. Same with new consumer goods. The American dream is not built on cheap, MacBooks like this from China that you buy every 2 years, or an iPhone, which is basically the same over the last 10 years that you just renew all the time. It's about being able to have children if you want to, staying in place if you want to, moving if you want to, being able to buy a house and to pursue whatever it is that you want to do and not all the accoutrement that's in your house. But that's been the standard of living now for 50 years. That's 2 generations that have been brought up on this. So you would need not a massive cultural project, like something from the White House, which is disciplined, which is different. You would need like an entire apparatus that is united in this discussion. And you can't just sell it within all the bounds of chaos, because if you do, what you risk is actually getting it totally affirmed of people saying like, no, this is not only what I know, but this is what I want. And then we're never going to get back. This will be looked as an aberration, not as something else.
Yeah, no, that's right. I mean, you have to sell people on a new and different bargain that is better than the one they have. And instead, what is being promised is just like, we're going to hike the prices of the things that have remained to be, relatively inexpensive. And we're not going to help you on healthcare. We're not going to help you afford a house. In fact, the tariffs are going to make housing even more expensive because many of the construction materials are, coming in from abroad and are going to be more expensive. So you're not offering people like, okay, we're ending this bargain of cheap consumer goods where China basically like exported deflation on these cheap consumer goods. We're ending that bargain. But here's the new bargain. Here's what you get. You're going to be able to afford a home. You're going to be able to send your kids to college. It's going to be more affordable. You're going to be able to get health. None of that is being offered. So it's just, we're going to hike prices and you're going to suffer. For what? Nobody could really say. I mean, there's just no narrative that is being offered here that makes sense to people whatsoever. And so, yes, I actually am for a new economic, grand bargain, so to speak here. I'm in favor of that. That's not what's on the table. What's just being offered to most people at a time when they already are really stretched thin because of the inflationary effects, because of decades of wage stagnation, because of decades of union busting, destroying worker power, because of decades of, yes, while those cheap consumer goods were cheap, all of the building blocks of a middle class life, housing, education, healthcare, have skyrocketed in price so that it is so difficult to afford on 1 or 2 incomes. It's almost impossible for many people to be able to afford those things on 2 income households working full time. So, that's the landscape into which they're saying, and by the way, suck it up and pay more for your car. Suck it up and pay more for these consumer goods, clothing, food, et cetera. And yeah, it's not a good deal that's being offered that's on the table right now.
No, it's not. And you actually need to offer something very, very different, as I said. Otherwise, you're basically, think about it, with Trump's chaotic strategy, which is constantly pulling back and saying something and then pulling back, then you will not only inflict damage in the interim, you won't get the end result that you were trying to do, and you will turn the public that is against you. And I think that's really what they're flirting with right now. And America really, let's think about it. When's the last time they had a full-blown, COVID is a little bit different because COVID was like, it was a pandemic, et cetera, and the economy, the stock market drop and all that was like relatively short-lived. We have not had prolonged stagnation for a long time. Even 2022, I think, was the last year that there was a drop in the overall S&P, but then you had 2 rip-roaring years after that. We have not had, a couple of years of like actual decline in a long time in this country. And if you, remember what things were like in 08, 09, it's not a surprise that is where so many, not only the populist movements come from, but that is where the millennial generation and all of that really became disconnected from the overall American dream. And then the split that has happened since then has been devastating. So anyway, look, there are long-standing social consequences. You don't need to be a historian or any of that to see multiple times in the past when things like this have happened. And so they want to save not only their political future, but really I think that the contract that they're trying to sell to the country, they're going to have to do something different. But there is no indication of that whatsoever. Hey, if you like that video, hit
the contract that they're trying to sell to the country. But what's on the other side? This is Mr. Z is reiterating the same thing that Crystal is reiterating. And Black Uru, I actually want to put the link up for you to come up if you don't mind, because I definitely want to hear your take. I don't know if you got the email earlier that I sent. I sent it out to a couple of people, but you might not have. But if you don't mind, I'll put the link in for you. But okay, fine. You're taking away the consumerism, as Crystal said. No unionized jobs, affordable houses, et cetera, et cetera. But on the other side of that were the cheap goods coming out of China. Okay, fine. We gonna take that. We gonna take that away from you. Also, so now what do millennials, Gen Z, Xers have? Right? What's the trade-off? Yeah, y'all give me a second. Let me put this link in for. Actually, here we go. StreamYards is StreamYards is doing this thing, and Mr. Z over here still moving like old school. I'll give you a second. There we go. All right, that's only for Black Uber for now, you guys, and we'll play it by ear. Mr. Z don't want to be up too late because, yeah. Huh. What's the trade-off? And once again, fair use, because Mr. Z is this is definitely probably get demonetized because Mr. Z is over here using breaking points whole situation, right? Okay, let's actually put this down. Give me a second, Black Guru. What's going on, Black Guru?
Hey,
Okay,
how you do, Z?
oh, there we go.
Thanks for having me up.
What's going on? Thank you for coming up.
No, I mean, look, this rebalancing of the trade policies is like about 40 years too late. I mean, the problem. One of the biggest problems with doing this now and doing it as aggressively as Trump is doing is, America helped to build up these entities with
Yep.
these trade balances, is particularly and especially China.
Yes.
So you built them up
Yep.
under a particular paradigm of business, and now, like that, you're going to take it away. And
Try to, at least.
there's just exactly, and there's just no way it's going to be to the advantage of the majority of American people to do that.
I agree.
I mean,
we got used to that.
Well, go ahead.
No, I was saying exactly what you said, Black. We got used to it. We're talking about 40 some odd, 50 years of cheap Chinese goods? 50 some odd years, but is what Nixon meets with Mao in 70? No, actually Kissinger meets with Mao in 70 something?
Yeah.
71, 73, something like that, to get him away from the Soviet Union. Then they become pretty much the manufacturer of the world, in the late 70s or something, early 80s?
Yeah,
something like that.
Somewhere around there, yeah. Mm-hmm.
So
we're generations into the making of this.
Yeah.
And the other problem is, I mean, there's no efforts at all. I mean, you have, depending on what estimates you look at, somewhere in the range of about 10 or more million people who are working age, but like chronically unemployed in the country.
Yep.
Obviously, many of them, unfortunately, Black people. You have the underemployed. You have the people who are working, 3 different service jobs and gig economy. I mean, there's no preparation at all for this.
Yes.
I mean, in the best of scenarios, I think you would have maybe initiated some mass training program or programs to truly prepare people to transition or to move about,
from a service-based economy.
To move to opportunities to really, some trade programs obviously would be good, manufacturing related programming, so that, as there's these mass disruptions, people do have something that they could potentially leverage into other opportunities. But there's not only have we not done that, but when you think about the efforts that are being made in so-called right sizing, if you will, the federal government, seems.
I like the euphemism that they use too.
Yeah,
right size.
Yeah,
it sounds so soft.
Quite sarcastic in that regard.
Right.
I'm sure I'll warm up, as we talk. There's no effort at all. So you're imposing potential hardship, well, definite hardship on people. I mean, if you follow through with this program, certainly for several years, there's going to be some serious hardship on millions of Americans. and
Well,
there is no plan at all of any sort of internal rebalancing of that.
that's my point right there. Okay, fine. We don't get the cheap TVs anymore. We don't get to finance our cars for 8 years that we couldn't afford in the first place, but because of financing, we could pay it off in like 12 years, right? A lifetime. Okay, fine. If you're gonna take that away, cool. What are we getting for that though? That's the question. What are we getting instead of having cheap toaster ovens and cell phones that should cost 10 times more than they do, but because they're made in China, they cost, well, 1/10. What are we getting on the other side of that?
Well, I mean, the cynic in me thinks that you're getting you're getting the doldrums that um, us 90-something% of lower people are entitled to get, and we're
Loki,
always
I agree with you.
entitled to get.
That
And when
shout out
you
to.
have billionaires
Mhm.
running a country, that is that the specter of that sort of sentiment is there either expressly
Mm,
and or implicitly. And I
I agree.
voted for Trump, so at some point I may have to renounce that particular position. I don't know. I I don't see the scenario in which picking Kamala would have been better. I think
That would have been
we
a
would
slow
probably
burn.
been trading one
Yeah.
set of problems for others. And
Mhm.
to some degree, I guess this where we are, is a reckoning anyway. Now, what I would have probably wanted if I had other options, I would have picked someone maybe other than Trump to lead
Mhm. Mhm.
the way. But we're not in a system where that's the other part of this whole thing too.
Multi-party, yeah.
We're not
We
in a
got two.
system at all that really brings talented and earnest people into the position to actually do things
Mhm.
now.
Mhm.
Maybe Obama was the last possible example of that
Mm.
in terms of somebody you presumably was competent and
And have some
relatively
talent.
earnest. Yeah,
Yeah.
relatively earnest. Relative
Mhm.
to the demons that preceded and
That
succeeded.
that is.
You
Well,
know,
that's an air quotes if I ever heard one, Black Guru.
yeah,
Relatively like a mother.
yeah. So
But,
I mean, I
yeah.
don't. I guess maybe where we're headed is inevitable. I think it's being
Mm.
done rather inartfully or unarticulately
I
by
agree.
our current president. And I mean, we're going to learn a lot. We're going to learn a lot about ourselves. The whole, not getting the flat screen TVs, and we are
Mhm.
going to learn a lot about our relationships with each other.
What
With
relationships?
family.
We
Well, that's
atomize
the
like a
thing.
mug.
That's the thing too. I think we're going to have to start becoming compounds again.
Mm.
I think we're going to have to
Mhm.
start
Mhm.
becoming complex compounds instead of these discretely existing atoms. I think people are going to have to hunker down with each other a little bit and share a little bit more with each other and reconfigure some of their dietary consumption. There in some ways I see some potential good from it, from the standpoint of it will cause us all to some degree to reevaluate the merits of our relationships
I
and
agree.
what we own and what we buy or don't buy, what we get excited about. Um, if there is some possibility in this, maybe of reform between black men and black women, if for no other reason but sheer survival.
Necessity.
Yeah,
Yeah, necessity.
yeah, there is some possibility of that. Look, if we're reducing government and all that, then you're not going to be able to afford to send police on DV calls, for example.
Uh-oh.
So maybe over the long term, there's some good to be done for it, but certainly the
In the interim,
aggressiveness
ugh.
by which Trump is proceeding and the lack of preparation internally is going to be tumultuous for
I
us
agree
all.
with that.
Yeah.
I agree with that. Like I said, if there's a plan that we don't know about, and obviously we don't have a choice but to let it play out. That's not our choice. Okay, cool. What is my trade for this? Not as expensive as it can be, PlayStation or Xbox. Like, what's the trade off for that, right? And if I still don't get the cooperative woman, and if I still don't
Maybe
get the
the
unionized
trade-off
job,
is that is y'all we go back hooping in the park again.
yeah,
And maybe the
yeah,
women come out there and
okay,
watch us hoop like we used to
yeah,
do,
I'll be down for that.
when we was kids growing up. Maybe that's the trade-off. Maybe
I'm
instead of
a,
she got to do Ruth Chris, we picnic in the park while we watch people play soccer.
Black Uru. These modern chicks would rather goddamn shave their head bald.
Well, I mean, it depends. When the options are no longer there to do shit. Females, mammalian females are very survivalistic, and I
Mm.
don't put much cotton in a whole lot of that uppity talk when shit really gets cut to the quick. I don't put that much stock in it.
I'll say this, Buckaroo. I don't. I respect you as an elder, so I will not disagree that most of them will get their mind right. What I will say is more of them would rather be under the bridge than I think you think.
Well, here's the problem with being under the bridge. It's going to be
Mhm.
dangerous as hell under that bridge.
True.
And so
True.
if you want to be continually SA'd
Mm.
and
Yeah,
starving
yeah,
and
true.
beaten and brutalized and having your whatever little property you have taken from you, and there are no police that are going to give a damn about what's happening, then go and get up under
Hmm.
that bridge.
Yeah.
But if some halfway decent guy who can scrape together some shit, and he with some other brothers, and they can kind of scrape together some stuff
Yeah,
and
yeah, yeah.
keep folks warm, and people are eating regular. Now I'm being somewhat stark in that
Hmm.
description, but just to
No, it's
sort of
needed.
emphasize a point,
Hmm. Hmm.
I mean, I don't see the majority of them just choosing to stay under that bridge.
No, I agree with that. I don't think it's going to be the majority. I think it's going to be more than what you may think, though. But,
Well, yeah,
but
no,
you had,
in the beginning,
go ahead.
it is going to be some stubborn. See, like what happened in most cases with things, you are going to have some stubborn folks who are going to have to
Hmm.
die or starve to death or get SA'd or a whole lot of other
Hmm.
terrible things
Hmm. Hmm.
before other women say, "Oh shit, this is real.
It's real.
Let
Yep.
me go, let
Yep.
me go get with short, frumpy, uh Henry,
Yep.
because he is pretty good. He's got some hands and
Mhm.
he is pretty good with that gun and he, I mean, I just think there is the potential of things going in a direction in which there is more authentic relationships and more authentic valuation of relationships. That is a potential, but yeah, it is going to be very painful,
There,
especially for
there's
the
something you said right there, Black. More authentic valuation of relationship.
yeah.
That one right there. See, you could throw away stability with this BS financialized environment that we have, right? You could throw away stability, but what you just said, right? When you have to reevaluate serious relationships and serious people, right, who have connections in their community or who are good people and other people respect them, when you have to consider that and you can't just throw it away frivolously, that's different calculus. That's a different
Yeah.
calculus.
Yeah,
You know.
and you're gonna learn just how you're gonna learn how sober the minds are of people, especially of the women, since we talk about that.
Hmm.
Because a lot of times women say stuff that you know uh they just they're being egotistical, or they
Yep.
kind of doing they little covering shit with other women. But a lot of times those women are much more canny about what's real than they might publicly say. You know, That
Mhm.
well, yeah, shit. I mean, I saw Shaniqua. She on the streets and she don't know how she gonna eat. Well, I don't shit. I don't like Sam that much, but he all right. And, I mean, I do see that some of that's gonna happen, and they're not
Hmm.
because they're not gonna be able to do this thing where this white man is gonna rescue them. Ain't no white man coming to rescue these hoes.
Nah,
That's for damn
nah,
sure.
nah.
Ain't no fantasy of that. That's gonna go away real quick in
Yeah.
in the years to come if this thing goes the way it's likely to go.
No, I think you're right. I think what we're. I think Yanis Varoufakis. I'm gonna have to go through one of his interviews where he actually speaks about the book because his techno feudalism, and I think that's a great potential. And you see other people speaking about how we're living through hyper normalization, which is a term coined by a Russian, well, somebody from the Soviet Union, better yet, author that was saying that it was hyper normal. So all the lies that the Soviet Union, the government of the Soviet Union was telling, all the crazy stuff, they just had to go along with it, even though they know it was crap. And it just became hyper normal. The BS just became hyper normal, and that in the US we might be living through that right now. We're living through it right now, right? So the new normal that I think may happen, I don't know how many of us are psychologically ready for that. I think in these spaces, because we're being informed,
Well, I don't
it
think
gives us
any
a
of us
jump on it.
are
But
ready
yeah,
for it. I don't think
yeah,
any of us are ready for those moments where suddenly we just can't get shit we used to casually get. you know,
yeah,
you
yeah.
how you get prepared for that is the shit actually happens. The credit card actually
And you don't got no
declines,
choice.
or
Yeah,
Yeah,
or the you get the NSF. Not sufficient funds,
yeah.
and you're like, oh shit, this shit it really is real now.
It's called a depression. Yeah, that happens.
exactly.
Yeah.
yeah.
Then
Yeah.
shit
They
start
keep
getting
on
real
saying
basic. Yeah.
recession, BGS. They know
No,
nobody's saying depression. They're just saying
no.
Well, no,
recession.
there was a mention at some point. There was a reference to a depression. That's
No,
what Shaq
they
said.
avoided it.
Yeah.
That could have happened if, a shot. That's how come Obama got the Nobel Peace Prize. He avoided that by
Mm,
negotiating with the banks to stay solvent and not break up the global banking system. He kept it intact, so that's why he got
mm,
the Nobel Peace Prize. Because you would have had a collapse. Yeah. So
mm.
people don't really realize that, but the word that's going around now that happened in the '70s called stagflation. Okay, because what you have is
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I've heard that. Yeah.
stagnant wages and inflation at the same time. So, and we see eggs going up to the price where it's wherever the price is, right? That's not
Mhm.
a recession. That's stagflation. But they keep waffling between inflation and recession, so that you don't really know what it is. Because basically stagflation is austerity, and there's something that
Mhm. Mhm.
something Swiker was just talking about maybe 3 days ago about looking at your bond market, especially with what's going on now with Trump. I understand why he's doing it, okay? And Trump's a gambler, and he's rolling the dice, and hopefully we don't crap out. It's
Shake 'em up, shake 'em up, shake 'em up,
it is
shake
what it
'em.
is. But he didn't cause it. But the thing is, he's trying to gamble his way out of it. So
Mm,
um, hopefully we don't get the snake eyes or something like that. I don't think he'll go that far, but I could be wrong.
mm.
Yeah, I mean, it could be a tactic to
It is.
negotiation
It
tactic. I
is. That's
mean,
what
it
it
could be
is.
that. Yeah.
Oh,
He's threatening to turn over the table. But no one should I say this? Okay, it's better to do it this way than what the Biden administration was planning to do the other way, which is with military.
yeah,
So
yeah,
this is
yeah,
this
yeah.
is this is the fallback position.
But okay, so domestically, BGS,
Mm-hmm.
what do I get for not getting my goddamn 70-inch screen TV for $500?
You
What
get
am
to
I
eat.
getting other than that?
You get to eat.
But I don't get to eat high off the hog anymore.
Hmm.
I gotta eat the
Here's
guts
another
now.
thing you get. Here's another
No.
thing you get to do too, and this is
Go
something
ahead.
that I'm sure BGS and I can relate to. You get to learn how to extend the life on that that video game you already got.
Yeah.
So that was something that we learned how to do.
Yeah.
Not so
You know,
frivolously throw it away
we
and
learn how
discard
to
it.
replace bulbs and TVs and
Yep,
stuff like
yep,
that.
yep.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
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 You get to
So,
eat. There's plenty
the
of
rise
food.
of the repair shop. You heard it here
that's
first.
how we learn how to change
Yeah.
alternators and shit in our cars and stuff like that back
Oh
then.
yeah.
So,
Yeah. Yeah.
you know, I mean, some of, in addition to the struggle, some of that is the development of auxiliary skill sets
Mm-hmm.
to extend the life of things and to minimize, you know, where everyone so casually either replaces things or call in repair people. You know, some of that shit y'all gonna have to learn how to do yourself.
Yeah. I mean, this
I agree.
what we're in
I
right
agree.
now has been coming for 30 years, and people have been complaining about us going this road for over 30 years, and we're here. So, you know, and so on both
You
sides,
heard
you
it
know.
here first. BGS
But,
said we're here now.
oh, I told you that. What did I tell you right after the election about
Oh yeah, we're
2025?
here now.
I
Yeah,
told you
yeah.
buckle up because just like I told you about the election in 2024, you'll never see another one like it.
Look, I just want my 75-inch flat
Get
screen
it,
TV
get it now,
for
get it now.
Right,
for
right, right.
$250. That's what I want.
Get it now. If
You
you
might not be
can
able to get it now.
get it now. Yeah, wait, what I'm
Once
saying,
these trade talks really take effect, shit, you know, it may be that stagflation might
that's
kick
true,
in
but
real quick.
we get it now before the tariffs, before the while the stocks are
Yeah.
still
Really
at
start bite.
yeah, because they've already got the supplies in. So better get it now before the supplies start to dwindle.
I'm not an Apple head, but I want my iPhone for $1,500. I want my flat screen TV
1,500.
for
Wow, that's cheap.
yeah,
That's expensive.
yeah, right.
1,500 bucks for an iPhone.
1,600 bucks for my iPhone. I want my
Mm-hmm.
flat screen 70-inch TV for $500, and I want to be able to finance my lifted F-150 for 84 months.
84
Can I
months.
still
Wow.
do that?
Yeah.
BGS, these niggas is really
Hey,
financing
hey,
these
hey,
cars for 84 months. They really are.
Remember back in the day when 48 months was a stretch?
Right, that's what I'm saying. You want to be in debt for 7 years? That is incredible.
That's
Yeah,
like going
Yeah, because
bankrupt, man.
I remember the standard, you know, it's like 3 years.
I mean, if you
4
got to pay,
years
no.
was goodness.
if you got to pay a note for 7 years, you might as well file for bankruptcy because you be out of
Listen,
bankruptcy before
we
you
are
finish
in
paying on
the
them.
era where all the people that bought a new or used car over the past 5 years tell Z he lying. There's contracts for y'all now. Believe me, 84 months,
Yeah,
72 months. I'm not
that's
joking.
like a slave contract, man.
Yeah,
It's like indentured servitude.
that's when you know you're in stagflation, right? Because
Yeah,
they do that. They do that is because people don't have money to pay for it. So the only way
exactly.
you won't keep the
But
system
think about the
going is by doing
long-term
that.
implications of that. If the car
Mhm.
business is issuing or is selling cars that are being issued at 7 and 8 year car loans, what's the turnover rate on selling new cars in the future?
Yeah, that's true.
Well, so that is. I remember Tone saying this maybe 2 or 3 years ago.
Don't.
You might live in a world where people with money are gonna buy the cars new, but even with that, they're not just gonna walk up to the lot. It's gonna be a special order type of situation.
Your Uber can tell you because Uber's an expert at this, right? Your economic system cannot handle that. Okay, it's going to
No,
collapse.
Mhm.
Yeah,
no, it can't.
you can't. Not with
I mean,
240 million
definitely
people.
the car industry itself is not set up
So, no,
for people to have 7 to 8 year notes.
nope.
Hey,
When you look at the rate and the number of cars that are sold, there's no way it could manage that with the majority of people
No,
do
no,
those kinds of deals. It
no,
can't
not the
work.
no.
and recall too, I remember hearing something about this debate about whether the mortgages could be extended to maybe 40 years. Oh yeah, these people, yeah, they know we don't got it. They know we don't got it. They definitely millennials. We definitely don't got it.
Yeah, see,
Gen Z ain't gonna have it neither.
that's like a damn fire sale scenario. That's where everybody trying to get off the ship before it sinks.
we probably get a reset by the time you get to Gen A. They
Yeah.
get to be
Okay.
like adults.
That's
Yeah,
what
because
It's,
I
it's
don't see
gonna
how
it's,
this is going.
that's the only
it's
way
gonna get
that
reset.
that's gonna make sense.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it might if things don't go, if the gamma goes awry, you're gonna get a reset sooner than that. Gen Z will see the reset.
Yeah. Yeah,
It's
because
not gonna be
Which
if
pretty.
Trump is not able to bluff these people with these tariffs, then and there's actually sort of like a planned and effective rebuttal, then yeah, that just accelerates, everything.
But
Yeah.
basically, what's gonna happen? You'll know within, I say, a month or so if Xi and Trump get together and have a conversation, because Trump and Putin has already had the conversation. Now Xi and Trump have to have that conversation. How are we gonna handle this? And
like
that's when you know, because if not that, I mean, as far as as far as us catching them, that's over. Okay, you're not gonna do it. Okay, I mean, I was just. I mean, we just I just looked at the numbers for STEM, right? Okay, half the people that get STEM degrees uh, in this country don't are not citizens. That's half, okay? And
Well,
most of
that's
those cats go back home. You don't have enough people
yeah.
that's
that are
cooking.
here to actually start up a whole STEM plant, right? In fact, I think I was going to do a video on this, man. 60 years of feminism, and this is what you got, right? Because what you did, you took money out of the boys' hands, right? And your girls didn't step up and become innovators in STEM and engineering and stuff like that, right? So guess what
They went
happened?
into the soft sciences.
Went to the soft sciences and stuff like that. So guess what happened to the people that would normally have innovated and kept actually advanced your society?
We playing video games.
Well, they never got trained. Okay, they never got trained. They're working at instead of working at Intel or IBM or
Hmm.
wherever they're supposed to work. Right, they're working at McDonald's. They're working at Starbucks. They're
Yeah.
working.
Or there's that
They're in the
10
Amazon
million,
warehouse. Yeah.
or there's that 10 million at working age that ain't doing nothing at all,
Yeah.
ain't employed at
Yep.
all.
If Schweiker did say that they have to motivate 7 million young boys,
Men.
young men
Yep.
to
Yep.
actually get out there and
Yep.
participate, man. And that's really all that crap about the incels and incel violence, all that crap has nothing to do with it, man. How do you get these boys motivated to go back and do what they did, what they used to do? Uh,
Put the
without
vagina back on the table.
it's not. It has nothing. I wish it was vagina. It has nothing to do with vagina. Zero. It has nothing to do with
Promise them a
vagina.
Mustang. A
No, no.
Mustang and an F-150 at the
Give
end of the term.
give them a fair shot when they go to school. Okay, that's all they want. Give me a fair shot. Stop. You
Putting
can't
the thumb
have
on the scales for the girls.
you can't have you can't have 101 1,000 avenues for girls to go through and get their shot, and these girls for girls and give one for the boys. It doesn't work that way.
Mm. Yeah, I agree.
Men know, boys and men know when they're not being treated fairly.
True.
Yeah.
If you don't mind, BGS, read this for me because it's funny. And thank you for the super chat, Leon.
I'm not ready to eat chitlins again. What aboutism? You too? No.
What about you? I know he's trying to say. What about you?
I've never eaten chitlins in my life. Okay. One time. Okay. Well, I didn't even eat them then.
Stock up on those pinto beans and
Yep.
those northern
Your
beans
canned ravioli and
Yeah.
your canned.
lentil beans and
Yep.
a lot of protein, a lot of nutrients
Yep.
in those beans
And
that
get
you
you
can,
11 herbs and spices to go along with it. Yeah.
yeah,
Oh
and
man.
some cornbread.
Some cornbread. Yeah.
You
Yeah.
know? I mean, that's how black folks survived for a long time, and I mean, I wouldn't eat too much of the pork. I might use it for some
Guy Cognito, man,
flavor, some
the link is in the chat, guy. You don't have to sit up there
No,
and snipe.
he probably already So, no, he was trying to come at Black Guru earlier, and
Was you up
I
here?
get it, frustrated. No, I'm saying he already he put a comment earlier where he
He
fell
don't.
back. He
Well,
fell
you know
asleep.
what? If I thought Guy Cognito actually knew shit, I would take him seriously. But I know he
oh,
doesn't.
damn.
Oh, God. And
But
God
yeah,
Cognito says,
it's,
and thank
it's
you for.
like
Oh God.
like
The
I
only
was.
that's why I get frustrated. You guys keep sniping. Y'all don't even know shit. Okay, we have called this everything that Trump is doing wrong. We called a year ago. Everything he's doing, he called a year ago. We try to explain why he's doing it, but the thing is, I don't care. I wanted Biden. Okay, Biden tried to start 3 nuclear wars while he was the president. Are you okay with that? Or would you
Yeah, I mean,
rather
and
Trump do it
then
this
putting
way? This way, you would rather him try to say Kamala Harris and the cohorts try to attack China by militarily. Which way do you want it? It's going to be one way or the other because it's the fallback. You don't realize that because otherwise, if you had to do it the otherwise to stop the contain China, you have to do it instead of financially, you have to do it militarily. Which way you want it?
Well, remember what Scott Ritter said way back in the day? He was like, "Pick your city." Well,
Yes.
pick your city. Which one of your cities you want gone? Because they gone.
Yeah. So I knew they were going to have to do it this way. Is because when Hicks, before even Trump, before he actually got confirmed, said, okay, your fleet will last 72 hours against China. So I knew they weren't going to do it militarily. So this is your fallback. You don't like it, but then at this point you don't have a choice because of 30 years of mismanagement. Republicans and Democrats. Why do you think your congressmen people are not saying anything? How come they're not on the floor saying stuff? If it was so egregious what he's doing, how come they're not on the floor? Have you seen what's her name, the Nurse Ratchet on the floor screaming about tariffs and stuff like that?
Oh, you mean what's her name out of Texas?
Favorite hairpiece.
Yes.
God damn, her face is right there too. I can't even get it up. Yeah. But yeah,
Yeah.
I know what
Yeah.
you're talking about. Yeah, we're out of Texas. Yeah.
There's a reason.
Nobody's really in Congress is really touching the trade.
The only people who are talking about it are 2 people, and they're both Republicans. That's Rand Paul and that's David Schweiker. Ain't nobody touching it. Ain't nobody talking about it, okay? Nobody's talking about it. They're all talking about performative stuff. Oh, he's got a chainsaw, okay? Oh, he called Chinese people peasants.
Jasmine Crockett.
Jasmine Crockett, yeah, Nurse Ratchet, yeah. I'm looking for her to do to actually get and have like 30 minutes of congressional time. Explain exactly what does she actually really do? What kind of programs, what kind of bills does she actually try to put forth? Anybody know?
She is there to be the other side of Marjorie Taylor Greene. That's what they hyping her up as on the left, air quotes on the left. So she's the other side of Marjorie Taylor Greene.
So in other words, so basically, she's the cheerleader on the other side of the sideline. That's what she is.
That's what I'm saying. Let me read the comment. And Guy Incognito said, this is why BGS responded the way he did for those of you that's listening but can't look at the screen, calling out Trump-ish in the Black Manosphere Fund. And he put that early, too. He put that before I even started streaming.
Yeah, and in other words,
and thank you for the super chat.
How come Guy Incognito didn't call out the ish under Biden?
I don't know if he was subscribed to me back then, but yeah, no, you're right.
He was. He had to be because Trump ain't been in office that long. What you talking about?
Well, here's the thing. Kamala had an opportunity to explain what she was going to do about these economic issues.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, do we recall any significant overtures in that direction? In fact, she ran away from anything. Well, the only thing I recall, she was going to give people money to buy homes. I mean, what was her economic policy, Guy Cognito? What was Kamala going to do about the $38 trillion?
Other than say she had plans. Remember her saying she had plans?
She's got plans.
Secret plans.
That was the only thing.
Else can know about.
I mean, why do you? The thing is, people like Guy Incognito, why you hang around this stuff if you're not going to learn? You're not going to learn. Why are you here? There's plenty of places that specialize in left wing and right wing talk. Pick one of those channels. Why you come over here with that stuff? Okay. It's why you come to our channels because there's plenty of places in America that don't talk about this stuff. Why you come over here? So I'm curious about.
I think he rocks with me on this channel because I'm probably more
now he comes to my
on the
channel
left
too.
than Oh, okay. Then I was about to say,
The
because
same
you know,
dumb
other
shit.
spaces lean a little bit more to the right in the Black Manosphere. So you know, I'll rock with
Man,
the guy
I
kind of,
think
but he
here's the
will go
thing.
off in the comments though. He
do
will go off.
not have me go in on you. Can I cuss? Is this or this?
No, you good.
Okay.
Like, BTS, you good.
Okay. Do not have me go in on you motherfucking lazy ass so-called leftists, because you're not fucking leftists, okay? Not even fucking progressives. I ain't heard nobody bring out real progressives, and I can list. I can go right down the list. Okay, none of y'all bring them on. Y'all don't mention them. You guys, intersectional feminism, like what's his name, the Touré show. That's just your leftists, dumbass.
Don't put Tory over here, BTS.
Y'all wouldn't even know about
Don't
Wolf.
put Tory over here.
Y'all wouldn't know about Wolf and Hudson unless I introduced them in here. These are
Nah, I
leftists.
know about Wolf. Stop it.
When?
Not
Since
know you
when?
ain't talking about me. I've been talking about Richard Wolf. I came in the door talking about Richard Wolf. And I talked about Richard Wolf before. I talked about Richard Wolf. I talked about Richard Reeves. Well, he not left.
No.
Remember I came in the door speaking about this.
There's no way you can become part of the Brookings Institute and be called a lefty, okay?
Well, that's true.
Oh, unless Brookings has changed. I mean,
no, they haven't. No, they haven't.
Have they changed their stance?
No, not really.
Saint Cyr says swear tax has been paid for by now.
You know what? I might go on a jihad, man. Just start pulling out all my lefty stuff, you know, from Pacifica and all these kind of people, man, and just start putting them up, and so you lefties know what fucking lefties are, okay?
There's not many of us in the Black Manosphere like that, so I don't know. You might be knocking the dust off of that for no reason.
I mean, I'm subscribed to Pros in Politics, man, in their book channel. Are you? Okay. Well, yeah. Woo, what's that?
And Inspired Truth says, finally live, Mr. Z and chat capital contribution. And thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. But give me a second. BGS, let me play this and let me know what you think about it on the other side. Here we go.
Treasury Secretary himself, Scott Bessent. This was pretty entertaining to listen to. He went on with Tucker Carlson. Take a listen.
What we are doing, on one side, the president is reordering trade. On the other side, we are shedding excess labor in the federal government and bringing down federal borrowings. And then on the other side, that will give us the labor that we need for the new manufacturing, and we're going to re-lever the private sector. So the private sector, in essence, has been in recession during the Biden years. And this is an opportunity to right-size the federal government and unleash the private sector again.
So what he's talked about is how these federal government workers who were laid off, you know, the people who were like researching cancer or whatever, they can now go to work in the new factories that are being brought online, which again, very reminiscent of the efforts to,
Cultural Revolution.
Cultural Revolution, put the intellectuals and the scientists to the re-education camps, sent them into the factory. Of course, to your point, there's no actual investment in creating those factories, so the factories aren't actually going to come. It's just going to mean we're going to have less cancer research and people will be poor. So.
Yeah, it is funny. Although if you read the three-body problem, you do know there are, of course, benefits. As somebody who wants aliens revealed to be to the United States, that was the only benefit of the Cultural Revolution from that book. Sorry, I guess I just spoiled it, but whatever.
Yeah, it's still worth reading.
It's been out since 2006. They made a Netflix document or a Netflix thing about it. Get them at this point. You know, I can't get it anymore. But you should read the book. Yeah, it's amazing. And again, you know, even almost to defend Mao and all these people, they even had a program at least to facilitate that. They had the Red Army, you know, whatever it was called, the Red Guards and others to facilitate, you know, the movement of these mass intellectuals and state capacity, etc. And they had quotas and they had a system. It didn't always work, obviously. You had to come up with the fake things. I do recommend, if anybody ever wants to, you should read Ezra Vogel has a biography of Deng Xiaoping. And Deng specifically was purged and was one of these people who was purged and actually sent to go work in a factory. And his period during the Cultural Revolution and the Great Leap Forward is absolutely fascinating to actually go and to study. It eventually informed the modern Chinese model of where we are today. So yes, if we would like to repeat the mistakes of China, I guess we can. You know, maybe our Deng is somewhere out there. He's a fired NIH worker who will be stitching, screwing the tiny little screws.
Yeah, the little screws into the iPhone.
15 years from now, he will come and save us, or she. So.
Well, he's going to be replaced by robots. So anyway,
that's right.
Also
maybe,
according to Letnick.
Maybe we need an AI Deng Xiaoping. Honestly, we could do worse than AI Deng Xiaoping.
Listen, I'm coming around to the view that maybe we do need to just accept our fate with the AI overlords, because the current human model is not going also all that great in my personal estimation. But
I mean, look,
people
for
have believe in humanity. It's a joke.
I believe in humanity. I believe in democracy, but you can't help but look at the Chinese model and be like, this is obviously better. Like, it's obviously working better than what we have right here. I'm not saying it would work here. Obviously, wouldn't. We don't have 1 billion Han Chinese, 75 or what more, 80 years of PSYOP population to believe in all this. We're not ethnically the same. Yes, we don't have a 10,000 year history or whatever, or 2,000 year history of civilization and all that said, you can clearly see that there are major advantages to this like well executed authoritarian model, and that when we're going up against them with a lot of the weaknesses that we have as a result of like degenerate capitalism, that we really are like the caricature in some ways of what they think of us and how they justify their authoritarianism over their population. If you look at many of the results, our own consumer results, our entertainment results, what Americans spend to choose to do their time, obesity, like the constant chase of dopamine hits, like that is what this country is ultimately all about. I was really thinking about that with cars. Like, what distinguishes the American car? Jeeps, which are pieces of shit with coolers and heated seats that are gigantic, that break down every 2 to 3 years.
They're big and comfy.
So, yeah, they're big, they're comfy, they have all these dumbass features, tailgating seats, right, that they charge you $75,000, and somebody who makes 60 grand a year is like, yeah, let me get a 25% APR on that, and I'll pay the monthly at a bare minimum rate for the next 420 months. I'm not even making this shit up. This is reality. This is literally what it looks like. Or, you could have something different, but.
Well, I will steal Ryan's point. He's like, listen, one of the reasons I love this country is like our rights, like the freedom of speech. And increasingly, like, you can't feel comfortable to speak out on some key issues, like, for example, Israel-Palestine, and think that right is still intact. So if we're going to not even have that, like, what are we doing here? What are we getting out of this arrangement at this point?
Hey, if you like that video, hit the like.
What do you think about the degenerate capitalism?
Okay, the thing is, they're one of what I was saying about limousine lefties.
Yep.
Those are them.
Yeah.
Those are them. Okay. Did they come up with an alternative plan?
No.
No.
Did they?
And as what you heard, what Crystal said at the end, what's the arrangement? If essentially if we're not getting our cheap goods and the prices of things are going to go up,
right? Yeah.
What's the arrangement then? What's the social contract?
I should tell the fucking limousine lefties back in 1992 before NAFTA became a thing. Okay. That you actually exporting your depression. You should go into a recession or depression, and all the goods wages should be lowered, okay, to a certain level, instead of shipping that stuff out to China at 1/10 of the wages, and then
she did say something
back.
Like that.
Yeah,
she did say something like that, which is you're importing your deflation.
Yeah, that's what you did. For the last 35 years, you did it. It's not new.
Yeah,
okay, signed on by your so-called lefty Bill Clinton, right? Did anybody correct this?
Nope.
No.
Over 35 years, okay. They probably were kids when this stuff happened, okay.
Yeah, but Crystal is about 2-3 years older than me.
When you use like a government worker like the NIH, okay, they're freaking PhD doctors. They can go into the medical field and get a job, okay. They don't have to work for the government.
Yeah, Crystal Ball's a millennial, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, she is.
So in other words, basically, so the NIH lost their grants researching cancer. Okay, so what? You got how many universities can use these people? They can get a job any place on the planet. I'm not worried about them. Okay, am I worried about the temporary postal worker that loses his job that made a decent wage that doesn't have a degree? Yeah, I'm more worried about him.
He definitely can afford the $500 flat screen TV now. I'm just using this as a theme tonight. BGS, it's just a joke tonight.
Why am I worried about? Why I'm worried about a medical researcher, the NIH, with a PhD and 20 years under his belt, that really, if you really wanted to, he can go out and get a grant, okay, at some university. Because I know 4 or 5 people with grants researching cancer, okay. So, woe is me. The NIH people are gonna lose their jobs. So what? Okay, I'm not worried about them. Those are the elite that you're talking about. Those are not the commoners. Okay, that's why I call limousine liberals. Okay, first thing you mentioned is the elite lefties. They sip chai tea and drive their BMWs.
I got limousine liberals
anyway.
I got limousine liberals trying to fight me on. We don't need to deport gang members. They're not all gang members. I'm like, okay.
We don't need to deport them. Basically, nobody said. But you know what? My thing is, I know Donald Trump is doing a lot of this stuff for show. Okay,
Yeah.
Uh, the biggest thing that nobody's talking about is they made IRS turn over their records to ICE. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
for illegal for immigrants that are not here legally.
Ooh.
And next is Social Security. Okay, if they start doing that, ICE will know where they all are, and they can't work.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's it's over after that. Yeah.
They will self deport, which is something I agree with. Okay, I don't mind my thing during the election. I don't care if they come here. The thing is, I don't want to pay. I don't want them to be on Medicare
Exactly.
and welfare.
Yeah. I don't want
If they're
them
going
to
to be here to
right.
work, okay, and they're going to contribute, and you want them here, fine. I ain't got no problem with it. Okay,
That's what.
as long as they're contributing. But I don't want to pay $2,000 a month or $2,500 a month for an immigrant. That's coming
Yeah.
out of
Yeah.
my taxes.
I'm gonna say the quiet part out loud.
Hmm.
I don't have a problem with illegal immigrants that come here and get it out the mud. I have a problem with the ones that are coming here getting on welfare and
Yes.
and sucking up all the benefits.
And then they have to go begging to house these people. Okay.
Yes.
On top of that,
But does that work? So what benefit is it for the U.S. government to have them here if they're not actually contributing?
Oh, come on, Mr. Z. You've been around here long enough. You already know the answer. What
I
is
know.
it? No, go ahead and speak it.
Population.
No. What is it?
Oh,
You need
if they're not,
what young workers called demography, right? Okay.
yeah. Well,
And
yeah,
they think if you give them a foothold and bring them here, eventually once they get a foothold and start working, you can work them into the system
yeah.
yeah,
over time. Which is if you're going to do that, you're going to let the American public know what the plan is and how and is there going to be a sunset to you doing this kind of crap? Then I don't have a
Wait
problem
a
with it.
minute. You said let the American people know.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, nah. We
Yeah,
can't
they
do
ain't going to.
I mean,
No.
the first time. I mean, people used to say, why are these people fresh off the boat showing up with debit cards and
Hmm. Hmm.
EBT cards and getting groceries and nobody had an answer. Okay, and then it took the black manosphere, it took me to say, hey, look what Swigers talk about taxpayers, okay, and demography, okay, 1+1 = 2. That's why they're here. But then the thing is, they start lying about it, and once you start saying it, guess what? Oh, this old Negro, him Uru and B just done figured it out. So we might
yeah.
as well go ahead and spill the beans
I
because
was at
nobody was talking about it before us. Go ahead. That's why they don't
I
like
was at
us.
work, and
Mm.
during my lunch break, I was sitting with the social worker and about four other ladies, and the social worker was pretty frustrated. She's like, "I'm trying to understand like why these people aren't getting approved for assistance so we can get them their medications or whatever." I said, "What's
Mm-hmm.
up?" She's like, they don't have papers. They're like, and she's like, some people get approved and some people don't. I said, the women get approved, and she looked at me and she's like, yeah. And I was like, the guys don't get approved, and she's like, yeah. Usually the guys don't get approved. And I was like, the women can have babies,
Yes.
and I just looked at her, and the room got quiet. It was funny.
Let me.
The thing is, it's funny when you start. That's why when you go black pill, you start realizing everything. Okay, it is what it is. Okay, I know why they're doing this.
Mm-hmm.
Instead, oh, that's not right. That's not fair. Fair ain't got nothing to do with it.
Oh.
Let me read this real quick, and then AB, you got it. And Vince says they finna be home with their moms and dads, if any. And that's when I was like, ladies, what are y'all gonna do when you don't have hyper consumerism, when you can't aspire for that Louis Vuitton bag or that baby Benz or whatever? What happens when there's no more retail therapy? What happens then?
The
Well, how do you have to reevaluate your life?
the brothels are open. Just you have to lower your price. That's all.
Pretty much.
I was really talking about everyday women, but you saying that makes it even funnier. Oh, that makes it even funnier.
I wasn't talking to the hoes. I was talking to everyday women.
I know. That's why I said it make it even funnier. Hey, I mean, if you had a BS job,
Hmm.
if the goal in life was to find, okay, and I was saying this earlier, you sacrificed the man, you sacrificed family, you sacrificed nuclear family and stability, chasing after luxury goods, and the environment is changing under your feet, and you're hearing, and the reason why I cover Sagar, is because Sagar's friends with JD Vance. So essentially, what they're telling you is that yeah, your life isn't going to be defined by flat screen TVs for $500 and MacBooks anymore. So now what? No more consumerism, or at least consumerism will not be the American dream.
Yeah.
Now
Well,
what?
yeah. Well, it's called level setting. Okay. It's called Do I Eat Today?
Mm-hmm.
It's not good enough, BGS. I
You know.
want the Louis bag and the YSL bag
Okay.
and
Okay.
the red bottoms and the what else?
You know what? Here's a brick. Go get your bag. Okay.
Hey, it might,
Throw it through the
yeah, it
window.
might get
Go
to the
grab
Throw
it.
it through the
point.
window. Get that
You,
bag right there. Go ahead, baby.
you might look at a chick and give her a mayo sandwich and she might be happy.
Wait, say that again. I missed that. Say it again. I was reading this
You might
comment.
look at a chick and give her a
Mhm.
mayo sandwich and she might be happy.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, is the mayo sandwich really mayo? Or is it something else?
you know, where these
Does it
people
matter?
crashing out. I'm ready.
Oh shit!
I'm ready to go back and do
Go-
the election again and give them exactly what they asked for. Okay, here, take her and Kamala, and keep running
Ah.
down this road. Okay, keep it up. You see what you get.
What you say?
Hey,
Let me take
Telescope says when red bottoms at the Dollar Tree.
Hey, you know what? You know what? Make your own. Buy some regular shoes and get some glue on. Get some, what is it? What are the glue on plastic paper?
Hey,
Okay,
there's enough
No,
YouTube
trim it
videos.
up.
just put the red paint. Just step in red paint.
No,
Just
no,
step
no,
in
no,
red
no,
paint.
no. They actually, because my grandson actually bought some. Right, you want to put it on the
Uh-huh.
bottom of his boots. Right, they have this plastic stick on stuff that mimics red bottoms, so you can actually go in and make your own. Okay.
Hmm.
Ah,
There's more than enough
oh my
YouTube
God!
videos.
You can make your own
They
red
can do it.
bottoms.
There's more than
Telescope
enough YouTube
said
videos.
wearing red bottoms at Dollar Tree. Jesus Christ! Oh, so you wearing
I,
$1,200 shoes at a dollar store? Jesus.
If you can find a dollar store, man, this things are closest like
Good
clockwork.
point. Yeah, yeah, that's a good point, AB. That's a good point. That's a good point.
All the
Jada,
family dollars I
um,
used to go to are gone.
and let me read this real quick, and then you got it. And then Jada says, they will survive, Mr. Z. They are strong, educated, independent, and don't need no man. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
yeah. Well, they're gonna have to not need no man because ain't no man coming for them now.
Hmm.
Yeah, this environment
I
changing,
just
bro.
saw a
Mm-hmm.
TikTok video of a chick. It may have been a skit, but of a chick bitching because her man trying to cook them food on the grill because their lights are out, and she's bitching about it.
First of all, he got a grill, and I love if it's charcoal. I love charcoal grilled food. I love grilled food. It's actually not good for you in the long run, but charcoal grilled food, oh, beautiful.
Yeah, you
Seasoned
Haitian.
right,
You're
oh,
Haitian, of course. You
I
would.
really would,
Mm-hmm.
man.
Mm-hmm.
Bro, that's weakness,
It's
man.
in the blood.
If it
Put a little wood in
Mr.
there.
Z got this good on him now, but I know my metabolism is like supremely way faster than it should be because the way I eat, I should be a bowling ball. I should be a goddamn bowling ball the way
A
I
roly
eat and with
poly,
the
huh?
shit I eat.
Should be a roly
Thank
poly, huh?
Yeah, I really
Popeye.
should.
Popeye says, "Thank God for Mr. Z."
Love that chicken
Man,
and pot pies.
I'm telling you, I don't eat that as often as I would have if I didn't care about my health.
Mhm.
But if it wasn't for the health, oh man, yeah, I'll be eating Popeyes like every
Oh,
other day.
well, how about the fish sandwich? They say Popeyes has now.
It's alright.
It's all right. Okay.
It's alright. It's not bad. It's not bad. It's alright. It's alright. It's okay. It's okay. I've had better, but I've never been like a seafood at fast food restaurants type of person. So I'm judging on curb. Don't take my word for it, BGS. Try it yourself. Yeah, don't take my word.
Okay. All right.
It's alright.
Okay.
Yeah,
All
It's
right.
all right.
yeah, yeah. Because I like seafood homemade for real, right? So yeah, and I've never been a fish sandwich person like that either.
Mm-hmm.
So I've had it. So, but yeah, don't take it from me. Yeah, yeah, don't take it. I'm a bad judge of fish sandwiches from fast food places. That's not. And Guy Incognito says, and thank you for the super chat. He says, Uru is wrong. Chaos and turmoil shows you a person's real character. You will see who they really are when get tough. When
Are
times
you
get tough.
limousine? Are you limousine lefties and intersectional feminists? Yeah, we'll see.
I don't think Gagkai knows the intersectional feminist. Maybe Limousine Lefty, but I don't think there's a separation there. Not all of us is rocking with the purple hair feminists and then
I don't know.
all that.
I don't know.
Well, look, when the Nazis were in France,
Mhm.
you had a lot of French women doing some scandalous shit with the
Oh,
Nazis.
oh
right?
yeah, they did.
Yeah.
Oh
But
yeah,
when
they
the
did.
Nazis got driven up out of there, those bitches had to readjust with the French.
They had to take that year of their head being shaven. Yeah.
Yeah, but
Mhm.
they eventually readjust. So women are gonna do what the fuck the environment tells them to do.
Mm-hmm.
I
Yeah.
agree.
So
Bottom line.
I did a whole video on that
So
today.
so I mean I think you guys read a little bit too much in the way these women be carrying on. They all a pimp hand away from getting put in line. Most of
Oh
them.
yeah, yeah, they are.
Seriously.
Yeah, they
Yep.
skip a couple of meals. Yeah,
Yeah,
Mhm.
skip a couple of
yeah.
Mm.
minutes and
And a
catch a
little
couple
pimp
of
in.
hands.
Mm-hmm.
You be shocked.
You see, hey, I want y'all to see what happened. Black Girl said what he said. BGS tried to clean it up, and Black Girl was like, "No, I did it the way I meant it."
Well, no, look, in a tighter environment, the hands are gonna come.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah,
They're gonna
I
come.
think so. I think
Yeah.
I
so.
agree.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
so. I agree. Yeah. Yeah. Hey, bro. I hope y'all know how to duck. Hope y'all ladies know how to duck and dodge and weave. Hopefully, for your sake. And let me play this one. This one is less than 2 minutes. Here you go.
For example, we also have a new MAGA version of the World Economic Forum. Let's put this up there on the screen. I genuinely love this one. You do not need the new iPad. You do not need the new cell phone. You do not need the new video game console. You want them. There's a big difference. If you look at the people whining about tariffs, I challenge you to ask how their lives have been affected in any way. In other words, you will live in a pod and you will eat bugs.
You will eat the bugs, and you will love it.
I feel complicated, right? Because I kind of agree with him. I mean, is your life all that materially better because of the new iPad, the new cell phone, the new video game console, all of the new products, electronic products that we've been able to purchase since the Great Recession? I don't think so. I think we're a much poorer country, actually. But, as we always say, if that's the only social contract that's on the table and you're going to screw with that, that's a big problem, unless you're offering something very, very different. I mean, really, I think a good middle ground or whatever for America would say, yeah, you can still have your iPad. We're going to try and build it here. Here are all the steps that we're going to be able to do. It's a win-win. You can still have your consumerism. We can still have it made here. On the cell phone point, I mean, what do we really want? I want competition. I want to see something interesting and something new. That's part of the thing that's exciting about BYD is finally you're like, at least it's different. I haven't seen a different, new, novel thing prop up technology-wise other than AI since the invention of the iPhone. That's it. And even with the AI thing, it's now all commoditized basically across the spectrum, and it all seems to be going the same way of monopolization and of being rolled up. That's a great thing about America, about entrepreneurship. But we don't see a lot of that. And I don't know, just looking at this, I just know in my bones, I did my whole rant about degenerate capitalism, but like that's who we are right now. And it takes a literal cultural revolution to be able to move away from it. It took us 75 years to get here. It'll probably take us, I would say, 50 to get out. You got to start small, and you got to give people buy-in. Otherwise, this will be an aberration. My current prediction is that America will be the most neoliberal country on earth in 2029. Like in 2029, after Donald Trump is gone, we will be like the Gen Z is going to be the most neo-libbed, Milton Friedman out
That is
generation.
so possible.
I'm telling you, I can see it coming from a mile away.
I mean,
Yeah.
I think I can't remember who it was that made.
What the hell are they?
Do you agree with that?
What the hell are
Do
they
you
talking
agree with
about?
that? I don't. But so what he's saying is,
Trump is not
Go ahead.
neoliberal. Okay.
No, that's not what he's saying. That's not what he's saying. He's saying if this doesn't turn out, the way, if this doesn't continue after Trump, that the snapback will go to extreme neoliberal. Like Gen Z gonna take it off the edge of the cliff. I think that at least that's what I'm interpreting him saying.
If he goes off the cliff, you're gonna go what? Well,
Yeah.
do you think populism is bad now? If this goes off the cliff, it's gonna go all the way back to the 30s.
Mm.
What are you talking about? Neoliberalism. Neoliberalism is something that comes out of comfort.
And why would you say Gen Z will be
Yeah, I
the most
mean, it also
neolib
comes
people?
out of unfettered worldwide domination. And
Yes.
especially got
Yeah.
ramped up when the Soviet Union fell. Neoliberalism was largely a product of, especially
There was
in
no
the
more
push of it,
competition.
was largely a product of the fall of the Soviet Union. So
Yeah.
no, that's not gonna. You're not gonna have the material to do neoliberalism.
No,
Right.
No, you don't. You don't. That head start that we had to be neoliberal is
Yeah.
dead. Okay,
That's over. Yeah.
it's over. One, there's a couple of things. One, you exported all your manufacturing,
Mm-hmm.
because you're not the manufacturing giant as you used to be, and two, you didn't train your
Yeah.
people.
Yeah, you don't
Okay.
have the
Okay.
technological R&D advantages. You don't have any of that. Yeah.
Let me find because I was just looking. I'm actually going to do a video on this tomorrow, but we can play it here. Uh, Inside China, but he just talked about this, man. I, you know what? Yeah, never mind. Because I am so done with not only people here on YouTube, but the pundits that think they know something, man. It's gonna go back to where you sit your silly behinds down, okay?
That's not what you wanted to say. Say
Sit your
it. Say it the way you meant it.
sit your silly behinds down, y'all. I mean, you guys sit up there and you got your degrees and you well studied, probably went to Ivy League school, and you don't know anything. Okay, good lord. Go ahead and read that your super chat. So
No, you read it, BGS. You think you will like
I
it.
truly envy the boomers. Y'all had access to cheap Chinese goods. So did you. For 150 years, houses cost a nickel. When was that? McDonald's was free on Tuesday, and y'all had high-speed internet. No, we didn't. What's left for
No,
Gen
they didn't.
Z in,
High
in,
speed
in,
internet didn't come to
in
He's
fucking
being
trade
funny.
wars and
He's being
Arby's?
funny.
Yeah.
He's being funny. That's why I want to be.
You,
That's why
you
I
got
wanted BGS or Black Wood to read it.
yeah. Y'all grew up with high-speed internet, man. Hell, we had to wait for dial-up.
BGS, when did you start using the internet back in the early 90s?
No, when I first got my first modem, okay, it was 88. Well,
Damn.
yeah, 88. Yeah, 88.
You came for almost 40 years.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but look, I don't care what you and Black Guru say. Y'all can't convince me y'all wasn't getting McDonald's for free on Tuesdays, though.
Let me
I don't care
explain.
what y'all say. Y'all was
Hold on.
definitely getting
Man,
McDonald's for free on Tuesdays.
Let
free
me
on
tell you,
Tuesday. When was that?
for all of our childhood, McDonald's was damn near a
It
delicacy.
was a delicacy. It
Right?
was, yeah.
The McDonald's wasn't something you just ate every day.
No, it
Not
wasn't.
when I
Look,
was a kid.
look, and y'all got houses for a nickel in the handshake. I don't care what y'all say. That one I believe for a motherfucker. I don't care what y'all say. Y'all got houses, but houses now cost houses. You got to give your goddamn heart for a house right now.
Well,
Okay,
and I explained. No, that's we had this debate with.
I don't care what you say, BGS. Y'all got a
Okay.
handshake and a nickel.
Hold on.
Go
Okay,
ahead,
okay,
BGS.
all
Go
right,
ahead.
all right, all right, all right. That don't go
No,
ahead.
I'm
Let
joking,
him
but go ahead.
talk.
No,
Let him
go ahead.
talk.
Go ahead.
Let him
No, go
talk.
ahead.
Okay. The
I'm,
thing is, what have you guys done about it?
we ain't pushing no boomers off the edge of a cliff. That's what we ain't
You
doing.
can do even at
That's
that.
the
That's
last
not
thing off the I'm
that's not going to
joking.
do anything. Okay.
No, I really won't. Because the house is just going to tell y'all kids anyway. Goddamn.
Really the only like was it 40% of millennials, Gen Z millennials wouldn't be housed if it wasn't for boomers?
I think that's true. I don't know if it's 40, but no, I think that's true. I think it's a significant amount. I would even doubt 40, but yeah, no, I think it's true. Because we don't
Gen
got
Z
it.
not
We
even
don't.
trying to look.
Yeah, they not. They even worse than us. I get it. I
Yeah.
get it.
Basically, the thing is that I could play fear porn 24/7. Y'all really don't know how bad things are, man.
I'm speaking my language, actually.
Huh? Yeah, well, some
I say you
people.
speaking my. What else? Look, to all Gen Z, eat all they cereal, poop and don't flush the toilet.
Hmm.
Um, don't do that. Y'all gonna get kicked out. Do not
I,
listen to Z. Do not listen to Z. Y'all will get kicked
I
out.
mean, the 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 price of education. Okay,
Yeah, no,
I
it's
was
stupid.
the
Yeah.
same guy I sent you the link to, right? He had another
No, I
video
watched it.
that
I watched it.
he
Yeah.
said most even at top notch high profile schools, them kids don't know how to read a whole book.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, that came out a couple months ago. Yeah. Yep. There was a study that no, not a study. There was a survey at one of these schools at an Ivy League, and
Yes,
most of those kids hadn't read.
at a whole book.
Had they not? Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah,
Yep.
hadn't read a whole book. What I'm saying, the bar for any basically, and this is something Swiker was saying, especially when you drive out on immigrants, right? You have a deficit of 7 million job positions. Okay, there are jobs there.
Uh,
Mm-hmm.
Most of the time, you don't want to get off the couch and train for it. But if you want to pull, you can pull. If you want to pull this up, you can.
okay, give me a
It's up to
second.
you.
I got
I don't know how
you.
reckless you are.
Man, we reckless. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. No, we reckless. Screw it. Miss Z already fell asleep anyway. Ain't no point.
It's in
Nah,
your juicy
even if I
spot,
go in
man.
there right now.
It's
No,
in
I
your
got it.
juicy
I got
spot.
it.
You see an extra
Okay.
BTS. Okay.
Yeah.
Can y'all see it?
Yeah.
Yes.
Good morning. STEM is
Put it at
science,
1.25
technology,
speed, BTS.
engineering, and math.
Okay.
And this table is the number of STEM grads by country in the year 2020. 820,000 graduates
Oh,
from
that's
STEM
good.
programs in the United States, which is misleading, and we'll get back to why in a minute. China, India, Russia, Indonesia, Brazil, Iran are BRICS countries, the emerging economic and trading bloc of natural resources economies that mine everything and that build everything. This chart shows the percentage of college graduates from STEM fields, same year, 2020. 41% of China's graduates are in STEM, Russia at 37%, and so on. The US is at 20%. Those are the numbers. Other countries graduate many more engineers and scientists than Western countries do, and students in those countries study engineering and the hard sciences at much higher rates. In other words, every year the pipeline for top engineering talent grows everywhere but at home. This analysis comes from the Semiconductor Industry Association, and this forecast in particular is not hard to make. The size of the semiconductor industry in the United States today is 345,000. That's how many people work designing and building semiconductors now. The industry will need 460,000 engineers and technicians by 2030, and there won't be nearly that many. We'll be short at least 27,000 engineers. The association sees a shortage of 12,300 master's degree level scientists and engineers and over 5,000 PhDs. Those are scientists who need to be in university right now and who are not. 2030 is 5 years away, so engineers who will be completing graduate school level work need to be in class today somewhere, but they're not. And the comparatively small number of US grads are going to be in high demand by all industries, and the semiconductor industry is just one of them. We have engineering talent shortages everywhere. Clean energy, petroleum engineering also, medicine, biotech, AI, telecom, aerospace, manufacturing. The shortage of skilled STEM workers is a problem for the whole economy, not just in computer chips. Economy-wide, across all computer science industries, the shortage is 1.4 million people. Back to why this chart is much worse than it appears. These are graduates of American universities, but many of them are not Americans. Over half the master's level graduates in engineering are foreigners. For PhDs, it's 60%. 80% of the foreign master's degree engineers and a quarter of the doctorates leave after graduation. That's a total of 16,000 master's and doctorate level engineers leaving the United States every year. The semiconductor chip companies have plans to take these billions of dollars the federal government is handing out to build plants. But nobody in the industry believes that there will be the people available to work in them. $39 billion is being used to build new semiconductor plants or expand old ones, and companies are lining up for the money and pledging to spend another $210 billion more. But the labor market is tight right now. They can't find the workers for the plants they have today. Too few students know about the industry at all, so they're not signing up for university classes. Then again, the problem that a lot of the ones that are in our universities are going back to their home countries as soon as they get their diplomas. In China, these shortages for top engineering talent are much more manageable because there's just a lot more of them and a lot more on the way. This is an astounding data point that 44% of China's engineers are under the age of 30 compared to 1/5 in the United States. So compensation packages for Chinese
Pause right there.
scientists
Pause right
and
there,
engineers
BGS. Pause
is
right there.
1/8.
What? Go back 20 seconds. What percent are under the age of 30? What?
More of
That's
them
the
and a lot
price
more
you
on the
pay
way.
for new math.
This is an astounding data point that 44% of
There it goes.
44%.
44%.
That's the price you pay for that new math
Ugh,
bullshit.
Okay.
man.
That feminist bullshit. Instead of putting
Yes.
money into your boys, you should have done that 30 years ago. Guess what you
Mm-hmm.
did? You didn't. You put it into so women could be social scientists. Okay.
Comfortable.
Yes.
Yeah, that's the problem. That's the
And
problem.
what is it's too late now, but it is what it is.
Yeah. People gonna give
China's
them.
engineers are under the age of 30 compared to 1/5 in the United States. So compensation packages for Chinese scientists and engineers is 1/8. A company can hire 80 Chinese scientists or 10 American ones for the same money. So semiconductor companies know that the talent pools are in China right now, but they worry that they may never show up in the United States or in Europe. But they have another problem, because China is the biggest market for semiconductor chips. Most of the computer chips in the world are built here, and most of them are used here. Intel is an American company and has 12,000 employees in China, and China is 27% of Intel's revenue. Intel has announced plans to expand their chip packaging and testing facility in Chengdu, spending $300 million. And $300 million goes a lot farther in Chengdu than in Chicago, and they can hire 8 times as many people. Intel has equity stakes in 43 Chinese companies. ASML is a Dutch company with China sales of over $10 billion. China is 36% of their sales, and they're building a new maintenance facility in Beijing. These are cold realities that semiconductor companies are happy to claim billions of dollars in federal money to lay concrete in Arizona and in a few other places, while they're telling themselves that nobody has a clue who's going to be working there. But it's free federal money, so what's not to like? Then they make pledges to put in another 10 billion or another 100 billion years down the road. Meanwhile, down the road from here, right now, they are building and hiring, having no problem staffing out their engineering teams in their biggest customer market. Here is another cold reality. The United States at 820,000 STEM graduates. If we back out the ones who are going to the airport the day after graduation, the US number is closer to 500,000. Russia is ahead of us. And that puts this into better perspective. There are roughly 8 times as many Chinese engineers and scientists graduating every year compared to American ones. We need to stop being dismissive of the BRICS countries, and right now. These are the countries that run massive trade surpluses in energy and raw materials and food and manufactured products. They send us products and we send them money. Those are the countries that mine everything. Those are the countries that farm everything. Those are the countries that make everything. And those are the countries where their kids are learning how to make everything. This is Lanxi Jinhua in Zhejiang. Be good.
There you have it.
Challenge. Anyway, whew. Yeah, that 44. That's why I had you bring that back. The 44% of STEM is under the age of 30.
I'm already buckled up. This is going to be a rocky road.
It is what it is. Yeah, the ride gets bumpy from here, and it's just getting started. Just getting started. So get ready for all you women that think your social science degrees and psychology and sociology and whatever else you graduated in and whatever social studies you actually graduated in. Good luck. Okay.
BJS, when you think of a group of people that are there's not a word to describe. I don't think there's a word in the English language to describe how willfully ignorant they are at about anything serious. Like I know women personally that would run from this information like it's the plague. They don't want to know. They don't know. They don't want to know at all whatsoever. So this gonna hit them like a ton of bricks. They're gonna run right into this. So
fuck them.
Yep.
Yeah.
Fuck them.
Too late now. It doesn't matter.
I say this online all the time. People think I'm joking, but playtime's over. It's going to get ugly.
Yeah, it's already ugly. It's going to get ugly.
When you're informed, you can move different. You can plan different. You can buffer yourself if you have enough lead time. These people don't even care to have enough lead. They don't care. They just I don't know. Yeah. I'm thinking about a couple of people I know personally. I think that's why I saw so frustrated. But yeah, so they just see it as depressing information.
The white man, the white man's gonna figure out the way to figure it out.
Yeah, that's it. Okay. And even if that white man did, it's for him and his.
The white man's gonna figure out a way to fix this thing.
No, but even if that was true, Black Root, that's for him and his though.
But the white man has always taken care in the mind of someone, especially someone under the age of 70, maybe older, maybe younger. The white man has always figured out a way for them women.
Yeah,
he figured out welfare. He figured out double minority. He figured out how I was going to go to school. He gave me student loans. He gave me Pell Grants.
The Zaddy will make a way.
The white man always gave me a good government job. The white man always figured out a way. All I had to do is what the white man told me to do, and he was going to figure out a way to make it work for him.
So the white man will find a way.
That's behind that hiding from this truth. Yeah. Behind that hiding from this truth is that sentiment that the white man is going to figure out a way for me to be okay.
I think if you, but because they don't even. I wanted to say if your history starts at 1492, then maybe, but I don't even think they go that far. So let's say if your history starts over the past 50, 60 years, then yeah, I could see how you're that ignorant. Yeah. If that's as much as you know, if you even know that much. Yeah, I could see that.
Yeah, that's why I get tired of talking about it.
If you're 50 and under, when did
You went
I was
out
just
on
saying,
Black
if
Room.
you're 50 and under, when did the white man system not find a way for a black woman to get on?
Mm.
You hear me?
No, you're good.
You
Yeah,
hear
we
me?
can hear you. No, you're
Mm.
right. No, you're good.
Mm.
Yeah, you might be coming in a little delayed, but we can hear you. Yeah, that's a.
Oh,
I
yeah.
hear
I
you.
mean,
I hear you.
when did
BGS. What you
look
got to
at
say to
all
that?
the myriad programming? When did they not?
Yeah,
Go
they
ahead, Black
ran
Room. We can hear you.
they ran the credit card. Yeah,
Yeah,
Yeah. Yeah.
they ran up the
Yeah.
credit card.
yeah. Let me.
Yeah. Well,
They're gonna fuck around and find out that Zay don't love him.
no. See,
They're
I gotta pause you right there. And wait, before you even, I'm not gonna let you get there before me, BGS. I ain't gonna let it happen.
Mm-hmm.
They already fucked around. They find it out now. AB. They ain't no more fucking around. This is find out era.
What did they say over the last week? Sit your black ass down.
Guys down. Hey,
Mm.
hey.
I gotta
I'm
go.
so glad I found that video. That shit was hysterical.
Hey, I got my own versions of those videos. Just sit your black ass down.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
No, they already found out. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Or in the process of finding out, it's an ugly find out though.
That's why I laughed at those limousine lefties. Oh, it's gonna change in 2029. We're gonna go back to neoliberalism. What do you think?
But what's that? But kids, that bullshit. Bullshit.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I had it. I think I deleted it. I had what you're saying. No, I have it. Here you go.
Yeah.
A bullshit?
Yep.
A bullshit? A bullshit. A bullshit.
There you go.
We're better when we bought iPads and iPhones and stuff like that. Oh my God, what are we gonna do without an iPhone and an iPad?
Yeah, look, I don't need boomers mocking us because we don't know how to live in a world without the goddamn iPhone and the goddamn MacBook.
Hey, BGS, buy a Samsung package that's just as good.
That basically basically start buying dumb phones again.
Don't look. We don't make us choose between the phone and food because you'll be surprised how many people be like, I could starve. I'll starve.
I want to see how long it lasts though.
Everything's gonna try to eat the phone.
No, they'll sell it. They're trying to sell that phone on the market.
It's as good as iPhone anyway if we know how to work with it.
No, it doesn't matter what it costs just as much. They're the same thing. Okay. You know, one thing.
The status and
yeah.
the blue bubble.
All over the country, there are parks and tennis courts and basketball courts and soccer fields and football fields totally unused. Totally unused.
What language is Black Uru speaking right now? I'm joking with you, Black Uru, but I'm saying though.
I was over to my old neighborhood, recently. I grew up across the street from a park. I went over in the park. We used to spend all our time in the park. We had a basketball court, we had a quarter-mile track, we had a soccer field. We were constantly in the park. I mean, we didn't need, $500 or $1,000 game systems or whatever. Whoever amongst the 10 of us had a softball, whoever amongst the 10 of us had a bat, whoever amongst the 10 of us had a basketball, that was it.
I didn't know that Black Uru knew how to speak Hebrew or Russian because I don't know what language he's speaking right now.
It's hieroglyphic.
It's not American. You're not speaking American.
It's Negroglyphics.
Apparently. But no, I mean that what you're saying, I think that is gonna have to happen. That is not even have to happen. It's going to happen.
Yeah.
There's still gonna be people that buy these things. Like, let's not to be hyperbolic. That's still gonna happen. But who's going to be able to access that? I think that's gonna change. I don't think there's really a choice in the matter.
And I promise you, some of those ungrateful women that y'all be bitching about, some of them gonna put together some picnic baskets and go over there and watch y'all hoop. I promise you.
Cause they ain't got nothing to do. Yeah.
I promise you.
I think you're right.
Where's BGS video? They ain't got nowhere else to go.
Once they can no longer sign on
once
they can no longer sign on to TikTok and shit like that, they are gonna put together some sandwiches and go watch y'all hoop.
Shout out to Dr. Thunder Sandwich Gang, but yeah, no, I think so. I think so.
Right,
I don't know if they're gonna bring us sandwiches though. That you might be being a little too nice. They might come and
bring y'all some
watch us
sandwiches and some cherry Kool-Aid.
Heavily sugared, heavily dyed Kool-Aid. Diabetes in a cup. That's what it'll bring.
Basically.
With red flavor, not even red flavoring, red coloring.
Yeah, well,
Oh, man.
before Robert F. Kennedy gets a hold of it. Yeah,
Oh,
Oh
man.
yeah, that's true.
yeah.
Yeah.
No, for real, for
Red
real.
dye number 2 be gone.
Red.
That's true.
You know
Got
what?
to make
I
some
don't know.
some real fruit drinks at that point.
Yeah.
I don't
Use
know
some real
how
orange
much I
squeezins.
don't know how much I have a problem with him. I
If
don't know how much I have a problem with his health, with the health thing.
because he's a standard lefty, and the lefties are going against him, which makes no sense, right?
hmm
Yeah, they're going against
Wait,
him because
wait, wait.
he's a part of the Trump administration. That's
I
what it
mean,
is.
I mean, when I was a lefty, right? The NIH was the devil. Now the NIH is actually the hero. When
They're
did that
going
happen?
against him because he's a political traitor. And
Yeah.
not
Yes,
only
exactly.
because of him being a liberal, but in particular because of his family's legacy.
Yes.
So they hate him probably more even than they hate Trump.
Yes.
Let me
Yeah,
read this real quick.
he's a traitor. Yeah.
Yeah.
Passport OG says, gonna be broken off nails in that tuna salad. Hysterical.
Exactly.
For real. For real. But hey, you know they know how to cook. They don't know how to cook. Their mama ain't know how to cook. So they definitely can't put together tuna, which is the easiest thing to do.
Let me tell you.
Yeah.
Them chicks gonna be getting together talking that talk, and then one of them gonna say, "Child, you know they over there in the park playing ball."
Mm-hmm. You better go go get yourself a husband.
This.
I'm saying.
Well, you can't
Yeah,
look, when you can no longer pretend in this social media that you're gonna get you a William Cartwright and all that kind of bullshit, when
Mm-hmm.
all that stuff goes away and evaporate, stuff gonna
Yep.
get real at that point. The
Yep.
decision is gonna get real.
I
Yep.
think you're right. I think you're right. That's going that behavioral modification environment.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's what the question is, ladies. Why does it have to be that? Why do you have to be damn near starving to get your mind right? Alexa, play Jeezy, get your mind right, please.
Nature of the beast.
Gotta be stuck.
Well, look, if you can't train it right on the front end, then you got to put some pain to them on the back end.
Yep.
That's funny. Oh, there's a pun in there. And it still fits. And that's funny too.
Any of us like me and BGS who got daughters, we know how that is.
Yes, we do.
Whatever you don't address, whatever you can't address on the front end,
Yeah,
it
get on the
gets
back
tough
end.
and painful for them on the back end.
On the back end, yes, it does.
Mm-hmm.
That's how life is, right? You don't want to. What it you get it easy or get it nice and rough, right?
And Detroit says, because this is funny, and talking about back ends. Detroit says, shout out Kamala ass kissing a fun and Biden disaster World War III fun tax. That's what BGS is saying. That's what it would have been if Biden actually did win. We know he was going to lose by like 400 electoral college points.
We almost let a fucking zombie lead us into World War
I mean,
III.
for real.
That's crazy. That is crazy.
And they're still crying for people like that zombie to come back and lead us into World War III. That's
because they don't know, man. They don't know. They believe the propaganda. We don't care. Just give me my iPhone and let us use it until we crash into the wall.
This is the whole reason for the stream. Thank you, BJ. You just wrapped it. Okay, fine. You can take my iPhone, but what am I getting other than the iPhone? It's the question.
Yeah.
This is the American question right now.
Neo went from eating fake steaks to real gruel.
Yeah.
Good, yeah.
They getting that gruel that they gave Neo when he finally came out of the Matrix. That's what they getting, that gruel. That's what we all gonna be getting. We got to learn how, and just like in the Matrix, where the guy was saying, hey, there's certain kind of ways you can dress up this gruel. You got to learn how to dress up that gruel, that porridge. That's what you got to do. You have to learn how
shout out to Oliver
that
Twist.
That oatmeal and that whatever those pinto beans or whatever, you're gonna have to learn how to turn those into some specialty items.
Anything other than Roman noodles, anything, please, for the love of God, God, please.
Don't hate on my
Not
Roman
Roman
noodles.
noodles. That
You
look,
you
Roman
you can
noodles
you
is
can do
is
a
the
lot of
one
good
food I
stuff.
can't do. I can't.
You can
That's the
do a
one thing for
lot
me.
of you can do a lot of good stuff to dress up some ramen
Oh,
noodles.
ramen
Yes.
noodles, yeah.
Oh
Look,
yeah. Oh
Throw
yeah.
egg in
look,
there,
man.
I
you
You
love
can
this
throw a little
ramen.
fish
Yeah,
oil in there and
yeah,
some
you
little spices. You can dress up
look.
some ramen noodles.
oh yeah, you can.
Everybody has a line. Everybody has a line where they're like,
Yeah,
okay, you
yeah,
know what?
yeah,
Go ahead and take me
yeah.
out. I can't do that one.
Uh, it-
That's
it-
for me.
it-
That's the line. That's the line
it-
right
Let me
there.
tell you,
it-
2 years
it-
from now, you and Mrs. Z, y'all Friday night meal will be ramen.
yeah.
Look,
A little,
everybody has a line.
a little sesame oil and fry up your
Look,
ramen noodles,
Look,
and yeah,
my,
you can do some things with some
you get
ramen.
some damage.
I,
Yeah.
I was I was speaking to one of my coworkers, and he was like, for him, it's spam. One of my other coworkers was like, it's Vienna sausage. For me, it's Roman noodles. Look, Roman. If we got to go down the road eating Roman, because Mr. Z ate that before. There was a time when we were struggling in the Z house. Look, look. Y'all go ahead and take me out. If we got to eat Roman noodles, y'all go ahead and just make it clean and painless. Okay, y'all go ahead and take me out because I can't do
But
it. Roman
just
noodles, that's
go
just
ahead
too
and
much of a struggle
blindfold
right
you.
there.
Go ahead and blindfold you so you can't see when it's
Thank
coming.
you.
Put
Yeah,
some
bro, look, just
put
make
some
it
ranch,
clean. Just yeah.
put some ranch and hot sauce in that motherfucker. Oof.
Yeah.
Look, I
Get
can't.
like
The
a good
Roman
get like
noodles, that's my line right there. There's a lot of I could eat. I was like, bro, Vienna sausage, that ain't nothing. Spam, I'll eat that. Look, I'll do that. The canned ravioli, I'll do that. All that I can do. All the cheap, the inexpensive stuff. All the
But
tuna, I can do that. But
t-
Roman
t-
noodles, no, bro, that's my line.
take the ramen noodles, boil them, then fry them up with some spam. Man, you eat all day long. Yeah.
I've had it a million different ways. No, this is my line, BGS. Like this is my
This
line. Okay,
jailbird food,
yo,
man.
look, y'all go ahead and just take me out. Hit me with a car, electrocute me. I don't know what you gotta do. Whoever got the extra bullet, y'all go ahead and take me out. That's it. That's Roman news.
But
I
Listen,
to be
can't do.
honest with
listen,
you,
Z, and
part of the reason why. Oh, go ahead, Leon.
Go ahead, Leon,
within that
and then Black
time,
Girl guy.
people are gonna be using Kool-Aid packets for cake.
hmm
Like how they
What?
talking
Wait, what did you say? They're gonna be using Kool-Aid to make cake? How's that even possible?
Kool-Aid packets.
Oh
Mix
yeah,
it in and get some flavor.
Uh,
yeah.
oh, okay. Wow. Yeah, look, I could deal with that. Just the Roman. It's so. I know it's all psychological. I know. I'm. But it's something about Roman noodles that's like, oh man, we here now. Oh no, I can't do that. No, I
Uh,
can't do this.
I know. Yeah, they had nothing to do with the taste. Yeah, we here now.
I can't. Look, I
What
can't. Look,
you say the ramen noodles represent utter defeat? Is that what it is?
that's the bottom. That's the to
Hey,
me.
hey,
That's
hey,
the absolute
hey, hey,
bottom.
finish him.
That's real. That's what it is. That's what it is. Look, I could do like I said, I could do the canned food, I could do tuna, I could the Vienna sausage, spam, what other stuff? The quarter juice in the little barrel looking thing, right? I could do all of the stuff that we ate as kids and it was signs that you ain't have nothing, but you ate it anyway. But the Roman noodles, oh man, no. I don't know, it's just me. I know.
You a little bougie, aren't you?
I know. Look, I'll take that. I'll take that because it's something psychological with Z. Everybody has their thing. This is the thing for Z.
Well,
Roman
the
noodles.
good thing
Jesus
about
Christ.
the food shortages will be
Mhm.
that it'll give a lot of fat women a chance to lose weight.
Well,
Yeah.
did y'all see that video of that pro-lifer that got popped in the face?
Yeah.
No, I didn't see it. I didn't see it. I didn't see it.
She
See, wait. See, when you say popped in the face, you mean popped in which way?
she was talking to a radical big back feminist in the she was trying to talk some sense to her, and she wasn't being mean or really anything, but
Mm.
she was just spitting back what the big back was showing her, and she got mad and popped her in the face.
Mm.
It's on Twitter. I can't think of that chick's name.
Well,
Maybe
you know
PBS knows
when them big backs, you know, they get a little riled up.
big back black feminist.
What? The
Big back
fact that we
and black.
use this
Because
term now, they should have
a
never
lot, a
gave you
lot of
Negroes English.
a
Go
lot
ahead, go
of
ahead,
these
Black Girl.
a lot of these black women, they be wanting to throw hands on the other black women that be falling off script. That's one
Oh,
of the reasons.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
one of the
black
reasons
women.
why
That's
you have a lot of black women that's scared
hold on.
to
Wait a minute.
talk
Black,
up.
to that point, they said these black feminist heifers say shit to black women. I would never, as a black
Yeah,
minister, brother, I would never allow on my panel. I would
yeah,
never allow a dude to say some of the shit they say to other black women. I would
yeah.
never allow it. It's ugly. They say
How
stuff. I
how else
hope
do you
you get
keep them in
raped.
line?
Mm-mm. I hope you get raped. You know, I hope somebody hits you with a car. I mean, it's bad. It's ugly.
I don't know about that, but I definitely have heard sovereign women say certain things, and I'm like, bruh, like, and the way she talk, I'm talking about her talking to about other women,
Yes.
right? Like, y'all over here having these men's baby and dying on the birthing table, and all. I'm like, bro, who says that? Who says that? Like, bro, wait a
I'm
minute.
about to leave it
What
a
type
minute
of scare
because
tactics?
our already started.
I put the link to the incident in the back chat.
Okay, give me a second. Let me see. So, BJS, do you mind bringing that up?
Okay.
Yeah, we'll play it once you see somebody get punched in the face. And Big Mo says, while we're waiting for that, Big Mo says, and thank you for the super chat. Female STEM trained professionals also get pregnant and tend to part go to part time or quit. That creates shortage for doctors and other professions. Better yet. Oh, so they're doing that even at that high level. So what was the point? If you went to school, especially if you
It's
have an advanced degree,
status,
no, I
sir.
agree. I agree.
Status. That's all it is. Status. You know how women are. You work with them, man.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I don't want to incriminate myself, but
Interviews
yeah,
today.
yeah.
Such a good vibe. Should we kill the kids in foster care?
Why not?
Better,
Yes.
Why
Yes.
not? If that's the case,
we should kill the kids in foster care that aren't wanted.
who's going to take care of them? I need to know the percentage of people who take children from foster care and abuse them and molest them, who make them like personal slaves.
We should just kill them.
Statistics before you come to me talking about pro-life.
We should kill the victims of molestation.
I think, what does this have to do with molestation?
You just mentioned people
What I'm
molesting
saying
children. We
is,
should
in
kill the kids in
general,
foster care is what you said.
What I'm saying is in general, overall. If I don't want to have a baby, I should have the choice to.
Just don't have
the
sex
baby or
then.
not. Even as teens, people explore. And it's like, as funny as you want to be, people should still have the choice. I think that you just don't understand the magnitude of having a child.
I'm not the one who admitted they would be okay with killing babies in foster care and killing children that have been abused.
That's not the point. What I'm saying.
That's really.
channel?
Yeah, we're doing some interviews today. Such a
Yeah, well, you pushed her, so.
Now
And
that's
look,
an example though of why you do have some black women who are afraid to speak up.
yes.
That's an example. That's
Yeah.
an undercurrent
Yes.
of of what
And
goes on.
I can tell you, she ain't the worst of the pro-lifers. I've seen the real pro-lifers and some of the real ultra pro-lifers in real life. Them people are demons. But anyway.
Yeah, well, you better
Oh, man.
throw hands if you're gonna do it. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Cause she
No, I-
was egging her on. So hey,
She was. Well, she was being
definitely- she was
snarky and sarcastic.
definitely
yeah,
And the
and
problem
with a
is
big girl,
she
with a big girl too. On top of that,
She,
yeah.
she wasn't used to fighting, obviously, because
No.
Yeah.
What-
Yeah.
Well, you know when things are tense.
You wasn't
So
ready.
I agree.
There's
I agree.
a certain
Yeah.
energy you have when you've been
Yeah.
fighting.
Yeah, because I saw the actual video. She's like, "Oh my god, she got hit."
Yeah, no.
I like that.
No.
Like, that's probably play, sweetheart. Mm-hmm.
No, you can't be out on them streets and not be street ready.
Being street ready. I don't know if I've ever heard it like that. I'm using that, Black Girl.
Oh, it's all time.
Street
Man.
ready.
Yeah.
You can't be out in them streets and be street ready. We need to bring that back because that sounds way more official than the rest of what these
to
dudes
be
say.
honest, to be honest, she was kind of talking a lot of shit there. You know, to
Yeah.
not have no hands and you talking a lot.
Yep.
I mean,
Yep.
come on now.
Yep.
You know, you got to
What?
have some hands when you're going to be popping it like that.
Yeah, you're gonna pop off like
And it's
that. Yeah.
pretty obvious that Bertha has been through the wars. It's pretty obvious. So, you know, you got to be a little bit more savvy about that.
I haven't heard Bertha in a little while.
And she didn't stand over and gloat either. She got the hell up out of there. Said, okay, you know.
You got the hell on up out of
Well,
there, too. Yeah.
I think what needs to be emphasized is exactly what Black Guru said. This is kind of a risk you run when you're one of the more witty, quicker women, and you come across the sisters that will put hands on you, and they will put hands. Well, that's a case. That's even a case in the man world, clearly, but we know that though. That's clear. That's the cost of.
When we win in an argument with a woman, there is a possibility that she's gonna put hands on you.
She a woman,
she's gonna get emotionally
upset,
frustrated.
and she's gonna reach back and try to slap you. Yeah, she will.
Yeah, good luck. Okay.
Let's just see if your factory reset is stronger than my factory reset. That's how that works.
Hey, the thing is, I got reflex. I got athlete's reflexes. That's what they don't anticipate.
Well, you can feel if you've been out there, you can feel that energy.
I can feel the energy. Yeah. Hey, you know when you catch their wrist and they can't figure out how you did it,
right?
Oh, you thought you could swing and hit me? Okay, yeah. Okay.
You know, you see that. You see the nostrils flare up a little
Yeah.
It's coming.
And then they threaten to bite you. I said, "You bite me, I'll break your chin." Okay.
You know,
try to bite me again.
The brows curl.
I had one of those.
The brows go up a little bit on the edges. Yeah. Oh, it's coming.
No.
That PIMP hand.
No. She get her cheekbone broken. Okay. You try to hit
me. Not on loose jawline.
Yeah, baby. You try to hit me and I caught your hand, and then you're gonna try to bite me. Oh, try it again. Try to bite me again. Okay. And then they realize, tonight on. Yeah.
Try chewing on this.
Yeah.
There's a pun in there too.
Yeah. They back up in a hurry. Say, oh, he ain't with it.
Tonight on Pick Up Your Teeth from the Floor.
She did expose that old girl was just willing to kill on some kids. She was just
she did. She did.
Bertha was just let's just kill them all.
All right, you ain't. I don't have. I'm still gonna get my DICK. So.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna make them, and then I'm gonna
kill them.
Yeah.
There are a lot of kids out there. That's unfortunately what is it? What you say, BGS? That's common, unfortunately.
It's common unfortunately.
They're quiet about it.
Unfortunately, that kind of chick would have my baby just because. Well, how come you didn't do like the rest of them? But I wanted to have yours.
No, I love you though. You were special.
And so now I'm going to torture you with this child support for the next 18 years.
Your baby go cute.
You're gonna be smart.
But I know a lot of people.
You know how many times I heard that, Uru?
I know a lot of people like that, man. Unfortunately, that's more common in the black community than people think.
Oh boy! Oh, in black. Oh, that happens all the time, man. She should know better. Evidently you didn't grow up in the hood, baby.
Mm-hmm.
I thought you've been dealing with them white girls too long.
You either one of them suburban chicks or grew up around white people.
White women.
Yeah.
Oh my God! She threw hands.
Yep. Look. And you a cute little light skin. You bitch. You shut up. Better.
That's true.
On top of that,
ain't nobody they want to hit more than a light skinned bitch other than a white chick.
Yeah.
The only person they want to hit more is the white chick. But they want to tag your ass. And you witty. You being snarky and witty. Oh yeah, you was due for ass.
Oh yeah,
you was due for ass.
Also in the hood, you don't talk shit to somebody wearing glasses. Not in the hood. That's just. I mean, that's kind of a sign to get your ass.
You ask him to get them slapped off.
Get up and ask for your biscuit because you just got a 2-piece. All right.
Yeah. Hey, Piss, there's nothing the nigga want to do more than slap your glasses off.
Oh yeah, that's true.
And once you picking your glasses up off from the ground, that's nothing funnier than that.
Oh yeah, well yeah. After I whoop your ass, I'll pick them up.
Oh man, that look. You being snarky and sassy with the big back sister, and you being witty with it. Oh,
Yeah, she. If you said it once and she hit you, okay, you got caught, right? You said it like three
Yeah.
times, okay?
Yep.
You want to win that
And
argument.
here's the thing: she was being, she was kind of being a bitch
Yeah,
because
she was.
Yes.
not only
Yep.
was she
Yep.
saying slick shit, but she would say stuff, then look at the camera to
Yeah.
like just basically look at this dumb bitch, just
Yes.
kind of
Yeah.
emphasize.
Mhm.
you know, so I think part of what happened was not only what she was saying, but just her body language was so diminutive of the other woman that that's
Hmm.
what brought the line, the hyena up out of her right
Yeah.
there.
Okay.
Mhm.
Tonight on Chris Tucker's, you just got knocked the fuck out. No, I'm playing. No, she didn't. But I mean, I look. It when it's a tense situation and you don't peep like Black Rule said, if you can't be in the streets and you in the streets, you're interviewing, you're being rude and well, she wasn't being rude. You weren't necessarily being rude, but you were being insulting.
And then after
Which
she get two piece, she act like a white woman. That's the
Mhm.
funny
yeah,
part.
Yeah, she
yeah,
probably grew up in the suburbs because he sure did
that
act like
shit
a
don't
white
fly.
woman.
And
She's like, oh
street
my
rules
god.
dictate none of that shit fly. That shit don't
Mhm.
fly. Nope. Can't play victim. Can't play victim after popping shit. That's not that shit don't work in the hood. That make
Mhm.
people want to whip your ass even more when you play victim after the fact. Nope. Nope.
Yeah, you don't
And
have them
AB, if
white
you don't
best
mind
friends.
reading this super chat for me, please and thank you.
Thanks to the bricks from sorry Iran would dismantle U.S. right now because they have relationship with Russia and back up with China, but uh, Kamala Negroes would fall fall for it. Yeah.
Uh, I, mm, I
Mm,
don't know if Iran has that type of pull.
no,
I don't know if Iran has that type of pull, right?
I don't think so.
And they're not part of the BRICS official, right? I think they're part of the auxiliary. They're part of that. They're part of the plus of BRICS plus. But yeah, they're not because remember BRICS is Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, and I think Iran is like they orbit around. They're part of the plus, but yeah, they don't got that type of pull in BRICS. Not that I know of, at least. And who am I? But still, not that I know of. But them being close to Russia, and from what we understand, not having a tenuous relationship, at least in recently with Russia, that definitely is a plus on their side. Um, but remember, much of Trump's administration does have a hard on for Iran also. So yeah, don't forget about that. So yeah, yeah, and from my understanding, there are plans on dealing with it. But didn't someone meet with the administration in Iran?
Yeah.
Or am I? Yeah, yeah, okay. Yeah, I remember hearing something about that
Yeah,
recently. Yeah.
they scheduled talks, but yeah. Um, the thing is that how much involvement would China and Russia be if you just did decide to actually attack Iran? Would they let it go down like that?
No,
We
I
don't
don't
know.
think so.
Well, we don't know.
I don't think so.
You know,
Yeah.
you know,
I
because
mean, they're
that.
kind of occupied right now with Ukraine, so that would be a stretch. But I'm saying I don't think so. That's what I'll say. I don't know, but I
Who,
don't
who,
think so.
who is China occupied with? And plus, you got to remember this. Those are 90 million. That's 90 million people.
Yeah.
With
And Iran is not Iraq.
Iran is not a rocket. Iran has hypersonics.
Yeah.
And what is this? Those
The drones, the
the
Shahed drones, or
drones
whatever they
and the
call it.
drones
Yeah.
and the S4s. Okay.
Oh,
And
the S4. I thought Russia didn't
anti-aircraft.
sell them the S400.
Okay.
Oh, they did sell them the S400?
During remember when Israel was going to bomb them?
Oh, okay, yeah.
Remember
Yep,
that?
yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. For those of you that don't know, like S400 is like Russia's military defense weapon, and
Mm-hmm.
it blasts missiles out the sky. There you go. It just blasts other missiles out the sky.
Missiles and anti-aircraft and
Yeah,
aircraft.
yeah,
Yeah. So the one thing they actually shoot down what is it, F-35?
yeah. And the drones, Iran drones, what makes them well, at least innovative in that is people try to keep their drones. Iran said, "Screw that, we got kamikaze drones. We just go fly that shit into you and it's gonna blow up." And there you go.
Yeah, the drones are more like a battlefield weapon or a
Hmm.
decoys, but the real ones are the hypersonics. Nobody can stop those.
Yeah. And yeah, they are. And more enemies than friends, but yeah, and Telescope says China and India are frenemies, even though they're both in BRICS. Yeah, they more yeah, because they have a bunch of border disputes along their line. There's a bunch of border disputes
Yeah,
along that line. So and they
yeah,
beat the crap out of each other and murk each other with bats and wood with planks, well, wood with nails in them and all that other good stuff. That part.
yeah. I mean, they could bounce to the BRICS. Why did they join the BRICS in the first place?
Hmm.
Hmm. They've been trying to get India not to join the BRICS for the longest.
With the U.S.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, you have over 2 billion people that are allied to nuclear powers.
3.
Um, te- no, I'm saying well, back to back to back. Oh yeah, because Pakistan. Well, no, Pakistan's not part of it, right? Pakistan might be part of BRICS
Russia,
Plus, but oh yeah,
Russia,
they are. But they're right next to each other. Yeah, yeah,
China,
yeah. And
India.
India right
Yeah.
next to each other, and they're all nuclear powered.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's a problem. And the two largest populations on the planet,
Mm-hmm.
your second and third largest militaries.
Mm-hmm.
Well, your first largest military and then your third largest military. Um. Oh man, yeah, that's a problem. That yeah, I see why you didn't want India in there because then you have um a population. Well, you have a problem. You have a problem, and your tech
You
industries.
you don't you
You got
don't
two.
the
Go ahead.
tech industry's problem with thing is you need a buffer, okay, against
Mhm.
China. And the best buffer against China would
Japan
be
can't
India.
do it.
Come on, man. Really?
I know. Go ahead.
Taiwan would be better, but Japan. Come on, man. Japan would have to restart its um, military industry because it doesn't have one, just like
Wasn't that
Germany would.
so? From my, I don't know. I don't remember what I was watching, but that was something that was on the table
Mm-hmm.
when Obama was in office. Is that they
Mm-hmm.
actually did want Japan to restart its military industry
Yeah.
as
Yeah.
a way to contain
China.
China.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah. I don't know how that worked with Trump though. So I'm not sure how Trump.
Trump is about containment, and Trump is number one. He's a isolationist. Number one. Number two, he's America first. Number three, he's about doing containing China at a low cost. Trump's more about doing business
Mhm.
than.
Mm. The UNL BJS. Were you finished? Yellow. Can you hear me?
Oh,
Was it
I
me
hear
or?
you. I
Oh,
hear you.
okay. That
Yeah, I
was
don't know.
BGS. Okay,
Maybe BGS is sound.
drop.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm
No,
gonna read these couple
I
super
agree. I
chats.
don't think I don't think Trump's a war. Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead, Black. No, you good. You good.
Oh, you want me to read it? Okay.
No, well, you can and definitely
Thanks.
say what you were gonna say afterward.
Well, yeah, okay. Hold on. Thanks, Saint Cyr, for your super chat. They're complaining that they don't have work already, but gloat that they're educated as if that means anything. Your master in bluntology
Ontology.
won't pay the bills and innovate for society. Hashtag
Swear
swear
tax.
tax. Yeah, I don't.
Thank you for that, Saint Cyr. Thank you for that.
I don't know if you can innovate with a master's in
Ontology.
boxology.
Oh man,
I
Saint Cyr, that was funny.
you can innovate
That's a new
with
word.
that.
Put it in the book. Ontology. But what were you
Yeah.
gonna say earlier, Black Room? about
No, I think
Trump.
I was just gonna mostly confirm what I think BTS was saying. I think a bright spot that has appeared to be prevalent in Trump's political career has been he is not particularly jingoistic. He isn't really a war hawk per se. I think maybe because he is a real businessman and not someone
Hmm.
whose business is war. I think
Yes.
for much of recent American history, and some would say going back to, well, Eisenhower warned us of it
Hmm. The military
to a
industrial
large
complex.
extent. Exactly. To a large extent, we had people running this country whose business was war.
Hmm.
And so, all the policy or much of the policy was sort of centralized by that primary mode of doing business. Uh, Not that Trump won't necessarily do war business or certainly military business. I think there's going to be a dilemma with respect to how much money you put in the military while you supposedly right size the federal government overall. That's going to be very interesting to see how they manage that particular dilemma. But but I don't think in terms of we're just going to actually get into war as a primary form of business. I don't think that's going to be the
Yeah,
way
I don't. I
he
agree
does.
with you that that's not his speed. I agree with you on that. That I don't see. But now, Are you going to look into the Pentagon budget and the military budget? Right.
Well, that's where it gets real tough, and
You see.
it's going to be a lot of horse trading, and
Hmm. Hmm.
you know, it's going to be a lot of jockeying for what particular, because there's so much waste in the military budget, so much premium purchasing in the military budget that that's why this whole Doge thing. I'm like, okay, you're going through HHS and you're going through Department of Education. That ain't no real
Hmm.
money in the federal budget, man.
At all.
That ain't no real. If you got
But
rid of both of those departments, you have not done shit for the deficit. You've not done shit for reducing the cost of government. Not really. Not
here's
in
something
a
to consider, though,
material
Black
way.
Guru.
What's
Here's
that?
something to consider. Red meat for the culture war.
Yeah. Well, yeah,
Red
that
the
is that.
red
Indeed. That is
the
that.
the health service, that's COVID, and education, that's the TRANS thing y'all teaching in schools or whatever the
Mhm.
hell, non-binary, whatever the hell. So yeah, it may not be something that's really gonna help the budget, but you get to quote unquote help the budget
Well,
and definitely throw
it's
red meat
definitely
out,
political capital, and
Yes,
helps
yes.
to enable your other interests.
Yeah.
So yeah, you are paying certain political debts by going after, you know, the COVID payback, as well as the uh, you know the
Education, yeah.
manufactured gender uh,
Yes, yeah.
issues. As well as certain other educational uh, issues that things they have a problem with. So, yeah, I mean, I think I don't see a big thing going down with Iran. I don't see any real
Hmm.
motivation to muckrake with that. Obviously, those folks over there in historical Palestine will be looking to make sure they get what they think is the necessary back backing or support, you
Yeah,
know,
yeah.
uh, against any possible issues from Iran, but I think that's about as far as that'll go. I at this point I don't think it really meets anybody's interest, especially in light of the fact that now we're dealing with these trade issues. The very last thing you want to do is do a lot of saber rattling for war.
Not
I don't
right
think
now.
that meets anybody's interest right now. I think
No.
now we need to try to figure out how the money is going to flow between countries.
It Trump really did throw everything up in the air. He really is the flip over the table. It ain't
Yeah,
working for us. We flip it over the goddamn table.
yeah. I mean, and you know, his predecessors provided the backdrop, and they enabled it.
Yeah.
All of his predecessors, and at some point when there's a real historical look back at what happened, the real villain, well, amongst several villains, but the Bush Jr. presidencies,
Mm,
those, in my view, are the real villain for where we are right now. What they did in particular, those 8 years,
yeah.
uh, I think they just changed because let's recall this. When Clinton left, uh,
Surplus.
there was a budgetary surplus.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And for several years, there was a budgetary surplus. So
Yep.
what happened, the course that Bush Jr. put this country on, I mean, you have to now, we can debate the decisions that were made since, but just radically, and then, large sums of monies disappearing
Mm-hmm.
in
Trillions.
Afghanistan, and it just
Mm-hmm.
theft. I think when I look at everything that has happened the last 40 years or so, that particular period, and how we've just kind of casually not forgotten it, but it's been kind of pushed aside. I think history is going to look critically at that particular period and look critically at how it was handled, and how,
Mm-hmm.
because some of them people should be in federal prison.
I think so. I think so. I I I think when I started seeing people look a bit fondly at George W. Bush because of how they feel about Trump, then I knew that people forgot what they really felt
Mhm.
about George W. Bush. Like that
Which
that
is
let me know, like,
ironic,
yo, yeah.
because Trump got a lot of his steam off as being a critic of Bush Jr. Don't you
Yep.
remember?
Yeah.
And that's why, in particular, because the initially in 16, Bush's
It
brother
was
was
about
the
Jeb.
front runner.
Yep. It was
Yeah.
supposed to be Jeb. Yeah.
And he
Yep.
particularly attacked
And
the
he crushed
legacy
Jeb
of his
early.
brother. Yeah,
He was the
yeah, and
first one that he went
and
after.
it threw up the whole race at that point, because the
Yep.
presumption, because Jeb was almost the presumptive nominee in
Yes.
the beginning, and Trump provided a critique of what happened during his brother's presidential term. So I think it is going to be interesting, when there's a post-mortem of America. Unfortunately, maybe I shouldn't predict that, but when there is some serious critique, hopefully it won't be a terminal, post-terminal critique. When there is some serious critique of what's happened, you're gonna have to look at those 8 years. You're gonna have to look at that Bush Jr. presidency, because
No, I agree.
it was a complete and total disaster for this country.
We we had um Darth Vader in there as Dick Cheney.
Hmm.
Oh man. Yeah, that.
Yeah, yeah. We had a vice president, you know, where you elected one guy, and the other guy clearly ran the country. A
Yep.
guy who
Yep.
would never himself win a presidential election,
Ever.
and he ran the country, and ran it with impunity. Like it wasn't even like a question that he ran the country. Well, him and his booty buddy Rumsfeld, you know. So they ran the country with an iron fist, and pretty much economically ran it into the ground.
Mm. And talking about running things into the ground. And Pastor OG says Donald Trump's quote unquote explosive tariffs are now in effect, including 104% on China, the world's biggest exporter. BBC talking about British Broadcasting Network. Everyone, broadcasting company. Sorry, and buckle up, gents. Yeah, yep,
Yeah,
yep.
no, it's gonna get It's gonna get real tight, but now's a good time to start really kind of doing some cost benefit analysis on how you spending your money. It might actually be I don't want to say a good thing, but it may prove to be a productive experience from the standpoint of really kind of evaluating. And not even just how you spend your money, but just how, because your money says how you live your life, right? So how are you really living your life? Like, what's really important to you? When we joke about the games and the SUVs, and those are expressions of how you live in your life. Well, how really important and necessary is the result
You, is
of
your Earth Destroyer SUV?
yeah,
How important
I
is it?
mean, if you want to play, just like look at the environmental aspect of it, if that's important to you, which I don't think that's really important to most Americans, but maybe it should be, I don't know. But then also the accumulation of plastics from
Hmm.
everything you purchase, all the packaging, all the non-recyclable material
Yeah.
you accumulate in your commerce. I mean, I do think maybe it's a good time to start all of the plastic bags you get from the store. Maybe it's a good time to really start to consider, what's the real value add to how I'm living. And
I
I
don't know
think,
if we've
yeah.
been pressed that much as a society in a very long time.
Well, you all
And
haven't really
yeah,
ever lived like
no,
that.
no.
Because I remember, it's funny, I was talking to my uncle about this recently. I remember being in gas lines in the 70s.
Mm, okay.
So,
Hmm.
I'm not saying I went through any great struggle, particularly in comparison to them or my grandparents or whatever. I mean, you went to
Uh-huh.
a depression the Great Depression as a black person. You were doing some real hard scrambling living there.
Yep. Yep.
You were, is this dust or is this food kind of living? So,
Mm,
we ain't been close to nothing like that. But
since then.
maybe it is time for at some point everybody got to get they shot of reality, and I think maybe y'all time is a coming.
And and better you. The only reason I have you up is because I'm about to end out in a little bit. That's the only reason. But and better you says people using Affirm for Uber Eats and DoorDash. These tariffs gonna cook America. Look, and you saw they approved it. You saw they approved exactly what better you said. You
Well,
I was
but
joking
think
about
about
that
what you're
earlier.
saying.
Yeah,
Uber
go go.
Eats and DoorDash. That means
Mhm.
motherfuckers too lazy to even fucking cook some shit, man. I
True,
mean, the
but on
fact that
top of that,
Uber Eats. Go ahead.
no, but real quick, but on top of that, they're too lazy, but the thing about that is they're financing the food. So you're financing the food that you're taking out. That's the whole
Financing
Affirm.
food.
Yeah. You heard right. That's what Affirm is about. Affirm allows you to break things down into like four payments, right? So if you are Uber eating something that adds to the cost, so let's say your food was
See,
$20,
it,
then you finance it, and now you're paying a 4 month installment on Affirm plus Uber Eats. Let's say $35 worth of food.
See, it is really time for shit like that to end, though, right?
Hmm.
See, that's why when you start talking about, well, how bad the tariffs gonna be and how it's gonna impact stuff, well, if it's gonna get rid of shit like this, then there's some value add there, because that's going too far. When
Yep.
you're doing installment payments on food, man, that ain't no valid way that you should be living on food. You're doing installment payments on food.
Yep. Look at what Zoomer Doomer says. And Klarna is if I'm not mistaken, that's the finance company that's going to allow for this. And he says Klarna is going public soon on New York Stock Exchange.
You going in debt for a
Yeah.
fucking pizza or something?
I
I
mean,
mean,
for real
that's
though.
crazy,
Yes.
man.
Yes.
Now, I'm just saying, those are people who, in my view, your head is fucked up. With all due respect, your head is fucked up if you financing pizza. You can't, man. You can't get no damn. I mean, even let's say man, you can get pizza dough. You can get some
Hmm.
fucking tomato sauce and some mozzarella. I mean, you can't even do that, cuz y'all that damn lazy, man. Come on, man.
Hey, but it says a lot. So it says something about the laziness, yes. But Mr. Z got to talk about the systemic because that's what I be doing. So,
Yeah.
but it also speaks to the system. You're so broke, or you're so paycheck to paycheck that you're financing a $20 pizza, or let's say
But
two
part of the
pizzas or
reason why
whatever, drinking.
you're financing it is because you put yourself in an economic cycle where
Yes.
where you don't have money in large part
Mhm.
because you're doing all the
Yep.
dying. You would have the money to make the pizza yourself if you weren't paying premiums because for the
And then
delivery, but you're
financing
too
it.
damn lazy to actually take those resources and make the pizza
Hmm.
yourself.
Hmm. And then remember,
and
if you do
and
Uber Eats, you got to
now
finance that part too.
and put the half of it you don't leave in the fucking refrigerator, then eat the other half of it for dinner the next day, which none
Yes.
of y'all want to do.
Yeah.
So a lot of this is really self-induced, man. It's fucked up perspective about things, and it creates a lot of self-induced energy where you also end up paying for a car for 10 years. That's self-induced.
84 months, 72 months. I'm telling you, Black Room is real. It's real. It's
That's
real.
how
I'm
you
telling
end up.
you.
You have a fucked up evaluation of the importance of things, and so instead of keeping that car, this good car, 2008 or whatever car, you just gotta have this new shit. You can't really afford it, so you get a 6, 7, or 8 year note on it.
Hmm.
Crazy.
Talking about that. Black Room, if you don't mind reading Telescope's comment right here, because this is gonna make you
Telescope.
laugh. This just killed me.
Z saying I should reconsider purchasing that Ford Galactus Eater of Worlds SUV.
I'm saying the Earth Destroyer.
That's how they get y'all. That's how they get
Right?
y'all.
The
They
the Earth the Earth Destroyer.
it's a lot of imaginary thinking, because you got a lot of people. Everybody's in SUVs, man.
Hmm.
I remember coming up, it was very few people at SUVs. Usually they were working kinds of vehicles, You
Hmm.
had the larger storage area in the back, bigger, and
Hmm.
obviously you had the ability to change the drive, the transmission. So
Oh
for
yeah, go to four wheel
terrain
drive. Yeah, go to four-wheel
terrain
drive. Yeah, yeah.
driving and that
Yep,
sort of
yep.
thing. That was the purpose of an SUV, not to be styling no motherfucker.
Styling. But remember what we were saying the other day about the G wagons?
Right.
It's
The
supposed to be
other
a multi-purpose SUV, so it made up for being ugly by being something you could take off road.
yeah.
Not even half, 90% of
No,
these damn big
nobody's
ass
using it for
SUVs
that
ain't
purpose.
nobody going off road. Ain't nobody going off road. Ain't nobody. Them
So
shits ain't never seen a speck of dirt ever.
so look, as terrible as Trump may manage this situation or may manage this into some sort of stagflation. Uh, I mean, the good that may come
Hmm.
out of this is some kind of, again, revaluation of the value system here, especially on the materiality or the materialism, and
Hmm.
also the human relations. I think human relations are going to have to change for survival, and I think it's going to make. I think some of these conversations that people did not want, like you were talking, I think you or someone else was talking about, maybe it was AB. There's certain
Hmm.
conversations that women just don't want to have or don't want to
Oh, that
listen
was
to.
me. Yeah. Yep. Yep.
Some
Yep.
of them are going to start listening to it, and part of it is going to be they going to feel forced to for survival to, because like I say, ain't no magical white man coming for 'em. They've
I agree
been
with that.
fooled into thinking over the last 50 some odd years some super white man, Kal-El, in the business
Gonna
suit
come and save them.
was gonna come save their ass, and he ain't coming. Thor ain't coming. Ain't none of them. Yeah, exactly. That was great. That was a great time.
The man could have saved your child.
That's why I got him. That's why I got him.
It's not happening. It ain't
Let me
happening.
say this
And
real quick, Buckaroo.
yeah, go ahead.
Let me say this real quick while you say. So when I was in middle school, the Excursion came out, the Ford Excursion, which is pretty much a F-250 SUV. Those came out when I was in middle school, and I remember thinking to myself, "This thing is huge." Who? And one of the girls I was in middle school with, her dad had one. Eddie Bauer and Dishon on top of that, and come to find out, 20 some odd years later, you have multiple SUVs in America that are bigger than the goddamn Excursion.
And you're right. The Excursion was a very
a monster
looking vehicle at the time in which it came out. It's like, God damn. That's true. That's true.
And then now you have the extended wheelbase.
Kind of intimidating, you know.
Yes. Yep.
At least at that time, yeah.
And now you have the extended wheelbase navigator. You have the extended wheelbase Escalade. You have not Range Rovers. I think there's a longer one also that it's not as big, but it kind of gives you that same feeling. You have the EV new Hummer, or not new, but newish Hummer. There's a number of SUVs running around, the new Nissan Armada and its Infinity Sistren. You have a number of these SUVs that are like big blocks, right? And they're about the size of an Excursion, if not bigger. And that's just crazy to me that 20 some odd years later we're still, and these are not
a vehicle that size, and it's being occupied by one person generally driving it around.
That's what I was going to say. Yeah,
all this potential utility, and it's not being used for any of that potential utility. It's a waste. And now again, in fiat money America, free flowing fiat money America, you can do that. But that we running out of that shit now. We can't do that kind of thing no more. And look, if you are genuinely wealthy, like at least, plus $30 million, in net worth wealth, maybe you can do some of that kind of stuff. But that's maybe 1% of the people who are actually buying those vehicles. All the folks below that, they're not going to be able to afford. It's not going to make sense to do that. It's not going to make sense for the gasoline. It's not going to make sense for the maintenance of it. It's not going to make sense for the carbon footprint and paying for something that is designed for a particular utility is not going to make sense to not actually acquire that vehicle for its actual real purpose. It's not going to make sense.
I got you, Blackaroo. And Paspero G says, and this is going to what you said, driving a Hummer to Publix. I know he meant to say Publix. Driving a Hummer to Publix to buy a gallon of milk is crazy.
Crazy. I mean, absolutely crazy. So yeah, it's not going to make sense anymore. Because if you're in a Hummer and you drive in the Publix, something is off right off the bat. Your lifestyle, that shit ain't syncing up. I'm sorry.
Put it in the book. Your lifestyle ain't syncing up.
No,
put that in the book. Oh, put that in the book. Your lifestyle ain't syncing up.
Excessive consumption, like Jadeo says, is addressed. For better or worse, in the long run, it may be a good thing. It may be a good thing. Now, I'm a little less. I'm not pessimistic. Well, I am somewhat pessimistic about what Trump is doing. Not because I do think that there's got to be some refashioning of the nation's trade policy, but I also think that should have been accompanied by some real addressing of internal training and trade and development issues. And because if it's just all about taking our ass back to the Gilded Age, so to speak, then fuck that. You know, taking us back to 1913
Yeah.
and some shit like that. Fuck that. You know, nobody.
Well, I think if you don't present the American people with the other side of that iPhone, then that is what you're doing.
Yeah.
If you're taking away our cheap goods and not presenting us with something more wholesome, even if it's free, or at least it costs less, but it actually has value. Once again, family, unionized
Well,
jobs,
here's the scary.
stability,
What they
right?
used,
If
what the white man used to give us was wars. Because
well,
the thing with the wars, as they mentioned in the, as they mentioned, I think in one of those videos, you know, the income tax came, or the wars were used as
yeah,
justification
yeah, yep.
for establishment of the income tax. So a lot of the manipulation of productivity and wealth accumulated with that manipulated productivity was consumed in wars, and certain people were in a position to greatly benefit from that manipulation of that productivity, where, you know, Rosie the Riveter, all that kind of bullshit.
Yeah.
So I mean, and so we can't begin that cycle again. So what is the
No.
real actual far, you know, and here's the thing, there is no more, as in the video, I think, I guess, BGS presented, there is no more technological advantage. If anything, we're at a technological disadvantage. We're at a
Disadvantage. Yep.
scholastic, you know, 100 years ago, or 50 or 60 years ago, you know, the Chinese, most of them were in rice paddies, right?
Yeah. Yep.
Now they got them saying their grandkids got PhDs.
Yes.
You know, so you don't have you don't have the advantages that you, where you could say, I'm gonna go back to, you know, some sort of tariff system, you know, in lieu of income tax. That formula don't necessarily work in the modern world. It could have
Yep.
worked, or maybe did work, at least for some people, 100 odd years ago. That don't necessarily work now. So where is the increment of value that Americans provide to the world that is unique to being American? That does not exist anymore.
Mm.
And to the and so where do you develop and maintain this economic advantage without that actual increment of value? You don't. It's just that simple. You come back to the fold with the rest of the world, and
Yeah.
all this stuff that, you know, this pyramid scheme that America as a country, and most of its citizens, not necessarily as black ones, but certainly most of its citizens
Mhm.
that have rested on the top of, comes tumbling down.
So
And
no more
people
being
behave a
4%
certain
of the
kind of way
population.
when shit like that starts tumbling down.
So no more being
So,
4% of the population and using about a quarter of the world's
you
resources.
know,
No more
that
of that.
don't, you can't do that no more. That math don't work no more. You can't finance that no more. You can't jimmy up the monetary policy to make that
Mhm.
happen anymore. You can't strong arm and take from other countries that shit anymore.
Yeah.
You
That's the
just,
one.
it don't work no more. It don't work no more. You can't threaten with nuclear bombs and shit. You can't. That don't work no more. Things are just too balanced out now. You either have some real increment of value as an American above other people, or we just fall back to the pack like everybody else. And unfortunately, America has really set itself up in such a way that we didn't even give
We wouldn't be
ourselves a
into.
chance.
Yeah.
I'll
Right.
go back to
I,
it's something, the article, you know, and
Mhm.
if you want to wrap it up, just let me know. But
No, you're good. You're good, Black Girl.
the article that inspired the issue about the black men going to college. You know, I read that
Yeah.
article several times, but I can't help where the guy says of the decline of, you know, whatever, black men attending universities has profound implications for
Mhm.
economic mobility, family
Of the Black
formation,
community. Yep.
wealth
Yep.
generation. Josh Shetty A Harvard
Raj
economist
Chetty. Yep,
uses
yep.
large data sets to study economic opportunity, and
Mm-hmm.
he has found the economic gap between America's black and white populations is
It's
driven
with the men.
entirely by
Mm-hmm.
differences in men economic circumstances, not women,
Yes. Yes.
men. And then Richard Reeves says if we're serious about reducing race gaps in economic opportunity, household wealth, etc., then our attention should be squarely focused on economic outcomes for black boys and men. Period. Full stop. There is no motivation anywhere, not within the Democratic Party, not within the Republican Party, not within conservatives, not within Democrats, not within black folks, not within white. Nobody is motivated to do that. Nobody.
Then
So
eat the consequences.
we're wasting the potential human capital to compete with China. To
But I said
compete.
this
Yeah.
a little while ago, Black Widow. I said, if just in case y'all don't notice, the chain that you see going into the water when you threw black men overboard, it's attached to your son and your daughter's leg. By the way,
It sure is. It sure is.
shout out to America. And that means black women, that's non-black women, that's non-black men. When you threw black men overboard, that sound that you heard was the chain that's attached to your leg. And there you go.
And every son you have and grandson. I mean, it's like this whole disconnecting yourself from the fortunes of the men, and it's all this ego trip. It's all this, well, we can do it, so why can't you niggas do it too? It's a very, beyond it just being selfish and vain, it's a very foolish and short-sighted perspective, and this suggests that they never really should have been in positions of any real leadership.
Oh no,
The women
definitely
never
not.
should have been in those positions.
They wouldn't have been if the thumb wasn't on the scale for them.
Exactly.
And that's
Which is why it was on the scale for them.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And that's going to be a hard lesson for a lot of women writ large, black women specifically, is as the white man's trying to get himself together and he can't afford the espionage and the underhanded tactics and the sabotage, because it's not like he's going to completely end that, but he doesn't have the time, the money, the inclination to really do that right now.
It's not a
And not in
priority
the same
anymore.
way. Exactly.
It's not a priority anymore. If the ship
there's going to be so much
sinking,
adjusting.
I'm not going to give a damn what's happening in the dining room while the ship is sinking. So I mean, when the ship is sinking, playing these, tactical games between black men and black women makes no sense. Is a waste of resources and effort.
Let me read this real quick. Like when Telescope says the idea we were going to hyper consume and service job our way out of this mess was preposterous on its face. I agree.
It always and it's sad that because most people are not economically educated, in a real sophisticated way, because they always brag about the economy being consumer driven. And nobody ever really, most people never really stop to ask the question of, okay, but so where is the actual value add in just consuming? Where's the value add? That's how you end up with $38 trillion in debt, because you have a consumer system. You're not actually adding value, creating something new, creating some new wealth. You're just moving money around, and ultimately on the back end, it all ends up as a massive debt. At the federal level, we're not even talking about the personal debt.
Well, so Black to answer your question, why would I ask what the value add is when this Ferragamo belt is the reason why I got this chick giving me top right now? Why would I ask that question?
Well, I mean, if getting that top, you know,
Mhm.
well, I've said this before. You know, there is no resolution. I think for black men, all men, but black men in particular, that don't include some resolution of their sex drive,
I
because
agree.
a lot of this distorted Frankenstein behavior is centered around, and not and it's centered around not just the sex, but the whole notion or the fantasy of being sexually dominant, because that's
Yeah.
what it really is.
Yep.
It's
Yep.
not
Yep.
just the sex itself. It's the, at least the momentary feeling of being the man to this
Yes.
particular woman. And men grow like Anthony Edwards is grossly overpaying for that moment. How many minutes did he spend with that woman? What, 15 minutes? Busted off
Yeah.
in her? Probably
Yep.
never saw her again after that. And now he's going to pay X number of millions of dollars. That's a tremendous, tremendous waste of resources, all for the glory of popping off in some chick with some artificial ass. That's a
Let me read
tremendous
this.
waste of resources.
And better use to talk about the F-35 that BGS was mentioning earlier. And better use says, I think we got $38 trillion because we've been buying $100 nails and $1 billion planes that barely fly. The F-35 is known to have issues. If you can get it in the air and it can stay in the air, then you got a fighter on your hands. But that's if you could get it in the air and stay in the air. Just
That
saying.
is like you said. I think you said early. You said number
Mhm.
two. This is unsustainable.
Yeah, that's my word. Y'all know it. This is unsustainable.
This is
That's my word.
unsustainable. The hundred
It's-
the $100 fingernails that you got to
Mhm.
replace every other day. That's
Yeah.
unsustainable. That's
Shout
unsustainable.
out. Yeah, that it's none of so we we were floating in a and we are floating at the bottom of a balloon that's full of hot air. And the air is being let out now. In a weird way, it's better this way than pop, right? So the air is
Mhm.
being let out now in a chaos but chaotic controlled way, and that's much better than what the alternative would have been, right? So,
Yeah, but here's the
but
thing. That's
but it's
true.
full of hot
But
air though. That's the important part.
yeah, but as the air is being let out, there is a certain critical uh speed of velocity that's gonna kill you
Mhm.
regardless. You know, when it finally hits the earth. So
Yeah,
what the
yeah,
question is, at how quickly, how far you have to fall, or how far you
Mhm.
will fall, and how quickly will you be falling.
Yeah.
So you're right. You're not popping that balloon, but
Mhm.
eventually that balloon is gonna hit that ground,
Yeah, yeah,
and it may hit that ground sooner rather than later. So the effect is still gonna be the same. It's just a matter of the degree or the delay in with the inevitable.
yeah. Oh no,
And
it's
what
definitely
we
inevitable. I
And
agree.
what we're finna, I guess, see with Trump is, how soon, yeah, how soon that balloon is gonna, you know, release helium, I guess, or
Yeah,
gas, or
it
hot air, I guess. Yeah.
it's a ugly picture either way. I think we got used to this. Um, that includes Z to a certain extent, but I was joking, but not joking with y'all when I was like, "No, I want my goddamn 70-inch TV." I'm joking about that part, but to I'm using the 70-inch screen TV just to describe consumerism and
Mhm.
being lost in that to make up for the other things that would actually give your life substance that you don't have,
Well, look, when you
right?
don't have
Yeah.
children, when you don't play pickup basketball, and I keep saying that because there are lots of things you can do in the world where you don't have to spend thousands of dollars for.
I agree.
It's
Yep.
just a
Yeah.
different take.
Yeah.
Like I said, you can't. And again, this is the old man talk. I grew up across the street from a park where people were in the
Yep.
park
Yep.
picnicking.
Yep.
There wasn't no money to do that, and there wasn't no money. And then you would see men and women, black men, and
Mhm.
then at a certain point, growing number of Latino men and women in the park picnicking,
Yep.
and watching maybe their children play, or in some cases or sometimes the guys would get up and if they're some guys are shooting hoop or playing softball or that it ain't gotta be that bad once you remove or once you reconsider what's the real what's the real value of the flat screen. You can see some nice TV show. Well, probably some of those TV shows are either going to go away or you're not going to be able to
Yeah,
afford the streaming services because that's going to be a part of,
that's all.
what's
Yeah,
going to be a point of the
yeah,
TV when you can't afford Netflix,
yeah.
So that's going to all be, so even the point of watching the TV ain't going to be as exciting maybe as it used to be. So I think it's a great opportunity for reconsideration of life to a certain degree. Because if people can continue to keep a roof over their head and keep warm and some decent clothing on their back
That's
and
not good enough,
maintain,
Black Uru.
maintain
I want my 70-inch screen TV. No, I'm playing with you. Go ahead.
you meet
For real.
certain basic thresholds of survival and comfort. Everything else after that is kind of supplementary. You can supplement this particular form of enjoyment for this other form of enjoyment
Yes.
with a change in mental perspective. You can fly a fucking kite. One of
Sounds
the
like
most
loser
thrilling
talk to
things
me,
you can
Black Uru. I
do
don't know what
one
you're
of the
talking
most
about. I don't know
thrilling
what
things
language
you
you're talking
can
about.
do as a human being is to fly. Have you ever flown a kite?
Yes, I have actually. Yes.
It's one of the
Yeah.
most, particularly for children. If you ever flown
Yeah.
kites with children, it's the most thrilling experience for them. It's an amazing experience for children.
No, I think so.
There's so many things you can do. You can play badminton. Maybe if you have a couple of tennis rackets and some few tennis balls, like I said, I spent time in my old neighborhood. There's several different sectors of the park have tennis courts. Only people I saw, ironically, this used to be a black neighborhood. Now it's gone through various forms of gentrification and whatever. And the part that kind of broke my heart was this, and even to this day, this just kind of throws me. Only people I saw on the tennis courts were these Indian couples. And that really shocked me. I mean, these were tennis courts that we played on like in the 70s and 80s, black kids. Then there would be a few white people. I think some of them was on some creep type shit, But and so when I went to these courses, and it was startling to me that the only people I saw were these Indian families in Chicago,
Yep. Yep.
in what used to be a black community in Chicago. So these things are here. You can live a better life without spending a whole lot of money. You can. You can live a more fulfilling and enjoyable life. I
You
promise
want me to
you.
get all the way to it, Black Uru? You got to be comfortable being black. The consumerism is to
Well,
make up for the fact that you're not
that
white.
part there, I can't help you with that.
Like I just went right to it.
No,
Especially for the ladies, I would just go right. The consumerism is for you. You care about the Louis bag. You want a G wagon. You want the bust down weave. You want
cover
your
up for being
nails
black.
always Thank you.
No,
That's what the consumerism is for black women in particular.
that's true. That's true. That is
You got
really,
you gotta get comfortable
really
being black. You gotta be comfortable with the tight curls, right? You gotta get
because
comfortable with that.
even the things that they do, like like the DoorDash and the Uber Eats, even a lot of that kind of living is about this sort of strange, I don't want to be poor, right? Or I
Fake
don't want to,
aristocratic bullshit. You being
yeah,
served.
yeah.
Yeah.
You know, I
Yep.
don't want to have to make beans the way my mama
Hmm.
had to make beans or my grandmama had to make beans. So even that is a lot of fake sort of I'm above that kind of thing
Hmm.
while you're financing pizza.
Yeah. Look, I laugh, but that is no way to live. And
Man,
another thing I want to stress: the elites are always going to take advantage. There's not a moral bone in their body about
no.
taking advantage of your poor ass.
Let them eat cake.
Yeah,
Let them eat
yeah,
cake.
exactly. They
Yeah.
they they will know it's destruct. I'm not getting into that sports betting thing. I know a couple of coworkers that's into it. But they know that you're struggling. As a matter of fact, I've listened to some of those like when they have the company call. What's that call again, Beku? When like the investors sit down and they sit down with the board and they go through, oh, these are our projections and we're going to take advantage of this thing and this thing. They know that you're struggling. They will sit down in those meetings with the board members and be like, oh yeah, by the way, people are struggling. We're about to make a killing.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. No, their whole thing is to feast on your misery in some way.
Yes.
You know, them people, they're cold blooded. You know, it's all kind of social Darwinism, that kind of
Hmm.
thing. Those people do not
Sociopath
give
ass
a
motherfuckers. Yep.
damn about you. You
Yep.
you are a tool to be utilized to some greater, more noble objective as far as they're concerned.
Yes.
They are not at all concerned about you as a human being. It's sort of like, the general sending, this company off knowing that they're going to likely get wiped out, but is being used
Mhm.
to distract from some other bombing effort that you're making. I mean, that is just like that basic to them.
Look, I gotta read this one now, Black Guru. It cannot wait. And KMS says, Uru, start the channel, damn it, please. Look,
I
I
bet
got
when I do,
lucky.
I
I
bet
got
damn
Uru
well
up
see
here.
you over there, KMS.
Right. And it'd be the funniest thing, you start the channel and the one person you don't ever see in the comments. But no, look, I am honored because I got Black Uru up here tonight, and like and it's crazy because I sent an email out last minute. I think I sent it out like maybe like an hour and some odd before, because I actually wanted to cover it because I kept on speaking about this, and I saw it becoming more and more of a theme with Sagar and with Crystal, and I know Sagar's friends with JD Vance. So I'm like, I think he believes that, but he's also being informed by JD Vance, and from what we know about JD Vance, that would be the direction he would go in. Where, look, man, we can't do this consumerism thing, bro. Like your life should be more than just a flat screen TV that's affordable and video games and luxury or faux luxury goods to make you feel good about not having a family or friends that you can see twice a week, once a week, right? And and
Yeah,
and I do think that's a JD Vance thing, and I think Sagar is on that, but I think he's he's kind of giving us something he knows from JD Vance, and yeah, at least that's how I see it. So yeah, but
yeah, it really is unsustainable.
it's not.
And
Yeah, you can't
we
sustain
weren't designed, like you refer to us as being atomized. No,
it.
at what point in human history were human beings designed to live and operate as these discrete
Super
entities
individuals.
unto
Yeah,
themselves? Just no society, human beings have survived and thrived that way at
that's not
all.
possible.
Not
Exactly.
at
No,
all.
we're social creatures. Point blank. Period. There's like no way around
Mhm.
that. We are so
And we're mutually
everything we are. Mhm.
dependent in
Yes,
various different ways. We're dependent,
interdependent.
and
Yeah.
we're dependent
Hmm.
physically,
Hmm.
mentally, emotionally. I think spiritually. I think there are things that we become as men that we do not become without women, and vice versa. I think there are things we become as women become that they cannot become without a man. They can't.
I agree.
I think there are things that a woman cannot become without children. I believe that. I believe the whole biology of a female is to conceive, birth, carry, birth, and nurse children. Her whole biology, her whole physiology is designed to do that. And yet we got women actually praising not having children. Or the ones who do, well, now we have this situation where they're so independent and sexually liberated that they want to put the cart before the horse in terms of, you know, who, when they have children, who they have children with. I want to have children with this guy, but then I want to marry this other guy to make up for the mistakes that I made with the first guy, or the fact that I didn't even really want the first guy as a husband per se. I just wanted to have pretty
Yeah,
babies, or an
yeah.
assortment of reasons for why they'll just conceive a child with a man. So that's unsustainable. It's got to come to some kind of
Black
refashioning
Rule,
of family and
when the
community.
money was loose and the government could hand it out and could subsidize and you could eke out an existence and maybe even have a couple of nice things and experiences, you could do that. You could do that. I remember watching Antonio Moore. That's the brother from with
That
ADOS
tone
movement, and
tone talk. Yeah.
and
Is that
and
the tone talk
yeah,
dude?
yeah, Tone Talks, and
Yeah.
he was speaking about Rick Ross, the real Rick Ross, and the fact that the real Rick Ross mother had a house in L.A. and she was like, I don't know, like a third grade dropout, something crazy. It wasn't. It may not have been third grade, but she dropped out of school, and yet she was able to afford a home in L.A. And so we just don't live in the world where that's possible anymore, where you could work a menial job and afford a home in LA of all places, right? Or be a high school dropout, a middle school dropout, and afford a home in LA. I'm saying that to say when the money was loose and America was the only game in town, money was flowing in a way where even if you were a rightly positioned black person, you could eat. We don't live in that world anymore. We
Oh
just
no,
don't.
I know people. I've had relatives who have done very well for themselves. Elder relatives never was able to read or write. Never was able to read or write. And retired with pensions with U.S. Steel or General Motors or Ford Motors. Retired with good, comfortable pensions, and their whole life they just about passed on now, but their whole lives their wives were, because it was usually, well, in all instances it was usually the man who was illiterate, and it was usually because frankly he probably had dropped out of school at like fourth or fifth grade in Mississippi, came up to maybe came up to Chicago or Milwaukee or Detroit or something like that. Got one of those factory jobs, held on to it, very good with their hands and very diligent about being everywhere they need to be before they were scheduled to be there, that sort of thing. And was able to create very productive lives for themselves being functionally illiterate. You can't do that
And
now.
no, not even. Not only that, going to what Broke Genius is, the amount of people living in apartments that order DoorDash is mind-boggling. Going to what you just said and what I just read, that's not sustainable.
No, no. That's
It's
an
not sustainable.
incredible waste of resources. Um, it's just wasteful in so many different ways. And just think for a second, logistically, if everybody's door dashing, think about how wasteful that is. If everybody's paying to have food delivered to them, that's an incredible waste of resources. Incredible waste of resources. That's not
I,
sustainable.
what I see is really, it's probably more like the top third, but the top 20% of folks, I think they're gonna run. When I say run off with the bag, Black Uru, oh man, whatever wealth gap exists, if that's not going to be a chasm, because they're the ones who's going to have the food delivered to them. They're the ones who's going to have the Instacart where you go shopping at the grocery store for them. They click off what they want. You go shopping, or you go pick up the groceries from the employee at the store that did the shopping for them and bagged up everything, and all you do is pick it up and bring it to their home. Those are I know a couple of couples that are doing well financially, and that's what they do. The wife haven't seen the inside of a grocery store in I don't know how long, right? So Mr. Z not there. I definitely don't got it like that. But yeah, so that's what's going on when you are part of that group. You can move like that. And for the rest of us, we do your bidding, I guess.
I mean, the scary part about, because again, you got Trump. Is Trump just basically kind of setting us up for the for the new Gilded Age? Because
Yep.
that's kind of what you're.
Yep. But the thing is with the new Gilded Age is that the aspirationalism will have your person who's on the wrong end of that not really appreciating how rigged it is, and you were the only way for you to change that is to upend it. But I don't think people are
One of
there.
two things gonna happen: the self deletions are gonna be out of control, or there's gonna be some serious insurrections going on up in 3
I
years.
think both.
I think it's gonna
I
be
think
both.
both.
I think
Yeah.
it's gonna be both. Yeah.
The people that bought in and they really blame themselves, because personal responsibility is important here. Like, yes, but if you don't have a systemic analysis and you blame yourself and how you should have made a left turn and you made a right, and you harp on that too much, oh yeah, you jumping off a building. For the other folks who have a more systemic analysis and maybe don't blame themselves for nothing, they might be the ones to torch a store or something like that, right? So
Well,
yeah,
we bought off on it. We made legends of it. We celebrated, and I mean, God bless him. But the whole 50 Cent get rich or die trying.
yep.
That philosophy has really tainted the perspective of people, and it just
I agree.
basically allow us to accept being abused and blaming ourselves for the
Yes.
abuse of the society. Because you either get rich, it's on you. You either get rich or you die trying. Well, it worked for him. It
Yes.
worked for Jay-Z. It worked for a few guys. But it ain't a philosophy for the majority of us to live in and to maintain a peaceful, harmonious society. If everybody's
Well,
getting rich or die trying.
that's why you call it a decadent veil, right? That's why you would call it a decadent veil. That's exactly what they are. That's what 50 and Jay-Z and Oprah and some of these people are talented and smart and no, but your success isn't only being elevated because you're talented, right? Like that's not to demean your talent or your
No,
hard work.
they are a control mechanism.
Yes, exactly.
They are P. Diddy was a
Hmm.
control mechanism. That's
Yes.
why he was able to do all the terrible things, or allegedly do the terrible things he was allegedly able to do. And to me, the interesting thing about him is when you hear about the things he supposedly did, right? And who he did it to. Now, what that says to me is that the entire Hollywood industry assigned him to be the gatekeeper of all you niggas, because he wasn't just touching rappers, he was touching
Yep.
rappers, singers, actors,
Yeah. Yep.
sports people.
Yep.
LeBron, there's a connection there. So it's like they made him, you the gatekeeper of the niggers. You any Negro who wants to get on, they got to come through you. You're gonna make
Yeah.
sure that
Yeah.
things are set up in such a way that in which he can be properly indoctrinated, as maybe Terrence Howard has eloquently presented.
Yeah.
You're gonna make
Uh-oh.
sure that he's been aptly indoctrinated to the system, so that when he comes in, he's already with the program. He's been properly demonized, so to speak. You know, and he is forever then controllable beyond that point. But it just seems like the whole industry, not just the music industry, it seemed like the whole entertainment sector assigned him that gatekeeping job, because there's just too many people you hear him involved with. Like everybody attended the white parties, not just the music industry. Everybody. I remember reading back in the 90s. This is the part that tripped me out. I remember reading this article about you know, P. Diddy, and and this is like the maybe late 90s or whatever. And Kevin Costner was at a white party. and they were asking him, why was he at the white party? And I don't remember what he exactly said, but he basically kind of described that it was almost like he had to be there. It was an assignment of some sort. And it was, and I just remember, why is Kevin Costner at a and like I said,
at
this
a
was like
Diddy party.
98 or whatever. So how old is P. Diddy then? Like 29 or 30? He's not even like that. How did this guy get in the position to do that, to be that?
To pull to pull that type of ring.
And it only could mean that some people, certain people, knighted him as the gatekeeper of the Negro.
Yes.
Now maybe Kevin Costner was also at that party because, you know, Whitney Houston was there and he was in love. You know, maybe it's that kind of thing too. I don't know. But
I feel you. I get it. Definitely for Whitney. I get it.
It's interesting how I wonder if as this thing comes up, and like I say, you know, what's the name? Terrence Howard really kind of makes it sound interesting. How is it that this guy touched everybody? How? How did he touch everybody? Like how did he touch Cat Williams? Or was, you know, why did Cat Williams have to go through him? Cat Williams was a comedian. Why did Cat Williams have to go through Diddy? Why did Terrence Howard have to go through Diddy?
I think whoever the theys are need a Diddy.
Yeah.
And you need him to be famous. Yeah. You need a Diddy because you need to show. But I think this is larger.
You need him to be glamorous and attractive. I mean, I'm not saying he himself is necessarily good looking, but just a charismatic presence.
Yes.
You know, and he built that all in large part off of his association with Biggie, you know, and the lure that Biggie created, in particular, Mace, you know, those fellas. So he kind of built or manufactured a charisma or an aura, and he leveraged that
off of them,
along with whatever sort of demonic deal he did. And he did that shit for decades.
But you need that in a look. If your average black person still has very little wealth, if any at all, working class, working poor, if they're lucky, lower middle class, and they haven't really, when adjusted for lifestyle and inflation and where Americans are, or rank themselves to be wealth and class, if black people really haven't as a group moved one iota over the past, I don't know, 60, 70 years, then you need Diddy and Oprah and Jay-Z and 50 and name them, right? Because the rest of the world is watching. And you need to be, and that's why when Biden first got into office and his people had that meeting with I don't know what Chinese dignitaries in Alaska, they threw BLM in Biden's face. And Biden's people's face.
What, like get them niggas in line kind of thing?
No, throw them in the face. Like, you can't lecture us about human rights when BLM is out here marching because you treat black people like crap.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah, no, you're right.
That's why you need Diddy.
Yeah, he definitely. It's like he, like I say, you just kind of think of him as being this little fake rapper and
Mhm.
music producer, but really he obviously has served definitely some much greater purpose in Hollywood. Because otherwise it just does not make sense that everybody had to be at the white parties, right? Everybody had
Mhm.
to be, to at least give some token homage to this person. I always found it to be, and I'll say this too. And how do how do I say this without being too specific?
Mm.
I just think it says a lot that he hasn't had one man with a full sack around him, because
Mm.
if he did, he would be dead.
Yeah.
If he had one real man around, all these men that everybody worshiped, all these men that have been around this guy with all the terrible things he's done, and none of them have deleted him.
Yeah. The man arm is long. We look. We uh, we all heard what he did to Drake, and we laughed, including Z.
Yeah, yeah, that right there. So yeah, that incident there was like, oh,
You dislocate a shoulder over a beat. Over a
yeah.
beat. Eh, and we all heard it, and it was like, well, So
Well,
with
what that meant though was that
mhm,
everybody had became accustomed to him being Diddy,
yeah.
and that Diddy can do whatever, just like what he railroaded Shine into doing that time for him,
Yep, yep, yep,
and they
yep.
covered that all up.
Allegedly, but yep.
Yeah,
No, but we know what it is.
allegedly,
We
allegedly,
know.
yeah,
We all know what
allegedly,
it is.
yeah,
Yeah. We we
yeah,
we 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 everyone knows what that is. The story of him and his son's coach at, what was it, UCLA or one of those schools on the West Coast, if I'm not mistaken. Um, yeah. So I mean, I think if you as a black person are moving like that, I don't care how rich you are, and you're it takes this long to catch up to you, decades, then that means, yeah, you getting a lookout from up top. That's not you.
yeah,
I don't care how rich you are as a black person in America. If you move it like that, and we're the civilians are finding out these stories, and you're Teflon Don. No, you're not Teflon Don. Somebody looking out.
yeah. I mean, you and here's the thing: up until just recently, it obviously um that level of protection has extended in a number of different venues. Like it
Mm,
extended obviously in the financial sector, it
mhm,
extended
mhm.
in media, right? It extended certainly in law enforcement and
Yes.
the judicial system, right?
Mhm,
Obviously there were files on this guy. Obviously there are FBI files and probably other IA files, and what they, I mean,
mhm,
probably
mhm.
all kinds of files on them, but for whatever reason, well, this guy is on the protection list. He's fulfilling or helping to fulfill some broader agenda of control, of control over those Negroes. So we got to keep him now. And when it was valuable to extract resources from them Negroes, from record sales and movies
Yeah.
and that, and where we can get them to make a movie for $5 million, and the movie generates 60 million in sales, or
Mhm.
we can get these 19-year-old guys to sign essentially slave contract music deals. He was the guy to have to do all that.
Yes. And make it look glamorous.
Make it look glamorous to be associated with him. It was glamorous to
Yeah.
be associated with him. It was glamorous to be in the Bad Boys, right?
Yep.
It was
Yep.
glamorous. You know,
And
it
then you
was
find
all a,
out,
it was
nope.
all just a mirage But like I said, he was a control mechanism. And I don't know, for whatever reason now. Well, I guess he isn't as valuable now as he was 20 years ago. So now maybe you're trying to figure out how to destroy him or get rid of him without him necessarily exposing other more important people. Maybe that's where we are now. You know.
I I think we've been there for a while. We were there with a certain person with an island.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
we keep on we keep on coming back here at least once a decade. It look like once every decade, maybe two. We get right back here, and before names start leaking, or at least what is implied is actually um found out to be true. Yeah, something happens, and we don't get much truth, right? So
Mhm.
yeah, yeah.
Mhm.
That's what it is. Let me read this, and I'm gonna end it on out. And a Split Jim says black people about to make some money off of struggle meals consulting. That's hysterical. And
Hey,
like
let me tell you. Let
serious.
me tell you. Well, here's the thing though. Get a hold of any um plus 70-year-old relatives, cause they
Mhm.
got some meals for y'all asses. You know, talk- learn how to make some icebox pies and some
What
banana
did you
puddings
just
and
say, Black Uru? What is that icebox pies?
learn how
You
to
trying to tell me there's cold pies out here?
make learn how, hey man, learn how to make some, learn how to make. Yeah, I don't eat them, ain't eat them in a while, but learn how to make some chitlins, some hog mogs, and some fried
By the
okra,
way,
man.
Haitians
Learn,
eat chitlins too. I can't do it, Black Uru. That's another thing I can't eat. I hate the
I,
smell. Oh my God, the
I
smell.
can't do it. I can't do it.
Oh, the smell.
I was offered some just a couple of weeks ago. I was offered some at a relative. I couldn't I couldn't do it.
Yeah,
But
I can't.
but yeah, I mean, we're kind of making light of it, but I do think we are going to be moving in a time where, instead of DoorDash, motherfuckers gonna have
Mhm.
to really be doing some real cooking and meal planning and meal preparation and meal storage. Putting shit and wrapping stuff up and preserving things. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Really, you should not waste much food. Very little of your garbage output should actually be edible. Really, because a lot
No,
of
I
money
agree.
is wasted on food. A lot of money is wasted on food.
Mr. Z, this is one of my problems, Black Uru. I that right there, yeah, yeah. I am afraid to follow every dollar, because I don't spend frivolously. I've aged out of that. But on food,
On food.
oh, I know, Black Uru, I know if I check my bank, if I go through every dollar, I know it's a bill. I know it's probably the most it's what I spend the most money on in a month. But by far I already know it, and I know if I
For a
start
lot
counting,
of
I'm
people,
gonna beat myself up. I know it.
and I think for my wife,
Mhm.
food is interesting kind of luxury item. You know,
Mhm.
for a lot of people, um, they look. I enjoy a good meal. Now I'll spend money on a truly good meal. Now the interesting thing is, as I get older,
Mhm.
my taste become more restrictive. I find I don't enjoy eating out as much as I used to. But uh,
Mm.
we can
Okay.
we can. I shouldn't be. I don't enjoy food out
I
of
heard
the
it. I
home.
let it go because we talking about something serious. That's why I heard it. I just let it go. My inner 12-year-old mind was like,
I
I'm gonna just let that
I
one. I'm
want
gonna just let that one go.
put your hand
Right,
over your ears. Now,
right, exactly.
I don't enjoy restaurant food. Yeah, even
Mhm.
at the best of restaurants, it's interesting. And from what I understand, that's a fairly common thing as you get older. Your taste buds get fussier as you get
Mm.
older. You know. And so I find myself cooking more in part because I really enjoy the way I prepare things. So
Okay.
I'll, I mean, I don't, I could pay somebody to do it. And there are some like there we have my wife does this vegan food, and this is this young brother who prepares vegan food, and he delivers it and stuff like that. It's good food, and he's a
Mhm.
good young man, so we'll buy that sort of thing. But for the most part, I I don't really enjoy very much food outside of the home.
No, I'm back. Me and my lady are backwards as hell, Black Ruru. I don't have the time. I haven't been in the gym in a minute. She's in the gym 4 times a week type thing, 4 or 5 times a week. She don't really eat out. Mr. Z eat out like damn near every day, almost just about. Um, yeah, we when I say we backwards like a she, yeah. So it's this is my one thing that I got to work on for real, for real. This is like
Have you
this
ever
is the thing.
tried? Have you ever tried incorporating smoothies into your
So
diet?
I'm glad you brought that up. So I started talking to her about that. Um um Meal prepping and using smoothies as breakfast instead of
Mhm.
actually going to get something to eat.
That would be a great idea. I
Yeah,
definitely do. Much of the week, I'll do smoothie breakfasts. Yeah,
yeah. And
yeah, that would be a good idea.
yeah, that'll save me buku bucks in the morning. Um yeah.
And it
So
also
that's yeah.
tame your appetite uh, through the rest of the day. You won't, you'll probably eat less bad food through,
Mm,
if you have some good, nicely prepared smoothies. And of course, you can incorporate supplements and
yeah.
vitamins and whatever into that. It's a good way to spike your nutritional input at a
Mhm.
relatively, less expensive way, and you can really kind of govern your nutritional intake. And it also probably will be a little bit better for your digestion in some way.
And I have no one to blame about this one but myself. This is not Mama Z. This is not Papa Z. Nobody put me on this road. I just graduated high school and, always on the run. And then you just kind of fall into a habit. And thank God for like the way I'm built that like I said, I have this gut on me, but I'm not blubbery. I'm not quote unquote fat. I'm like none of that. Right. I don't have the man boobs. I'm like, so thank
Thank
God
God
for
for that.
that, but that's all genetics. That's not Z, right?
That's
That's
those
how
that's
I came
those
off the conveyor belt.
those killer Haitian genes.
Uh, it gotta be. It
Those
gotta be.
Haitian revolutionary genes.
I wish. I gotta be. And
Yeah.
that's hysterical. Pastor G says Z dropped by Popeyes and his legs start shaking.
That's it.
Hysterical.
Yeah, Popeye is evil. Popeye is evil.
Yeah, it really
They,
is.
they, they
It
do
really
some.
is.
They are doing something at Popeyes. I think that's supernatural because Popeyes has an effect on. Look, I went through obviously KFC, Brown's Chicken, Church's
Mhm.
Chicken, Harold's Chicken. Popeye is doing something supernatural. Popeye is doing
For real.
something different. Is off the script, because it's almost like black people have a supernatural predisposition to Popeyes. I don't know what
Yeah.
that is, but it's a different kind of black people have an attachment to Popeyes.
I don't know what it is either. Like, so my lady went out of town with my younger sister some months ago, and she was like, "What is up with y'all and Popeyes?" I was like,
That's what
I
I'm
was
saying.
like,
It's supernatural. And the thing is, everywhere you go, you encounter
Mhm.
black people who have that unnatural connection to Popeyes.
Yeah, yeah. I don't know because KFC don't do like nothing else really
Nothing
do like
else.
we have nothing else really.
Nothing
It,
else.
it's that it's that yeah. But I'm telling you, that Popeye spicy. We hitting. But yeah, no, I think you're right. I think you're right, and I think that's why I was kind of drawn to when Rogish once said on the Roger Reports channel, he said, the ladies walking around here with this baller bellies, and I was like, that's the term. That's the term right now. When you
Hold
lack
on,
discipline,
baller. Say that again.
baller
Baller
belt,
belly.
baller bellies. You have enough to eat what you want, and it's nothing but fatty stuff, not
Oh,
nutritious. You fast food eat, and you grow a belly because
oh,
because you're no longer limited by your finances. So now you have to have discipline, and you don't
oh
got it.
yeah. So anything
You see
you
what I'm saying?
want, and that's a I think that's a product of maybe having grown up impoverished, in a way, because what happens is you grow up wanting a lot of foods, and good foods or fancy foods, or something that maybe as a child or as a teen or whatever you don't have the
Was seen
money
as a
to
treat
get
or something.
to
Yeah.
get or to get regularly, and it may not be
Hmm.
very expensive, but just your family couldn't afford Dairy Queen or just whatever,
Hmm.
so you grow up with this thing. You never want to be in a position where you can't eat what you want to eat.
Yep.
And so because of that, you become an impulse eater to certain things, and
Yeah.
as sort
Yep.
of a
Yep. Yep.
response to what your mama maybe or whatever wouldn't buy. Your mama wouldn't buy you McDonald's or whatever. And so, damn it, if it's something I want to eat, I'm gonna get it. Damn it, if I want this lobster, pasta and lobster, I'm gonna get this pasta and lobster, whatever.
Shout out to the white boys.
And it's as like a revenge to my having grown up poor kind of thing. I think that
Yeah. Yep.
a
Yep.
lot of black women in particular, that's why a lot of
Mm,
them are fat. I think
yeah.
that's why a lot of them are fat. They have this thing where I'll be damned if I'm not gonna eat something
What
that
I
I
want.
really want to eat.
Yeah. Everything in my life could be going wrong, but if I can't eat what I want to eat, then that's
Yeah.
yeah. No, I can see that. I can definitely see that. I
Yeah,
definitely understand
there's
that
an
that
emotional
sentiment.
thing. There's definitely an emotional thing to a lot of eating. When, I'm kind. We talk a lot about black women being overweight, and that's true. But when I observe that, I connect that eating a lot to their mental and emotional and spiritual state. Because
I
I
agree.
know when I look at them and when I see them eating, I know that eating is emotional. I know that
Mm,
excessive eating is, you know, uh, through lack of something else and not nutrition. That is because I ain't had a man, and I'm not talking about dick. I'm talking
mhm,
about a man. It is because I haven't had a man in 5 years, for example.
mm.
I do think a lot of that eating is because of that. It's being angry or feeling sad or feeling
I agree.
lonely, and the food it becomes it becomes a dopamine hit. It becomes a I feel good in this moment to distract me from this depression.
Well, so Stalker spoke to that too. These cheap. That's what he was called. What do you call it? Degenerate capitalism? No, degenerate capitalism. Yeah, yeah, degenerate capitalism. Which and he spoke to that same word you just said. That dopamine hit. All these things
Hmm.
for the dopamine hit, and he brought up Well, I'll just say it. Porn. He brought up
Hmm.
he brought up a couple of other things, but all of these
Yeah.
cheap. Oh yeah, swiping right, being the social media stuff, and all these things for that dopamine hit. And our
Hmm.
system, especially over the past I would say, and he pegged it around 9/11. I would agree. Pretty much coming from 9/11, and that's why I brought up a couple months ago, if you remember, when I was like, "What did George W. Bush tell us to do after
Yeah.
9/11?"
Go shop. That was the
Thank you.
craziest shit. The
Mhm.
country is literally falling apart, and he telling people to go shop. I'm telling you, we're going to look back at the Bush Jr. presidency, and we're going to discover that was probably the most evil time, you know, one of the most evil times in the whole century.
Yeah, yeah.
I promise you.
But I think I think they had a. I think there's a cynicism, like, and being maniacal, that existed because they knew how to press the right buttons. They knew how to take advantage of people's fears. They knew, and they just did it.
Well,
They
but
just
like
did
you
it. The
say,
Bush
we were saying
administration
the
did it. Yep.
dopamine hit. If
Yep.
I shop, I can fool myself, or I can allay that anxiety that I feel about what's going on. I just go get this product bag, or whatever.
Yep.
I go
Yep.
spend
Yep.
my way into bankruptcy. Well, that's fine, but I feel better about
Yes.
these red bottoms. I
Yep.
feel better about this Escalade. You know,
Yep.
um, so yeah, yeah. I like I said, I think we're gonna look back on the Bush presidency, and it's gonna be viewed to be a very, very dark time. It's
I agree.
yeah, not just even just because of what happened during that time, but everything that has happened afterwards,
Since.
everything
Yep.
that's set up since that. It's just you don't. I don't think. Well, you might not have Obama presidency, but you definitely don't have a Trump presidency were it not for Bush Jr. That did not
I
happen.
agree.
He changed the whole. He just changed the whole paradigm of. He kind of reduced the seriousness of the office. I mean, Clinton to some degree did it with the blowjob
Monica
thing,
Lewinsky thing. Yeah.
but at least the country was not in financial ruin. I
Yeah.
mean, you can't, at least the country was not in financial ruin. But
Let's make sure we remind
after
everyone.
Bush, it just wasn't even serious anymore. Wasn't even serious anymore.
Let's make sure we remind everyone, Black Guru, the man left the White House with the country on fire.
On fire. Yeah.
He was walking out the White House with the remember the bailout package is happening. Obama is meeting with the banks low key
Mm-hmm.
after he wins the election, because like every and
We were seconds away from a fucking run on the banks, for Christ's sake.
yeah.
And this guy was leaving office, so I just well, I'm not gonna belabor that point. I can go on and on about Bush Jr. What I think should happen to him and Cheney. Well, I guess Rumsfeld already did, but some of
Yep.
those other folks, man, it's some Chinese punishment that should be happening to those jokers, man.
You get to live out your life on your
Yeah,
ranch home in Texas, and you get to be in the history books, and because of the
I
way we
think
see
Cheney done
Trump.
had about 3 hearts put in him.
Yeah, think about the lives you ruined. Think about the Iraqis and maybe the Afghanis that are no longer here, and you're on your second, third goddamn pacemaker.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And Bush Jr. somewhere painting.
Exactly. And writing love notes to Michelle Obama,
Yeah,
apparently.
Michelle Obama, but sharing kisses and
Yeah, exactly.
snacks, candies with Michelle Obama funky ass. I mean, I shouldn't say that, but that's just, man. What she doing now in particular, embarrassment. Just an embarrassment.
I I don't think black women really. I I really see it as a shout out to BGS, Queen of the Ashes type thing. F it to hell. And now the kids are grown, so for her it's really F it to hell. And then
I
and then
agree.
for her to see Trump go in there, because let's be for those of y'all that don't know, much of why Trump ran is because he was being mocked by Obama.
That's
Obama
true.
told I watched it live when Obama said you'll never get here or something like that. He said I watched it live. I was like,
Well,
and I
I
remember thinking to
thought that
myself,
I think
go ahead.
I will always believe Trump ran because of Obama humiliating him at that press thing. Do you
Yep,
remember
that's
that?
exactly what I'm referring to. Yeah, that's what I'm
I
talking
think
about. Yep.
Yeah, Trump he had a very determined look on his face during that experience. You know, Trump and Obama was having a good time. Everybody was laughing, and Trump was just sitting there looking very sternly and determined. It probably was the moment he decided, okay, I'm going to show all these motherfuckers. I definitely think he decided to run for the presidency after that incident.
Black, ooh, I don't care where I never forget I'm black, and I never forget that I could be smarter, harder working, more talented, took the quote unquote right path, and that don't mean anything if the white man decides to white. And I guess when you were the president of the Harvard Law Review and you've been being told your whole life how smart you are, especially by white folks, and I guess you forget that Trump don't gotta come up the same way you come up. He don't gotta follow the rules you follow. The man got recorded saying he would grab women by the vagina. And he got caught
And
recorded
the
said he
majority
paid for the
of white
box.
women elected him
Yep.
president.
Thank you. Thank you. Twice.
The majority of white female voters voted for him.
And by the way, they voted majority for him 3 times and got him in the White House twice.
Exactly. Yeah.
Like and I don't think like Barack appreciated maybe you bought into the post-racial hype, or I don't know what it was that he bought into. Maybe you bought into your own. You were smelling your own farts. I don't.
Well,
I don't
I
know
think
that.
part of it was. I think part of it was Obama. Obama is the guy who's used to owning the room, so to speak. And
Yep.
so I think Obama got caught up in the moment, and he's very glib and very in the moment of things, and maybe I'm sure to some, he plays basketball. You have a kind of competitive, you have a kind of friendly competitiveness, you know, in your mind, maybe. We're just having fun.
The other person take it personal though.
And but you're dealing with a megalomaniac.
Yep.
That's the problem. And so whereas you think you're just jockeying amongst equals or whatever, just guys having fun, he is thinking vengeance.
and what he did to you the first time around was crack at the institutions you believe in. The second time around, he breaks them.
Yeah, all of
and that's what he's doing right now.
And
Yep.
he came in making a point of breaking them, like not even.
Yep.
When he came in before, it wasn't, and there was a lot of like disorder and who's running what and stuff. So it's in hindsight, it's hard to even see clearly what they were trying to do. But coming in this time, no, I'm basically trying to rewrite this whole damn script. I'm trying to eliminate everything about Biden. I'm trying to eliminate everything about
Obama, Kamala.
And really a lot of it about everything about all his predecessors, including the Republicans. Because again, some overturning some of these executive orders regarding civil rights, Republicans signed off on those or maintained those executive orders as well.
Going back to Eisenhower, Nixon. Yeah, no, you're right. You're right. Yeah.
So he just,
some of those China deals were winning with Reagan.
Exactly. So he's undoing all of their stuff. It's a very sort of imperialistic approach to the presidency, because prior to that point, I mean, there was sort of an precedent, obliging sort of approach to, their predecessors. And usually you would only overturn, you would maybe selectively, overturn, but you wouldn't come in and just say, I'm just basically rewriting how we're doing business. But that's what he's doing, and Yeah, we'll see how it go. I mean, um, the reality is that things were not going to hold up. Whether Kamala
Anyway,
got in
yeah, I agree.
there or, it was none of this was sustainable. And like I said, a good thing maybe about it is that, we just take the medicine. We just take the medicine sooner and take more of it,
Yeah,
up front.
rather than later,
Yeah.
when everything crashes out.
Yeah, yeah, and you don't even know or see it coming until
Yeah,
it's way too late. Because that was what we saw with Biden was they were not interested in being honest with people about what was
at
going
all,
on.
at all.
That
Mhm.
the whole party was not willing to be. I mean, that part alone, I think people should be imprisoned for. The fact that you had a guy who clearly was not competent to be president, and the entire party, the White House, the executive branch, all propped him up.
But
Everybody
remember,
propped
this
him up.
this is the same party that ran the same playbook on Bernie twice.
Yep.
This is the same party. If I'm not mistaken, somebody correct Z if he's wrong, but wasn't Condoleezza Rice's father a Democrat and then he switched because they
I
wouldn't let
think
him
her
run for
family were.
office?
I think her family were Democrat. I
See,
think.
because they wouldn't. She's a whole Republican now because y'all treated her dad poorly. Y'all don't learn.
Yeah, they probably. Yeah, because she was what from her family's from Alabama, right?
Yeah,
If I
I
recall. Yeah,
I, I
yeah,
know
because
this
she went
because
to because she knew some of the girls who were killed
that
in
exactly
bombing.
exactly.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
I know the mother. Well, one of my close friends in high school and in early college, his mom was supposed to be in that church too. His mom, up until
Really?
Condoleezza people moved out. His mom grew up with Condoleezza and them girls.
Wow.
Yep.
We're talking about degrees of separation.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
that. So,
yeah,
mhm,
but yeah, well, her family changed over. I mean, I have some mixed views about Condoleezza as well,
yeah.
but we can talk about that
So the
maybe some other
Democrats
time.
just keep on running the same and coming off of the heels of Obama because he was black and people thought because he was a black man and he they thought would have some vengeance and come in and do something more to the left of what Trump is doing. So pretty much rewrite all of this thing and do something different and shake things up. And he kind of didn't do that. So people were looking for a populist. They were looking for somebody that was good. They were looking for someone that actually meant what they said about taking care of the people. And so
Hmm.
you had Trump on one side and you had Bernie on the other side. And the Democrats, and better, you said this perfectly to me, the Democrats shut off the release valve on their side, and that only left only one way to go.
Yeah,
You
I
put
think
Hillary
Bernie.
against Trump of all
I
people.
think
Jesus
Bernie
Christ.
beat Trump easily in
Used to,
2016. I think he beats
right?
him easily in 2016. All the young, especially the young people, were all the energy was behind Bernie. I think he easily beats Trump in 2016.
Yep.
That's the sad part about, well, if you lament where we are, then that's got to be I mean, it was all about we must elect the first woman, and in particular this particular woman president. She
Yep.
must be this historical figure. It's like this whole thing was about, payback for Bill getting, Hummers in the White House. So we had to set this whole thing up so that she becomes the vaunted first female president.
Yep.
It was a freaking disaster, and that has permanently encumbered the Democratic Party, or certainly over the long term. It created a schism in the party that has never healed. To some degree, is growing. Younger people
Hmm.
slowly lost faith in and created other, I think, other uh, smaller parties. I think part of the reason why there's so many smaller parties is because of what happened, or that are left leaning. is because of what happened in 2000.
Because the Democrats refuse to reconcile with the ghost of Reagan. They think they can still pull a Clinton. You can't pull a Clinton now.
Well, you definitely can't pull a Clinton with Trump. You know, you
Well,
definitely
after
can't.
Trump, I'm saying what Clinton was
Oh,
to
well,
Reagan.
going
They think
forward.
they may be able to do that with
you can't do it
Democrats
going
again. You're
forward.
not gonna be able to do that with
Yeah.
Trump. You're not gonna
Yeah,
run
no, you
a,
can't do it going
a
forward.
lightweight Trump on the Democratic ticket.
Well,
Let's see.
look,
I don't-
when Clinton and to a lesser degree Obama, well, until his second term, I guess they they didn't have gay marriage, they didn't have transformer stuff. So I mean, you could do some fake Reagan or Reagan Democrat bullshit in the Democratic Party. You can't do that now. You can't do that now.
No.
You can't do that with the switch hitters and all that now.
That's
You
gonna
can't do that
it's
with the
gonna be
black
fun to
girl
see.
magic, and that don't work.
No. Well, that's bankrupt. The black girl magic and all of that went out the window when we got to see that black women were living off of the largesse of white women.
Mm-hmm.
And when white women showed black women they ass again, this time
repeatedly.
around in 2024, exactly right, like that was the end of that black girl magic, and we'll see.
Talking about
We know
falling
what
for
it
the
is, but
banana
no,
in
it's
the
over.
tailpipe.
Yeah. Well,
Talking about
actually, I
falling
would
for-
say let me actually bring that back, Black Guru, because I'm wrong. We saw that when Ed Blum was able to take who took affirmative action all the way to Supreme Court and got that stricken down again. But not that was the Bucky case. I'm saying it different. But so that, and then Ed Blum going after any NGO or any organization or any set asides for black women in particular. So that was the end of that. What Trump did, and what a very public display of white women giving black women their ass to kiss for voting for Trump over Kamala was, you have no allies. If black men are not your allies, you have no allies. That's it. It's done. And it's so public that you can't even pretend like you didn't see it, because we all saw what just happened. So you can't even save face.
And what has made it worse is, as the truth has come out about who really has benefited from DEI, now it's
That's another
embarrassing.
thing. Yep.
Now
Yes.
it's just embarrassing. So what did you all actually get? If the white woman is getting 60% of the whole pie, and then the white man is getting 20% of the pie, and then
And other women of color and people of color, yep.
or whatever. What was the benefit of your selling out your own?
Their favorite word when it comes to black men, Black Guru, liberation.
Well, yeah. So liberate
and liberation from who?
Extinction. You're
there you
gonna
go.
liberate yourself into extinction.
You said liberated into madness. Now you said liberated to extinction. This is getting more existential every time.
You go from madness,
to extinction,
which ends up into extinction.
I
madness is gonna lead to self-destruction. And now you reach the point. Look where in terms of the reproduction, in terms of the marriage, in terms of the passport and marrying out. Yeah, you have liberated yourself into where you're just going to self-destruct and be over with, and blackness is going to be something else that don't include as many of you.
Yeah,
that's what
I think so. And that definitely includes literal death, but I think social death in many ways could be so much worse. And I do see that as what that is for them. You exist, but upward mobility, you could hit, yeah, right. Nice things, nope. Happy days, rare. Your aspirationalism shot. You just reconcile with yourself that this is your life and you're existing. There's no life.
And
you're
you
existing.
see more and more of your peers go claim other women. I mean, think
Yeah.
about how
Yep.
that must
Yep.
have
Yep.
looked
Yep.
to black women to see your brothers, your cousins,
Mhm.
maybe male peers you grew up with, to see them all actively seeking and claiming other women. They
Well,
they won't ever really say it or admit it,
mhm.
but at a certain threshold, it's got to be profoundly defeating. It's got to
it.
be.
I think so. I think so. But once again, when you have convinced yourself that there's nothing really wrong with you, or at least you do a really good job at acting like that's what you believe, then this is what you get.
I think it's the
Like,
latter. I mean, I
yeah.
think you're right. I think some of them. Look, I think there are two kinds of people. I think some who don't believe they did anything wrong, but I think the majority of the latter, they do think they've done something wrong, but they'll be damned if they admit it.
Okay then, right? If 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 Kim Foster has her man and you listen to her and you're subscribed to her and you don't have you're similar age to her, so you're 36, you're 35, 36, 37, you have no man in sight, no
Hmm.
prospects, no nothing, and you're listening to this woman who's clearly your class enemy,
Hmm.
but because she can articulate herself well and she can jab at black men, so you listen to women like her, then fine, you get what you get.
Yeah, yeah.
You get what you get. Like, and it's not, my favorite term, it's not sustainable, but if we have a number of women who are looking at their real life circumstances, they're literally living their life. And what they have to show for it is, if they're lucky, some stable money, and maybe they get to travel a couple times a year, and that's what you have. Like, we were speaking about consumerism and materialism. If that's all you have, if you're lucky, and you're listening to someone like Miss Foster, who any day now Buddy Rose gonna propose, I suspect, and she gonna say yes. She better say yes, right? So that's gonna be another one. Y'all watch Paris Milan lie to y'all about her not being married until y'all found out she was married. All right, but yeah, I said that wrong. Hit her marriage. Like, this is what I'm saying. That's real, and that's content creators on YouTube and social media. We're not even
I mean,
talking about what the celebrities are on.
that is so treacherous, man.
Yeah,
But it is actually
hiding a whole
very,
marriage because of
very,
your narrative.
it is fairly typical though.
Yeah.
Black women in particular, they do that kind of stuff to each other, where they will be living a very different life with a man, but they'll be telling women stuff and cajoling and shaming them. And me, like, I mean, and I remember being, I guess I shouldn't have been surprised, but
Mhm.
like the BLM woman who had a baby daddy and she was giving him money. The
Wow.
lesbian BLM woman who was giving the baby daddy six figures or whatever. I mean,
Yeah.
just be living whole
Oh yeah, that
different
wasn't
lives.
Patrice Cullors or Alicia Garza. That was the other one. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, yeah, yeah. That was the
living
other one. That was the
whole
third one.
different lives, man.
Yep. 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 Yep.
And
You see,
go ahead.
no, Alicia Garza, that was the one that was married to the TRANS white dude, woman,
Mm,
person.
I,
They got divorced, or she filed for divorce.
well,
Yeah.
I mean that whole thing is you're talking about just a number of confusing factors all coming together there. So the fact that even came together, much less was sustainable over any period of time. That was a whole lot of contradictory forces coming together.
It to me, it's this. If you want your liberation, I don't see anything wrong with that, but you got to eat everything. You're not. This is what I continue to stress. Like, you are not going to get. You are no longer going to get black men to subsidize you giving them the middle finger because you ain't a white woman.
No,
Those
no.
days are done. Those days are done. Black women giving the world, mainly black men, their ass to kiss as a tantrum because you ain't a white, and there you can never be one politically, socially, right? Like you you have to be okay, and actually I think more than okay with being black, and that doesn't mean you say it but you don't mean it, because that's what most of y'all are on. Y'all saying it and y'all walking around here with the onks and the Africa tattoos and whatever the hell, and you don't mean it,
Well,
right?
it's a tool of manipulation. In some cases, status or status manipulation, political manipulation.
Yep.
But in terms of being like an authentic family member of blackness, they're broken loose from that. Many, if not most of them, they're not really black as an actual family or community. They are black as a, like I say, a political
Incidental
tool, a
characteristic.
social. It's something to, and it's something to use to guilt the society out of giving them, or
Yes.
at least previously, to guilt the society to giving them some unearned favor, position, status, etc. You know, without
Yeah.
that, they have no use for it at all. And that's why
That is a new day.
they'll have some very strange views or fallacious views about this whole thing, this business with black men not getting degrees and shaming black men for maybe finding alternate routes to success, trades, military, etc. Because you don't really have a real and valid and authentic connection to black men or appreciation of black men. They are merely just a tool or a means to an end, or something to then be shunned and hell, in some cases even just flat out destroyed. But black men don't are not an actual real person to you, a real human being to you.
Look, at the end of the day, you still live on a planet that they're losing power. They pretty much lost power, but you live in, especially in this era, you live with the young white dudes that are of the mindset of struggle, starve, and shut up. That's the
Mm-hmm.
type of white guys y'all dealing with now.
Mm-hmm.
These are not their fathers and maybe even grandfathers that you could shame back in the day and bring up slavery or Jim Crow. These young dudes may or may not know, but they don't care. You're dealing with the struggle, starve, and shut up generation of young white men. Yes, are there some bleeding heart, quote unquote liberal white men who don't operate like that? Yeah, possibly. But for the most part, you're dealing with a a, a white man who feels like his dad spent his inheritance money. So
Mm-hmm.
he's angry. White men my age and younger felt like their dads gave away their white inheritance to a bunch of women and people of color and gay folks, and they're
Yeah.
angry.
Although the person they really gave it to was the mamas who divorced them.
True. No,
That's
that's
who
true. No, that's true. No, that's true. But and white men know that. They know that, but everybody could get it though.
yeah.
That's what they're on. They're
Yeah, no,
angry at
they are
yeah,
in total blame everybody mode.
yeah,
Look, if I were a white man who was expecting to get everything handed to me as like some sort of default aristocrat or whatever, I would probably be
yeah.
pissed too. You know?
They're
So
and
I'm kind of, but yeah, you're right. They don't give a damn. They, with rare exception, they don't have any concern at all for any black women. They
mhm.
increasingly have no concern at all for white women.
Because they feel slighted.
Yeah.
Going to what you said, they're angry at their father's generation because their father's generation left mom, or better yet, mom left them,
Mom
and
left
then
them.
the mom
Yeah.
left them, and then the stepmom took the goddamn life insurance money,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
and
Took
they're
took over the trust
livid.
or the
Thank
wheel.
you,
You know.
thank you. And what that looks like in like more layman's terms, The dad gave the mom whiteness to handle. The dad gave the women whiteness to handle, and they walked around here with purple feminist hair. Right, like that. The white dudes are mad, they're livid, and so they don't care what people of color have to say, mainly black people, including black women. You're not going to be able to shame them with historical trauma or whatever happened in the past. They don't know, and they don't care, and if they do know, they still don't care. That's it. That's not gonna work. So
and you know, look, here's the thing. Look, if we can't trust, the thing is, we cannot trust anybody, whether it's the white people on this side or the non-black men on the other side. I'm putting all them fuckers together.
I agree.
We can't really trust either side to do right by black men. Neither side. Like I said, it's either the tyranny of white man or the tyranny of everybody else. That's it.
You know, I shared that with my younger sister, and she was like, "Wow, yeah,
it is, it is." So you know, it was like, well, yeah, we been better if Kamala had been elected. For who? Not for black men. In fact, I would kind of foresee we pretty much would be in a terrorist state if Kamala Harris was elected president. I would actually see, like, even like the black manosphere, I think would be under attack. Your girlfriends that you like to talk about, best believe they would have been aiming the American treasury over in this direction.
Kim Foster would have definitely had me deplatformed by now. I would have. Oh yeah.
No, the moment that woman was installed as president, the lights would have got turned out on this joint.
I agree.
We believe that. So you know, me being, you know, I can look and hear about, you know, think about some of the things that Trump do that I don't particularly like, and I don't consider to be particularly useful or successful. But I know, you know, black men would have been targeted by that administration. It would have been the cleanup for the Negro when they got up in there, and it would have been swift and hard, and you would have had Homeland Security, FBI, any intelligence agency, military intelligence. It would have been all kinds of stuff. We gonna put Negroes in. We're in office now. Us black bitches are in control now, and we about to put these Dusties, the Dusty King, just like Bruce here. We about to put these Dusties in order, and they would, I think, have been shameless in their approach to doing such. Bold and shameless.
And we would have way more issues than the Adolescence series.
Man, all kinds of media, all kinds of attacks would have been. The rappers, I think, would have been under attack. Everybody, the Snow Bunny lovers, they would have been under attack.
Yep.
Everybody. I'm telling you, they'd have been after us for sure.
Yeah,
no, I don't think for black. Go ahead.
No, go ahead, Black. I'll read after.
I think for black men in particular, that her being elected would not have been a good thing. I don't think
at all. I agree. And Bruce on Wayne says, Ninja, did I catch you live with the old head? Yes, you did. You missed the panel. We had a panel earlier and whatnot, and I told Better you was gonna be in and out a little while ago, and that was like an hour ago. And there we still go. No, Black Roo, it is an honor. So it's not even, you know, I'm definitely taking advantage of this. So but I am ending out though. But no, I'm definitely no. Thank you very much, you know, for your time. And I wanted to kind of discuss this with someone else also. I didn't want to just kind of monologue on this because it's a potential new normal. And as I said before, Crystal Ball and Sagar and Jetty's a bigot if I ever seen one. Indian bigot like a mug. Racist. Let's just call it thing. He's anti-black as hell. With this though, I do think what they're presenting here is that there will be a new social contract. We don't know what it is exactly, but you could kiss your cheap TVs as a way to make up for your precarious life. You could kiss that goodbye. Now I don't know, and nor do at least these two pundits know what's on the other side of that, but that part it sounds like they're for sure on. And so, I just wanted to bring that
Well,
to the Black
to
Manosphere and
that
move
I would
accordingly.
say, because like I was talking about, essentially touch grass, barbecue,
Yep, go out, touch
picnic,
grass, exactly.
barbecue,
Yep.
touch grass, fly a kite. I say make your own contract with what you have, with what resources you have, with whomever is willing to commit themselves to you and you to them. Don't let these people dictate the fortune of your life, the deal that they're going to give you, and you follow their prescription. Because
Yep,
you're
yep,
right,
yep.
that's what they'll attempt to do, and we foolishly have gone along with that as a collectives of people, not just black people. I think
No, I agree.
Americans in general have done that, and I think now is the time to say, look, I'm not going to live for a job. I'm not going to necessarily live for a business or whatever. I'm gonna obtain resources to facilitate how I'm gonna live and with
Yes.
whom I'm gonna live and enjoy my life. And now there are no guarantees that anything that I set up are gonna work, and I may have to change things and adapt. Hopefully, I broaden my skill sets to such a degree in which allow or facilitate my being able to change to or adapt to doing things differently. Uh, but I'm not going to live to work. I'm going to work to live. I would recommend all you young men figure out what do you really want to live for beyond just hustling for somebody else, or even just hustling, just gigging yourself. Because yeah, it's for you, but even your own, even a
What's the cost?
business, you can become a slave to that business. You don't want that to be your life. You want your life to mean something, to have some purpose, to have ideally some connection to other people. You want to be able to set things up in such a way in which those things are the things that are truly important to you, and not again that you just sort of slave your way trying to, get more of this fiat money that is drying up anyway.
Mhm. Look, Black Root, I'm not gonna say anything to that. So because
No,
hey, that's the benediction. See,
no,
you see how Z
I
did that.
did
You see
it.
how Z did that. Look. That's why I ain't say nothing. That's exactly why I didn't interrupt. Y'all know Z
Well,
good for interrupting. I
well,
didn't interrupt
with
that because I
that,
was like, that's the
then
benediction. That was
I will
good.
I will bid you adieu so you can wrap it up.
And-
So have a good evening.
okay. Thank you so much, Black Root, for coming up. Thank you so much. Right. I'm gonna have to clip this whole thing. Look, and that's exactly why I was quiet, because that once I saw him starting to go that direction, I was like, oh, that's the benediction right there. That's the end. That was exactly Mr. Shatim. Exactly. Right. You see how Mr. Z came? We came full circle, right back to the topic. Exactly. Right. And shout out to Black Roof for saying that, because to be frank with you, I was not thinking in that way. I'm thinking about the grander thing, the larger social contract, not you with a in a with an individual contract with friends, with family, with And so yeah, no, I agree. I agree. Right. You form your own contract, right? And shout out to Black Roof for that. Right. But I mean, like, this is something that I've literally done, right? Not literally write a contract with a person, but this is the friendships that I have, the relationship with Miss Z and family and whatnot. But when Black Rule actually put it to words, right? It just be not the wheels are turning. Let's just say that the wheels are turning. The wheels are turning. Huh? That's definitely something to consider. Yeah, you create your own contract. And so when you hear contract, just arrangement, right? You create your own arrangement with the people that you care about, right? And you consider how invested do you want to be in work or starting that new business, right? And maintaining that business. Yeah. Shout out to Black Uru. And on that note, I'm trying to freestyle on it. I can't. It was good. It was too fire. And on that note, y'all, we will pause right here. Love, piece of chicken grease. Y'all have a great, great rest of y'all night. Mr. Z went way too long, but it was good though. It was good. It was good. Yeah, and Ms. Z been sleep. She been asleep for hours now. Yeah, so we will pause right here. Love, piece of chicken grease. Y'all go check out other Black Manosphere content, other non-Manosphere content. Better you, I owe you one. Bruce Owen Wayne, I owe you one because I didn't let y'all up. Socrates, I saw you in the back, but I was trying. Vince, I owe you. So I owe all you brothers. I will still be streaming. Hopefully this weekend we'll have a panel discussion, and y'all have the right of way. So we'll pause right here once again. Let's do this outro again. We'll pause right here. Love, piece of chicken grease. Y'all have a great rest of y'all night. Y'all go check out other Black Manosphere content. Art New Style should be still streaming. Y'all go check out other Black Manosphere content, other non-Manosphere content for the love of God. And y'all have a great rest of y'all night. Mr. Z out.